Antarctica today is the coldest, driest, most hostile continent on Earth, a vast ice sheet covering 14 million square kilometers of rock and sediment beneath glaciers averaging 2 kilometers in thickness, where temperatures plunge below -80 degrees Celsius in winter and where the interior receives less precipitation than the Sahara Desert. The continent supports no native land mammals, no reptiles, no amphibians, and virtually no terrestrial plant life beyond the most cold-adapted mosses, lichens, and microorganisms clinging to ice-free rock outcrops on the Antarctic Peninsula and in the dry valleys of Victoria Land. Yet this same frozen continent, this ice-entombed landmass that seems the most inhospitable to complex life of any place on Earth, was once a warm, forested, biologically productive environment that supported a diverse community of large reptiles, including multiple species of dinosaurs, across hundreds of millions of years of Mesozoic geological history. The discovery of dinosaur fossils in Antarctica, beginning in earnest in the 1980s and continuing to the present day, has fundamentally transformed our understanding of the geographic distribution of dinosaurian life during the Mesozoic era and has provided some of the most important evidence available for the specific routes by which dinosaurs spread across the ancient supercontinent of Gondwana during the Triassic and Jurassic periods. This documentary presents 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica, about the specific animals whose bones have been recovered from the cold rock of the Antarctic continent, about the warm ancient world they inhabited, about the extraordinary science of recovering fossils from the most remote and most physically demanding research environment on Earth, and about what the Antarctic dinosaur record reveals about the deep evolutionary history of the dinosaurian lineage that has shaped the understanding of prehistoric life across the past 3 decades of paleontological investigation. The geological history of Antarctica begins long before the ice that currently defines this continent. In the ancient supercontinent of Gondwana that assembled during the late Neoproterozoic and Paleozoic eras, and that remained a coherent landmass through most of the Mesozoic period, during which dinosaurs evolved, diversified, and dominated terrestrial ecosystems worldwide. Gondwana comprised the landmasses that would eventually become South America, Africa, Madagascar, India, Australia, New Zealand, Antarctica, and various smaller fragments. And during the Triassic and Jurassic periods, when the earliest dinosaurs were evolving and spreading across this vast southern landmass, Antarctica occupied a position in the middle of Gondwana rather than at the South Pole, connected directly to South America, Africa, and Australia across land surfaces that allowed the free movement of animals without any oceanic barrier. The specific geographic position of Antarctica within Gondwana during the Triassic, closer to the South Pole than the other Gondwanan landmasses, but still within the temperate zone where forests grew and large animals could thrive, made it a potentially productive habitat for the early dinosaur fauna that was diversifying across the full geographic extent of the supercontinent. The subsequent geological history of Gondwana, as the supercontinent began to fragment during the late Jurassic and Cretaceous, progressively isolated the Antarctic landmass from its former Gondwanan neighbors and eventually positioned it over the South Pole, where the thermal isolation of circumpolar ocean circulation and the buildup of glacial ice progressively transformed the warm, forested continent of the Mesozoic into the frozen desert of the present. Understanding this geological context is essential for appreciating why dinosaur fossils occur in Antarctica and what their presence reveals about the specific paleographic and paleoclimate conditions of the Antarctic landmass during the periods of their occurrence. The paleoclimate of Antarctica during the Mesozoic era, reconstructed from the sedimentological, geochemical, and paleobotanical evidence preserved in Antarctic geological formations, reveals a world dramatically different from the frozen continent of the present, with temperatures warm enough to support forest vegetation, liquid water year-round, and the diverse terrestrial animal communities whose fossil remains have been progressively discovered in exposed rock outcrops across the continent. During the Triassic period, approximately 250 to 200 million years ago, Antarctica lay within the temperate zone and was covered by forests of seed ferns, horsetails, and early conifers analogous to the vegetation documented for other Triassic, Gondwanan landmasses in South America and Africa. The Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, during which global temperatures were substantially higher than the present due to elevated atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, brought even warmer conditions to Antarctica, with estimates of mean annual temperatures during the Cretaceous ranging from approximately 8 to 12 degrees Celsius in the interior, well above the freezing point of water and warm enough to support the diverse flora documented from Cretaceous Antarctic plant fossil assemblages. The specific challenge of polar seasonality. The extended polar night of winter months, during which photosynthesis was impossible and temperatures dropped substantially below the annual mean, was a real constraint on Antarctic ecosystems throughout the Mesozoic. But the absence of permanent ice cover, the warm temperatures even in winter in the warmest Cretaceous intervals, and the ability of both plants and animals to adapt to seasonal patterns of resource availability allowed a genuinely productive terrestrial ecosystem to persist in Antarctica across the full span of the Mesozoic era, during which dinosaurs inhabited this continent. The vegetation of Mesozoic Antarctica, documented from the fossil plant assemblages preserved in Antarctic geological formations spanning the Triassic through the Cretaceous, provides the ecological context within which the Antarctic dinosaur fauna lived, fed, and evolved. And its reconstruction from the fossil evidence reveals a series of distinct floral communities that changed progressively through the Mesozoic in response to both global climate change and the evolutionary diversification of plant lineages. The Triassic and early Jurassic flora of Antarctica was dominated by the Glossopteris flora, a characteristic assemblage of seed ferns, horsetails, and early conifers that is recognized across all Gondwanan landmasses of this age, and that provides one of the earliest and most compelling pieces of evidence for the former unity of the Gondwanan supercontinent. The Cretaceous flora of Antarctica was substantially more diverse and more recognizably modern in its composition, with flowering plants making significant inroads into a vegetation previously dominated by conifers, ferns, and cycads, and with specific Antarctic plant assemblages, including the distinctive podocarp and araucarian conifers that are still represented in the Southern Hemisphere today in places like New Zealand, Australia, and South America. The abundance of fossil wood in Antarctic geological formations, including specimens showing the wide growth rings of trees that grew rapidly during the summer months, and thin or absent rings reflecting the reduced or absent growth of the polar winter, provides direct dendrochronological evidence for the seasonal pattern of Antarctic forest growth, and confirms that these forests persisted as productive plant communities despite the specific challenges of polar seasonality, growing rapidly during the light summer season and surviving the dark winter in a state of reduced activity analogous to the winter dormancy of modern boreal forest trees. The first confirmed dinosaur fossil from Antarctica a single hypsilophodontid femur recovered from Vega Island on the Antarctic Peninsula by the Argentine Antarctic Institute expedition of 1986 and described by Molnar and Frey in 1987, marked the beginning of a new chapter in Antarctic paleontology and in the broader understanding of dinosaur biogeography. The specimen, collected from the late Cretaceous Lopez de Bertodano Formation of Vega Island, was a small fragment of a limb bone from a small ornithopod dinosaur, not large enough to permit confident species-level identification, but sufficient to confirm the presence of dinosaurs in Antarctica during the latest Cretaceous. The significance of this discovery went beyond the specific biological information the specimen provided, establishing for the first time that dinosaur fossils could be recovered from Antarctic rock outcrops and opening the scientific possibility of a systematic program of dinosaur paleontology on the southernmost continent. The subsequent decade saw a rapid expansion of Antarctic dinosaur collecting, with expeditions from Argentina, the United States, Great Britain, and other nations focusing specifically on the dinosaur-bearing formations of the Antarctic Peninsula and James Ross Island, and producing the diverse series of discoveries that has progressively built the current understanding of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna. The logistical challenges of conducting paleontological fieldwork in Antarctica, the extreme cold, the remoteness, the dependence on ship or aircraft access, the restricted field seasons, and the physical demands of working in polar conditions, made this expansion of collecting effort a significant institutional and financial commitment by the participating research organizations. And the dinosaur specimens recovered from this sustained effort have provided scientific returns that fully justified that investment. The geological formations that have produced Antarctic dinosaur fossils are concentrated in specific geographic areas where the specific combination of sedimentary rock type, geological age, structural geology, and glacial erosion has exposed relevant Mesozoic strata at the surface, accessible to the field paleontologist during the brief Antarctic summer collecting season. The most productive area for Antarctic dinosaur fossils is the Antarctic Peninsula and the adjacent islands of the Scotia Arc, particularly James Ross Island, Vega Island, and Seymour Island, where Cretaceous marine and continental sediments are exposed in cliff faces and coastal outcrops that have been progressively eroded by wave action, glacial retreat, and frost weathering to reveal their fossil contents. The Lopez de Bertodano Formation of Vega Island and the Snow Hill Island Formation of the same region have produced the majority of Antarctic dinosaur material, preserving bones in the specific taphonomic context of late Cretaceous coastal and nearshore environments, where the bodies of dead dinosaurs were transported and buried in marine sediments. The Freemile Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, exposed in the central part of the continent in the Beardmore Glacier region at elevations of over 2,000 meters, has produced important Triassic and early Jurassic vertebrate fossils, including the Prosauropod glacialosaurus and various other early Mesozoic animals, accessing the deeper time record of Antarctic vertebrate evolution that the Peninsular Cretaceous formations cannot provide. The specific geology of each formation, its depositional environment, its age, its preservation conditions, determines the type of dinosaur material it has produced and the biological information that can be extracted from the specimens recovered within it. The Prosauropod glacialosaurus hammeri, described by Nathan Smith and colleagues in 2007, from specimens collected in the Hansen Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, is one of the most significant Antarctic dinosaur discoveries of the 21st century and one of the most important early sauropodomorph specimens known from any Antarctic locality. Glacialosaurus was a large, long-necked herbivorous dinosaur from the early Jurassic, approximately 190 million years ago, related to the sauropod lineage that would eventually produce the largest land animals in the history of life. The specimens, consisting of foot bones and partial limb bones collected from the Queen Alexandra Range near the Beardmore Glacier, confirm the presence of large-bodied early sauropodomorphs in Antarctica during the early Jurassic and provide important phylogenetic evidence for understanding the specific evolutionary relationships of the early sauropodomorph. Radiation across Gondwana. The discovery of Glacialosaurus in Antarctica, at a paleolatitude of approximately 65 to 70 degrees south during the early Jurassic, demonstrates that large-bodied dinosaurian herbivores had already colonized the high southern latitudes of Gondwana by the early Jurassic and were capable of surviving the specific environmental challenges of polar seasonality. The long polar winter, the temperature fluctuations of the seasonal cycle, the specific vegetation available at high latitudes that distinguished the Antarctic environment from the lower latitude Gondwanan landmasses, even in the warm climate of the early Mesozoic. The phylogenetic analysis of Glacialosaurus places it close to the origin of the sauropod lineage within the early sauropodomorph radiation, making it an important data point in the reconstruction of the early evolutionary history of the group that would go on to produce the most massive land animals in Earth's history. The ankylosaur material from Antarctica, while fragmentary, provides evidence for the presence of this heavily armored herbivore lineage in the high-latitude environments of the Southern Hemisphere during the late Cretaceous and extends the known geographic range of ankylosaurs to the Pride's southernmost latitudes at which any ankylosaur material has ever been recovered. Ankylosaur remains from the Lopez de Bertodano Formation of Vega Island, consisting of vertebrae, limb elements, and osteoderms, were described in the late 1980s and 1990s and confirmed the presence of the group in Antarctica during the Maastrichtian, approximately 68 to 66 million years ago. The specific identification of these remains at the family or genus level has been complicated by their fragmentary nature, and the precise phylogenetic placement of the Antarctic ankylosaur material within the broader Ankylosaurian family tree remains incompletely resolved in the published literature. The significance of the Antarctic ankylosaur occurrence extends beyond the specific biologic AL characterization of the material to encompass the broader biogeographic question of how and when ankylosaurs dispersed from the northern hemisphere, where the group achieved its greatest diversity, to the high southern latitudes of Antarctica, and the specific paleontological route through which the Antarctic population was established, whether through South America, through Australia, or through some other Gondwanan corridor that existed during the relevant geological intervals. The occurrence of ankylosaurs in Antarctica at approximately 66 to 68 degrees south paleolatitude in the latest Cretaceous confirms that these heavily armored herbivores were capable of inhabiting high-latitude environments with the seasonal extremes of the Antarctic region and adds the southernmost continent to the remarkably comprehensive list of geographic regions where ankylosaur remains have been recovered. The ornithopod dinosaurs of Antarctica, represented by multiple specimens from the Cretaceous formations of the Antarctic Peninsula and its adjacent islands, constitute some of the most complete and most scientifically informative dinosaur material from the continent and have been the subject of detailed taxonomic and phylogenetic analyses that have contributed significantly to the understanding of ornithopod evolution in Gondwana. Ornithopods were bipedal or facultatively bipedal herbivorous dinosaurs that achieved high diversity throughout the Cretaceous in both the northern and southern hemispheres, with the hadrosaurs, the duck-billed dinosaurs, representing the most derived members of the group and one of the most ecologically significant herbivore guilds of the latest Cretaceous worldwide. The Antarctic ornithopod material includes specimens of Trinisaura santamartensis, described by Correa and colleagues in 2013 from the Santa Marta Formation of James Ross Island, a small to medium-sized ornithopod from the late Cretaceous that provides important information about the composition of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna during the final chapters of the Mesozoic. Additional ornithopod material from various Antarctic peninsula localities, including incomplete skeletal material of uncertain taxonomic affinity, confirms the diverse representation of this herbivore group in latest Cretaceous Antarctic dinosaur communities and suggests that ornithopods were among the most common large herbivores in the Antarctic ecosystem at the end of the Sepharad. Cretaceous. The specific phylogenetic positions of the Antarctic ornithopods within the broader ornithopod family tree and the specific biogeographic implications of those positions for understanding the dispersal of ornithopod lineages between the northern and southern hemispheres have been important research questions in Antarctic dinosaur paleontology and have contributed to the broader understanding of Cretaceous vertebrate biogeography. The theropod dinosaurs recovered from Antarctic formations, including both small carnivores and the fragmentary remains of larger predatory species, provide evidence for the presence of the carnivorous dinosaur guild in the Antarctic ecosystem and for the specific predator-prey relationships that structured the Antarctic dinosaurian community during the Cretaceous. The Antarctic theropod record is dominated by fragmentary material, isolated teeth, partial limb bones, and vertebral fragments that makes confident species-level identification difficult, but that confirms the diversity of theropod types present in the Antarctic Cretaceous fauna. Among the most significant Antarctic theropod discoveries is Cryolophosaurus elioti, a crested theropod from the early Jurassic Hansen Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, described by Hammer and Hickerson in 1994 and representing one of the earliest well-preserved large theropods known from Antarctica. Cryolophosaurus is distinctive for the unusual transverse crest on its skull, running across the skull roof perpendicular to the long axis of the skull, rather than the fore-aft orientation of most theropod cranial crests. And this unusual feature has made Cryolophosaurus one of the more recognizable and more frequently discussed Antarctic dinosaurs in the scientific and popular literature. The phylogenetic position of Cryolophosaurus within the theropod family tree has been debated in multiple published analyses, with different character matrices and different interpretations of the specific morphological features of the skull, producing different specific placements, but with general agreement that it belongs in the early radiation of Tetanauran or Avarostran theropods that was diversifying during the early Jurassic across the full geographic range of the continental landmasses. The sauropod dinosaurs of Antarctica, while represented primarily by fragmentary material, document the presence of the largest land animals in Earth's history in the southernmost continent during the Cretaceous and provide evidence for the specific sauropod lineages that inhabited the high-latitude Gondwanan environments of the Antarctic region. Sauropod titanosaurs, the dominant large-bodied sauropod lineage of the Cretaceous in Gondwana, have been documented from Antarctic formations, including the Lopez de Bertodano Formation of the Antarctic Peninsula, where isolated vertebrae and limb elements confirm the presence of titanosaur sauropods in Antarctica during the latest Cretaceous. The specific titanosaur lineages represented in the Antarctic record and their specific phylogenetic relationships to the diverse titanosaur fauna of South America and other Gondwanan landmasses are questions whose resolution requires more complete material than the currently available isolated elements can provide. But the provisional identifications published in the literature suggest affinities with South American titanosaur lineages that are consistent with the expected faunal exchange between Antarctica and South America during the intervals, when the two landmasses maintained close geographic proximity. The presence of titanosaur sauropods in Antarctica during the Cretaceous extends the known geographic range of this group to its southernmost limits and confirms that these massive herbivores, with body masses exceeding 50 tons in the largest species, were capable of inhabiting and thriving in high-latitude environments with the specific challenges of polar seasonality that characterized the Antarctic region even in the warm Cretaceous climate. The marine reptiles of the Cretaceous Antarctic Ocean, recovered from the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and equivalent marine sedimentary formations, provide a complementary window into the biological diversity of the Antarctic Cretaceous that extends beyond the strictly terrestrial dinosaur fauna to encompass the spectacular marine vertebrate community that inhabited the warm, shallow seas surrounding the Antarctic landmass. Plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, and fish have been recovered from Antarctic marine formations and have been described in a series of publications that have substantially enriched the understanding of the specific composition of the Antarctic Cretaceous marine fauna. The plesiosaur material from Antarctica is particularly significant, including specimens of both the long-necked elasmosaurid type and the shorter-necked polycotylid type, and representing some of the highest latitude plesiosaur occurrences known from anywhere in the world. The mosasaurs documented from Antarctic Cretaceous formations include fragmentary material of multiple genera that extend the known diversity of this spectacular marine reptile group to the Antarctic latitudes and confirm that the warm, Cretaceous ocean surrounding Antarctica was productive enough to support a diverse community of large marine apex predators. The co-occurrence of terrestrial dinosaur bones and marine reptile bones in some Antarctic formations reflects the specific taphonomic processes that accumulated the remains of both terrestrial and marine animals in the coastal and near-shore sedimentary environments where the most productive Antarctic fossil localities occur, and the biological diversity represented by the combined terrestrial and marine fauna of these formations provides one of the most complete pictures of a late Cretaceous polar ecosystem available from any locality in the world. The significance of the Antarctic dinosaur record for understanding the specific pattern of dinosaur biogeography across the southern hemisphere during the Mesozoic is one of the most important scientific dimensions of these fossils. Because Antarctica's geographic position as the former center of Gondwana means that the Antarctic dinosaur fauna provides unique information about the dispersal routes and faunal connections between the other Gondwanan landmasses of South America, Africa, Madagascar, India, and Australia during the critical intervals when the Gondwanan supercontinent was fragmenting. The specific dinosaur genera and families represented in the Antarctic fossil record and their specific phylogenetic relationships to dinosaurs from other Gondwanan and Laurasian landmasses allow paleontologists to reconstruct the specific biogeographic history of dinosaurian dispersal across Gondwana and to test specific hypotheses about the timing and routes of dispersal between different continental fragments. The Antarctic location of Gondwana's center means that the land connections between Antarctica and other Gondwanan landmasses persisted longer in some cases than the connections between other pairs of Gondwanan fragments, and the specific temporal patterns of faunal exchange documented between Antarctica and South America, between Antarctica and Australia, and between Antarctica and other Gondwanan landmasses reflect the specific geometry of Gondwanan fragmentation as revealed by plate tectonic analysis. The Antarctic dinosaur record therefore provides a paleontological test of the specific predictions that plate tectonic models make about the timing and geography of land connections between different Gondwanan landmasses, and the specific dinosaur species documented in Antarctica at different geological ages provide constraints on the specific temporal windows during which faunal exchange between Antarctica and specific other Gondwanan landmasses was possible. The polar seasonality that the Antarctic dinosaurs experienced throughout their existence on this continent. The extended period of polar night during Antarctic winter months, when solar radiation was absent for weeks to months, and photosynthesis ceased in the plant communities that herbivorous dinosaurs depended upon, has been one of the most discussed topics in Antarctic dinosaur paleontology, because it raises fundamental questions about the physiological capabilities of dinosaurs for surviving extended periods of resource scarcity and cold. Modern large-bodied animals in high-latitude environments respond to winter resource scarcity in several ways: hibernation and winter dormancy, as in bears; long-distance seasonal migration, as in caribou and many bird species; fat storage and metabolic slowdown, as in various large ungulates; and simple tolerance of reduced food intake during lean periods, as in many large temperate zone herbivores. The specific strategy employed by Antarctic dinosaurs for surviving polar winters is a question that the fossil record addresses indirectly through the bone histological evidence for growth rates and metabolic physiology, through the paleoecological evidence for the specific vegetation available in Antarctic winter conditions, and through the broader evidence for dinosaurian thermoregulation that has accumulated over the past several decades of intensive study. The bone histological evidence for sustained rapid growth in Antarctic dinosaur specimens, comparable to the growth rates documented in dinosaurs from lower latitudes, suggests that these animals maintained high metabolic rates even in the high-latitude environment, implying either sufficient food availability through the winter to sustain high metabolic rates or some physiological modification that allowed metabolic rate reduction during the winter while still maintaining higher than ectotherm baseline metabolism. The resolution of this polar physiology question for Antarctic dinosaurs is one of the most scientifically productive, ongoing research problems in Antarctic paleontology. The bone histology of Antarctic dinosaur specimens, examined in thin sections cut from limb bones and vertebrae recovered from Antarctic formations, provides direct evidence for the growth rates, metabolic physiology, and life history strategies of the specific dinosaurs that inhabited the polar environments of the Mesozoic Antarctic, and has been a particularly productive area of Antarctic dinosaur research over the past 2 decades. The application of bone histological analysis to Antarctic dinosaur specimens by researchers, including Ignacio Cerda and colleagues, has produced results that bear directly on the polar physiology question and on the broader debate about polar dinosaurian thermoregulation in high-latitude environments. The primary bone tissue of Antarctic dinosaur long bones is fibrolamellar bone. The rapidly deposited, highly vascularized bone tissue associated with high growth rates and high metabolic rates that is characteristic of non-avian dinosaurs generally. This fibrolamellar bone texture, indicating sustained rapid growth rates comparable to those documented in dinosaurs from lower latitudes, suggests that the Antarctic dinosaurs maintained high metabolic rates throughout their lives, rather than showing the growth rate reductions that would be expected if these animals significantly depressed their metabolism during Antarctic winters. The growth rings, lines of arrested growth, deposited during periods of reduced growth rate, corresponding to annual cycles. Visible in Antarctic dinosaur bone sections, provide an independent annual chronometer that can be used to estimate the age of individual animals at death and to assess whether the growth pattern shows the specific annual periodicity expected if growth was strongly seasonal in response to the polar light-dark cycle. The specific pattern of growth ring spacing and density in Antarctic dinosaur specimens carries information about the degree of seasonality in the growth rates of these animals and about the specific physiological responses to the polar, seasonal environment that their bone histology records. The plant foods available to herbivorous Antarctic dinosaurs during the Mesozoic and the specific nutritional value and seasonal availability of the Antarctic Mesozoic flora are directly relevant to understanding how large-bodied plant-eating dinosaurs sustained themselves through the extended periods of reduced photosynthesis that characterized the polar winter. The Cretaceous vegetation of Antarctica, documented from fossil leaf assemblages, fossil wood, and fossil pollen recovered from Antarctic formations, included a diverse array of flowering plants, conifers, ferns, and cycads that formed a productive forest and understory community during the summer months when continuous sunlight sustained high rates of photosynthesis. The specific nutritional content of these plants, their carbohydrate, protein, lipid, and mineral compositions, determined the energy value that herbivorous dinosaurs could extract from a given mass of plant material and influenced the daily food intake required to sustain different body sizes and metabolic rates. The deciduous behavior of some Antarctic Mesozoic trees, documented from the specific ring pattern of fossil wood specimens showing seasonally arrested growth, indicates that at least some Antarctic forest trees shed their leaves during the darkest winter months, reducing the availability of the nutritious leaf material that would have been the primary food source for smaller herbivores, while the persistent woody plant material and the storage organs of some plants remained available as a lower-quality winter food source. The potential use by Antarctic dinosaurs of stored plant material, buried seeds, fallen fruits, decomposing wood with its associated fungi and invertebrates, as supplemental food during the resource-limited winter months, analogous to the dietary supplementation behaviors of modern large herbivores in seasonal environments, would have been an important component of the survival strategy for these animals during the most challenging phase of the Antarctic seasonal cycle. The discovery of Cryolophosaurus elioti in 1991 by William Hammer and William Hickerson during an Ohio State University expedition to the Hansen Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains represents one of the landmark moments in Antarctic paleontology and one of the most significant theropod discoveries of the 20th century. The expedition, working at an elevation of approximately 4,000 meters in the Queen Alexandra Range near the Beardmore Glacier, recovered multiple bones from a single large theropod individual, including the distinctive crested skull material that made this specimen immediately recognizable as a new and unusual genus of early Jurassic theropod. The geological context of the discovery. The Hansen Formation, deposited in the early Jurassic, approximately 180 to 190 million years ago, placed Cryolophosaurus among the earliest well-preserved large theropods known from Gondwana and among the most southerly theropods of its geological age known from anywhere in the world. The preservation of the skull with its distinctive transverse crest was the feature that most immediately distinguished Cryolophosaurus from all previously known theropods and the specific function of this crest. Whether it served primarily as a visual display structure, as a thermal radiator, or as a sound production resonator, has been a subject of scientific discussion since the original description. The mass of the skull material and the preservation of multiple skeletal elements from the same individual allowed a reasonably confident assessment of body size. with Cryolophosaurus estimated at approximately 6 to 8 meters body length and perhaps 400 to 500 kilograms body mass, making it one of the largest known early Jurassic theropods from any geographic region. The specific phylogenetic analyses published since the original description have placed Cryolophosaurus in various positions within the early theropod radiation, with the most recent and most comprehensive analyses suggesting a position among the early Averostran theropods, basal to the split between the ceratosaurs and the tetaneurans. The climate model reconstructions of the Cretaceous Antarctic environment, produced by coupled atmosphere-ocean general circulation models, constrained by the available geological and geochemical proxy data, provide the specific quantitative paleoclimate framework within which the biology and ecology of Antarctic dinosaurs can be most rigorously interpreted. Published climate model simulations of the latest Cretaceous Antarctic environment, driven by the estimated Maastrichtian atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations of approximately 4 to 8 times the pre-industrial level, produce mean annual temperatures for the Antarctic continental interior in the range of 4 to 12 degrees Celsius, with warm summer temperatures and cold but above freezing winter temperatures in most scenarios. The specific seasonality of the Cretaceous Antarctic climate, the amplitude of the temperature swing between the warmest and coldest months, is an important parameter for assessing the severity of the winter resource limitation faced by Antarctic dinosaurs, and the model results suggest that even in the warmest Cretaceous climate scenarios, the Antarctic winter would have involved several months of temperatures near or slightly below freezing and several months of polar night during which photosynthesis was minimal or absent. The reconciliation of these model-predicted winter conditions with the evidence for large-bodied, apparently active dinosaurs maintaining high metabolic rates in the Antarctic has been one of the challenges for both the climate modeling and the paleontological communities, and the convergence of increasingly sophisticated climate models with increasingly detailed biological evidence from Antarctic fossil material is progressively producing a more coherent and more quantitatively grounded picture of the process. Specific environmental challenges and the specific biological solutions that characterized Antarctic dinosaur ecology during the Cretaceous, the specific mode of locomotion of Antarctic dinosaurs, and the specific ways in which their body plans and locomotor anatomy were adapted or were not specifically adapted to the terrain and climate of their high-latitude Antarctic environment, is a question that the fossil evidence addresses through the specific skeletal morphology of the recovered specimens and through comparison with the locomotor anatomy of close relatives from lower latitude environments. The ornithopod dinosaurs of Antarctica, including Trinisaura and various indeterminate forms, show skeletal proportions broadly comparable to those of ornithopods from lower latitudes, suggesting that their locomotor anatomy was a phylogenetic heritage from the ornithopod lineage rather than a specific adaptation to Antarctic conditions. The theropod material from Antarctica, including the relatively complete Cryolophosaurus, similarly shows the typical theropod bipedal cursorial anatomy without obvious specific modifications for locomotion in cold or snowy conditions. This apparent absence of specific cold climate locomotor adaptations in Antarctic dinosaurs is consistent with two interpretations. Either the Cretaceous Antarctic climate was warm enough that specific cold climate locomotor adaptations were unnecessary, or dinosaur locomotor anatomy was sufficiently effective across the range of environmental conditions experienced in the warm polar environment that natural selection did not drive specific modifications. The trackway evidence for dinosaur locomotion in polar environments, available from some high-latitude Cretaceous formations in Alaska and Svalbard that are climatically analogous to the Cretaceous Antarctic, provides supplementary evidence for the locomotor capabilities of dinosaurs in high-latitude environments, and confirms that these animals were capable of effective locomotion in the specific terrain types represented by the capabilities. Sedimentary record of polar Cretaceous environments. The biogeographic connection between the Antarctic dinosaur fauna and the South American dinosaur fauna, documented through the phylogenetic relationships of specific Antarctic dinosaur genera to South American relatives, is one of the most important and most extensively discussed aspects of the scientific significance of Antarctic dinosaur discoveries. South America and Antarctica maintained a land connection through the Drake Passage region until approximately 30 to 40 million years ago, long after the end of the Cretaceous, and this persistent connection would have allowed faunal exchange between the two landmasses throughout the interval during which Antarctic dinosaurs are documented in the fossil record. The specific South American affinities of some Antarctic dinosaur material, inferred from the phylogenetic analyses of well-described specimens, are consistent with this expected faunal connection and provide specific test cases for the biogeographic predictions that the geological history of the South America-Antarctica connection makes. The Titanosaur sauropod OD material from Antarctic formations shows affinities with South American titanosaur lineages that are among the most diverse and most extensively studied sauropod faunas in the world. And the specific phylogenetic placement of the Antarctic titanosaur material within the South American titanosaur framework is a research question whose resolution would contribute significantly to understanding the specific timing and routes of faunal exchange between these two landmasses. The ornithopod and ankylosaur material from Antarctica similarly shows South American affinities in some published analyses, building a consistent pattern of faunal connection between the Antarctic and South American dinosaur faunas that reflects the documented geological history of land connections between these two Gondwanan landmasses. The logistics of paleontological fieldwork in Antarctica represent a unique set of challenges that have no parallel in any other paleontological research environment, and that have fundamentally shaped the pace, scale, and specific scientific approach of Antarctic dinosaur research since the first expeditions of the 1980s. The requirement for national Antarctic program support, ship or aircraft transport to the continent, provision of field camps and logistical infrastructure in the field, medical evacuation capability, and coordination with the Antarctic Treaty System's environmental protection requirements, means that Antarctic paleontological fieldwork cannot be undertaken independently, but requires institutional affiliation and coordination with the national program responsible for the specific Antarctic territory or station from which the research is conducted. The limited duration of the Antarctic summer field season, typically 6 to 12 weeks, compresses the available collecting time relative to temperate or tropical fossil localities where year-round access is possible, requiring particularly careful pre-season planning and efficient fieldwork protocols to maximize specimen recovery within the constrained time window. The physical challenges of Antarctic field paleontology, working in cold temperatures with heavy protective clothing, limited manual dexterity for delicate specimen preparation, reliance on helicopter transport between field camps and fossil localities, and the unpredictability of Antarctic weather that can ground aircraft and confine researchers to camp for days at a time, add operational complexities that have no parallel in other field research environments. The extreme remoteness of the most productive fossil localities particularly the transantarctic mountain sites like the Hansen Formation exposures near the Beardmore Glacier, requires multi-week field camps fully equipped for extended self-sufficiency in environments where rescue would take days to arrive in an emergency. These logistical demands have meant that Antarctic paleontological fieldwork has been conducted by relatively small teams with CA-reefily selected equipment, and that the cumulative field time available for Antarctic dinosaur discovery been a fraction of what would be available for equivalent research in more accessible regions. The preservation quality of Antarctic dinosaur specimens, determined by the specific taphonomic processes that affected carcasses in the Cretaceous Antarctic environment, and by the specific diagenetic conditions that modified the buried bone across the subsequent geological history of the continent, varies significantly between localities and formations, and has important implications for the type and quality of biological information that can be extracted from the recovered material. The specimens from the Antarctic Peninsula Cretaceous formations, including the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and the Santa Marta Formation, are typically preserved in marine or near-shore sedimentary deposits where the bones were transported from their terrestrial origin by fluvial or coastal processes before final burial in marine sediment. And this transport history often results in disarticulation of the skeleton and abrasion of bone surfaces that reduces the fine anatomical detail available for detailed morphological analysis. The transantarctic mountain specimens, particularly those from the Hansen Formation, are preserved in continental fluvial sediments that more closely approach the death site of the original animal, and sometimes preserve more complete and better articulated material, including the Cryolophosaurus specimen with its associated skull material that would not have been preserved through long-distance hydraulic transport. The diagenetic history of Antarctic dinosaur bones, buried under subsequent geological formations and in some cases under the Antarctic ice sheet before eventual exposure by glacial erosion and tectonic uplift, has produced mineralization states ranging from well-preserved bone with high organic content to heavily altered material whose microstructural biological information has been partially or substantially overprinted by diagenetic mineral replacement. The assessment of preservation quality in each Antarctic dinosaur specimen is therefore an essential prerequisite for determining what biological analyses are feasible and what the confidence level of any resulting biological conclusions should be. The global paleoclimate context of the Cretaceous period, during which the majority of Antarctic dinosaur fossils were deposited, is fundamental to understanding why dinosaurs could inhabit a polar continent and what the specific environmental parameters of their existence were. The Cretaceous was the warmest interval in the past 500 million years of Earth history, driven by atmospheric carbon dioxide levels 3 to 8 times the pre-industrial concentration that maintained a global greenhouse effect substantially stronger than the present. The specific mechanism of Cretaceous polar warmth is one of the most actively studied problems in paleoclimatology. The global climate models that perform best at simulating modern and recent climate consistently underestimate the warmth of Cretaceous polar regions relative to the proxy evidence from fossil plants, oxygen isotopes in marine carbonates, and the specific composition of Cretaceous polar floras that grew in regions that would be permanently frozen in the modern climate. The specific processes that warmed the Cretaceous polar regions beyond what greenhouse gas forcing alone can account for, whether through the specific dynamics of polar ocean heat transport, through changes in the albedo of the polar regions due to the absence of permanent ice, through specific atmospheric circulation changes, or through some combination of these and other factors, are the subject of ongoing research that is progressively improving the quantitative realism of Cretaceous climate simulations. The specific temperature estimates for the Cretaceous Antarctic environment that emerge from the best available climate simulations, constrained by the paleobotanical and geochemical proxy data, form the essential environmental context for understanding the biology, ecology, and physiology of the dinosaurs that inhabited this polar environment, and provide the quantitative framework within which the polar dinosaur physiology debate is most rigorously conducted. The fossil record of non-dinosaurian vertebrates from Antarctic Mesozoic formations, including early mammals, early birds, pterosaurs, crocodilians, and various fish, provides important context for understanding the complete vertebrate community within which Antarctic dinosaurs lived, and for assessing the specific ecological roles that dinosaurs occupied in the Antarctic ecosystem relative to the other vertebrate groups present. The mammal-like reptile Lystrosaurus, a dicynodont therapsid, is documented from Antarctic Triassic formations and provides one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the former land connection between Antarctica and other Gondwanan landmasses. Since this same animal is found in South Africa and India in rocks of the same age, and could only have achieved this distribution through overland dispersal across the Gondwanan supercontinent, early true mammals, small and likely nocturnal, are documented from the Cretaceous of Antarctica and contribute to the picture of a diverse Antarctic terrestrial vertebrate community that included not only the large herbivorous and carnivorous dinosaurs that dominate popular discussions, but also the small, ecologically inconspicuous mammals that would eventually inherit the planet after the KPG extinction. Pterosaurs, the flying reptiles that shared Mesozoic skies with the ancestors of modern birds, are documented from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, including fragmentary wingbone material that confirms the presence of these flying reptiles at the southernmost latitudes of the Cretaceous world. The complete vertebrate fauna of the Antarctic Cretaceous, assembled from the diverse specimens recovered across multiple expeditions and formations, represents one of the most southerly vertebrate communities documented from any geological age, and provides a uniquely high-latitude perspective on the composition and ecological structure of late Mesozoic vertebrate communities. The significance of the Antarctic dinosaur record for resolving the long-standing debate about whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded, endothermic or ectothermic, has been an important theme in the scientific discussion of these fossils since the earliest discoveries. The specific argument from polar distribution goes as follows. Ectothermic animals, whose body temperature is determined primarily by ambient environmental temperature, cannot maintain physiological activity in cold environments below their thermal minimum for activity, and the extended polar winters of the high-latitude Cretaceous Antarctic would have periodically provided temperatures below the activity threshold for any ectotherm of dinosaurian body size. If Antarctic dinosaurs maintained year-round residence on the continent, suggested by the diversity and abundance of their fossil remains, and by the absence of evidence for the specific anatomical adaptations associated with long-distance migratory capability, they must have been capable of maintaining physiological activity during Antarctic winter conditions that would have been physiologically prohibitive for an ectotherm. The inference from polar distribution therefore supports endothermy in Antarctic dinosaurs, providing paleobiogeographic evidence for this physiological capability that complements the bone histological evidence for high growth rates and the isotopic evidence for elevated body temperatures. The combined weight of these independent lines of evidence for endothermy in Antarctic dinosaurs, the polar distribution, the bone histology, the isotopic data, and the inferred ecological requirements for year-round activity, in a seasonal polar environment, is one of the strongest available arguments for the endothermic physiology of non-avian dinosaurs generally, since the specific biological requirements of polar survival are most straightforwardly met by sustained endothermic heat production rather than by any combination of behavioral and physiological ectothermy. The specific research expeditions that have contributed most significantly to the Antarctic dinosaur record represent the sustained institutional commitments of national Antarctic programs and associated universities to systematic paleontological investigation of the continent's Mesozoic fossil resources, and the specific results of these expeditions have been published in a scientific literature that spans more than 3 decades and multiple research traditions. The Argentine Antarctic Institute expeditions that produced the first confirmed dinosaur fossil from Antarctica in 1986, and the subsequent Argentine expeditions to the James Ross Island and Seymour Island formations that have produced the majority of Antarctic Peninsula dinosaur material, have been among the most productive in the history of Antarctic paleontology and have established Argentina as one of the leading contributors to Antarctic dinosaur science. The Ohio State University expeditions to the Transantarctic Mountains, beginning in the 1991 expedition that discovered Cryolophosaurus and continuing through subsequent seasons that have produced additional important Triassic and Jurassic material, have opened the deep time record of Antarctic vertebrate paleontology in a way that the younger Cretaceous formations of the peninsula could not provide. The British Antarctic Survey expeditions to the geological formations of the South Shetland Islands and the Antarctic Peninsula have contributed important additional material and have provided geological context for the interpretation of specimens from this region. The United States Antarctic Program expeditions, coordinated through the National Science Foundation's Office of Polar Programs, have supported both peninsular and transantarctic mountain research and have provided the logistical backbone for some of the most ambitious Antarctic paleontological fieldwork undertaken. The cumulative result of these national and institutional programs, sustained across 3 decades of Antarctic paleontological research, is the growing body of specimen and contextual data that the scientific understanding of Antarctic dinosaur biology rests upon. The pterosaur material from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, while fragmentary, confirms the presence of these spectacular flying reptiles at the highest southern latitudes, documented for this group, and extends the known geographic range of pterosaurs to include the Antarctic polar region during the late Cretaceous. Pterosaur wingbone fragments from the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and equivalent formations of the Antarctic Peninsula have been described in the scientific literature and attributed to various pterosaur lineages based on the specific morphological features of the available material, though the fragmentary nature of most Antarctic pterosaur specimens makes confident genus-level identification difficult. The presence of pterosaurs in Antarctic Cretaceous formations is ecologically significant because it confirms that these flying reptiles were capable of reaching and inhabiting the southernmost landmasses of the Cretaceous world, potentially exploiting the rich marine resources of the Cretaceous Antarctic Ocean during the summer months, when continuous daylight and high sea surface temperatures supported abundant fish and invertebrate prey. The specific pterosaur lineages represented in the Antarctic record, assessed from the morphological features of the fragmentary material, are consistent with the diverse pterosaur fauna documented from other late Cretaceous Gondwanan formations, and the Antarctic occurrences extend the geographic range of these lineages to their southernmost known limit. The ability of pterosaurs to fly long distances between different geographic regions means that the specific mechanisms by which these animals reached Antarctica whether by overland dispersal or by ocean crossing, are different from those that apply to non-flying terrestrial dinosaurs. And the specific patterns of pterosaur distribution across Gondwanan landmasses reflect the specific dispersal capabilities of flying animals rather than the land connection-limited dispersal of their contemporaneous terrestrial counterparts. The recovery of early bird fossils from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, documenting the presence of avian dinosaurs in the Antarctic Cretaceous, alongside their non-avian relatives, provides an important perspective on the evolutionary history of birds during the Cretaceous and on the specific geographic distribution of early avian lineages. Early bird material from the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and equivalent Antarctic Peninsula formations includes fragmentary specimens attributable to the Hesperornithiforms, the diving birds of the Cretaceous that had lost the ability to fly and were fully adapted for underwater pursuit of fish, and to various other avian groups whose specific identification from fragmentary material remains incomplete. The Hesperornithiform birds are particularly interesting from a geographic perspective because they were primarily marine and therefore capable of dispersing along oceanic routes rather than being restricted to overland dispersal through Gondwanan landmasses, and their occurrence in Antarctic formations is consistent with the distribution of this group across the Cretaceous ocean basins from the western interior of North America through the Tethys Sea to the Gondwanan southern hemisphere. The avian dinosaur material from Antarctica confirms that the diversification of birds was already well underway in the latest Cretaceous, and that avian species had colonized the full geographic range of the contemporaneous non-avian dinosaur fauna, including the high-latitude polar environments of the Antarctic, well before the KPG extinction that would allow the surviving bird lineages to radiate into the ecological roles vacated by their non-avian relatives. The specific avian lineages documented in the Antarctic Cretaceous and their phylogenetic relationships to the bird groups that survived the KPG extinction are research questions whose resolution would contribute to the understanding of the deep evolutionary history of modern bird diversity. The paleontological investigation of the Triassic formations of Antarctica, which document the earliest phases of the vertebrate history of the continent and provide evidence for the composition of the Antarctic fauna during the initial radiation of the dinosaur lineage, has been less productive in terms of dinosaur material than the Cretaceous formations, but has yielded important non-dinosaurian vertebrate material that illuminates the ecological context of early dinosaur evolution in the high-latitude Gondwanan environment. The Fremau Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, deposited during the Middle and Late Triassic, approximately 240 to 220 million years ago, has produced vertebrate material including the cynodonts and other non-mammalian synapsids that were the dominant herbivores and small carnivores of the Triassic terrestrial ecosystem. Alongside the earliest dinosaurian material from Antarctica, the Lystrosaurus fauna, documented from the earliest Triassic Antarctic formations, coeval with the aftermath of the end Permian mass extinction that eliminated over 90% of marine species and a comparable proportion of terrestrial species, confirms that the Antarctic Triassic fauna participated in the same recovery ecology as Triassic faunas elsewhere in Gondwana, and provides an important high-latitude data point for understanding the global pattern of terrestrial ecosystem recovery from the most severe mass extinction event in Earth's history. The progressive discovery and description of Triassic vertebrate material from Antarctic formations has established that Antarctica was a biologically productive terrestrial environment throughout the Triassic, supporting the diverse fauna of synapsids, archosaurs, and early dinosaurs that characterized the Triassic of other Gondwanan landmasses, and confirming that the specific high-latitude position of Antarctica within Gondwana did not exclude this continent from participation in the global vertebrate fauna of the Triassic recovery interval. The specific evidence for multiple climatic episodes within the Cretaceous period that may have transiently reduced temperatures in the Antarctic to conditions more challenging for large dinosaurian herbivores, and the specific biological responses that Antarctic dinosaur populations would have made to these cooler episodes, represents a frontier of Antarctic paleoclimate and paleontological research that is just beginning to be addressed with the quantitative methods needed for meaningful conclusions. The Cretaceous was not uniformly warm. Global temperature reconstructions show substantial variation within the Cretaceous, with episodes of relative cooling interspersed with the warmer intervals that characterize the Cretaceous generally, and some of these cooling episodes may have been sufficient to significantly reduce Antarctic temperatures below the typical Cretaceous levels. The specific late Cretaceous cooling that began approximately 90 million years ago and that progressively reduced global temperatures from the peak warmth of the Cenomanian thermal maximum toward the somewhat cooler conditions of the Prophis Maastrichtian would have had specific consequences for Antarctic terrestrial ecosystems, potentially reducing forest coverage, increasing the duration and severity of polar winters, and challenging the ecological viability of large-bodied dinosaurian populations that depended on the productivity of the Antarctic forest ecosystem. Whether the specific late Cretaceous cooling produced detectable changes in the composition or abundance of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna, or whether the Maastrichtian Antarctic fauna documented in the latest Cretaceous formations was as diverse and abundant as earlier Cretaceous faunas had been, is a question whose answer requires the systematic documentation of dinosaur fauna composition across the full stratigraphic range of Antarctic Cretaceous formations. A research program that the available collections can only partially address given the specific localities and stratigraphic levels that have been most intensively sampled. The ecological interactions among the different dinosaur species that coexisted in the Antarctic Cretaceous ecosystem, the predator-prey relationships between theropods and herbivorous ornithopods and sauropods, the competitive relationships among different herbivore species exploiting the same plant communities, and the specific behavioral responses of both predators and prey to the distinctive challenges of the polar seasonal environment, can be approached through the combination of fossil evidence and comparative ecological inference from modern high-latitude ecosystems. The theropod material from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, including teeth of various sizes consistent with multiple theropod species, ranging from small predators to medium-sized forms, implies a predator guild capable of preying on the ornithopod and juvenile sauropod prey available in the Antarctic ecosystem. The specific size relationship between the predators and prey documented in the Antarctic Cretaceous fossil record, and the behavioral implications of this size relationship for the specific predation strategies employed by Antarctic theropods, are questions that the available material can only partially address due to the fragmentary nature of much of the Antarctic theropod record. The modern analogy of high-latitude terrestrial ecosystems, the boreal forests and tundra of the Arctic region, with their wolf-ungulate predator-prey dynamics and their seasonal patterns of prey aggregation and dispersal, provides a biological framework for thinking about the specific ecological dynamics of the Antarctic Cretaceous dinosaur community, even acknowledging the substantial differences in body size, phylogenetic identity, and specific environmental conditions between the modern Arctic and the Cretaceous Antarctic. The polar predator-prey dynamics of the Antarctic Cretaceous were presumably shaped by the same general ecological principles that govern modern high-latitude predator-prey systems, including the specific challenges and opportunities created by the seasonal concentration and dispersal of prey resources in response to the polar light cycle. The specific discovery of Trinisaurus santamartiensis in 2013, described by Correa, Moley, Ruggiero, and colleagues from specimens collected from the Santa Marta Formation of James Ross Island, represents one of the most significant recent additions to the Antarctic dinosaur record and one of the more completely described Antarctic dinosaur species known from the continent. Trinisaura was a small to medium-sized ornithopod dinosaur, estimated at approximately 2 meters body length, belonging to the family that includes the basal ornithopods that were among the most widespread and most ecologically diverse small to medium herbivores of the Cretaceous worldwide. The specimens described by Correa and colleagues include multiple elements from the postcranial skeleton, including vertebrae, limb bones, and girdle elements, providing sufficient anatomical information for a reasonably confident phylogenetic analysis that placed Trinisaura within the ornithopod radiation close to other Gondwanan basal ornithopods from South America and Australia. The Santa Marta Formation, from which Trinisaura was recovered, was deposited during the late Cretaceous, approximately 74 to 70 million years ago, and its vertebrate fauna provides a picture of the Antarctic dinosaur community during the Campanian stage, somewhat older than the better-known Maastrichtian fauna of the Lopez de Bertodano Formation. The description of Trinisaura from reasonably complete material represents a significant advance in the documentation of the Antarctic ornithopod fauna beyond the fragmentary isolated elements that constitute most Antarctic dinosaur records, and the phylogenetic analysis published with the original description has contributed substantively to the understanding of ornithopod biogeography in Gondwana and to the specific patterns of faunal exchange between Antarctica and other southern hemisphere land masses during the Cretaceous. The geological survey work that has systematically documented the distribution of dinosaur-bearing formations across the Antarctic continent represents a crucial foundation for the paleontological research that depends on it, because the specific locations where Mesozoic sedimentary formations are exposed at the surface, accessible through the Antarctic ice sheet by glacial erosion, tectonic uplift, and coastal weathering, are the only windows into the dinosaur-bearing geological record of a continent 98% covered by permanent ice. The British Antarctic Survey geological mapping programs, which have produced detailed geological maps of accessible Antarctic rock outcrops across the peninsula region and other areas, have been an important guide to paleontological exploration by providing the formational context and age information that allows researchers to target the specific geological intervals most likely to produce dinosaur material. The geological survey work of the Argentine Antarctic Institute, the Chilean Antarctic Institute, and various national programs has similarly documented the geological resources of their respective territorial interests in Antarctica and has provided the geological framework within which paleontological discoveries are interpreted and contextualized. The specific geological features that make a particular Antarctic outcrop a productive paleontological target. The specific sedimentary environment of deposition, the presence of marine or continental facies within the relevant geological age range, the degree of tectonic deformation and metamorphic alteration that could have destroyed or preserved fossil material, and the accessibility of the outcrop during the limited Antarctic field season, are factors that geological survey work documents and that paleontological field teams use in planning their collecting strategies for each season. The integration of geological survey data with paleontological field observations has been one of the most productive methodological combinations in Antarctic paleontology, progressively identifying and characterizing the accessible Mesozoic rock record of the continent and guiding collecting effort toward the localities most likely to yield scientifically significant specimens. The role of the Antarctic circumpolar current. The ocean circulation system that surrounds Antarctica and thermally isolates the continent from the warmer waters of lower latitudes. In the progressive glaciation of Antarctica during the Cenozoic, has direct relevance to the paleontological record of the continent because the establishment of this current approximately 34 million years ago, when the Drake Passage between South America and Antarctica opened sufficiently to allow circumpolar flow, initiated the glaciation that progressively buried the Antarctic landscape under the ice sheet that now conceals almost all of the continent's Mesozoic geological record. Before the Drake Passage opened, Antarctica was connected to South America by a landmass or shallow shelf that blocked circumpolar ocean flow, and the warm ocean currents that circulated from lower latitudes were able to transport heat to the Antarctic coast, maintaining the relatively warm climate that had supported the Eocene and Oligocene terrestrial ecosystems of Antarctica, including the forests and their associated fauna. The opening of the Drake Passage and the establishment of the Antarctic circumpolar current thermally isolated Antarctica from the warm tropical and subtropical ocean, initiating the progressive cooling and glaciation that converted the previously forested continent into the ice-dominated environment of the present. The geological consequence of this glaciation for the Antarctic fossil record is profound. The ice sheet has buried essentially all of the Mesozoic and Cenozoic sedimentary formations of the Antarctic continent beneath 2 kilometers of ice, exposing only the thin margins of the continent where glacial erosion, tectonic uplift, and coastal weathering have brought the underlying rock to the surface. The accessible fraction of the Antarctic fossil record, comprising the rock outcrops visible above the ice sheet, represents a tiny sample of the total Mesozoic paleontological resource that the continent contains, and the much richer record buried beneath the ice awaits future technological capabilities for non-destructive subsurface investigation. The Antarctic Treaty System, the international legal framework that governs scientific research and environmental protection in Antarctica, provides the specific regulatory context within which Antarctic paleontological research is conducted and has specific provisions relevant to the collection, export, and curation of fossil specimens from the continent. The Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1959, and subsequently supplemented by additional agreements including the Protocol on Environmental Protection to the Antarctic Treaty of 1991, designates Antarctica as a scientific preserve and requires that all activities, including paleontological research, be conducted in accordance with specific environmental protection standards. The specific provisions relevant to paleontological research include the requirement for permits from the National Antarctic Program with jurisdiction over the relevant territory before any scientific collection is undertaken, the prohibition on the removal of geological or fossil specimens from Antarctica without specific authorization, and the requirement that the environmental impact of research activities be assessed and minimized. The practical consequence of these regulatory requirements for Antarctic paleontological research is that each expedition requires substantial advance planning and institutional coordination with the relevant National Antarctic Program. That collection activities are subject to specific permit conditions, including limits on the quantity and type of specimens that can be collected, and that all collected specimens must be curated in institutional collections accessible to the broader scientific community rather than in private hands. The treaty system's environmental protection framework has generally been welcomed by the paleontological community as a guarantee that the finite fossil resource of Antarctica will be managed sustainably and that the specimens collected will remain scientifically accessible, even as the specific permit requirements and logistical coordination demands add significant administrative overhead to Antarctic paleontological research programs. The biomechanical capabilities of Antarctic theropod dinosaurs, assessed from the skeletal proportions and muscle attachment evidence of specimens like Cryolophosaurus and the fragmentary theropod material from Cretaceous formations, provide information about the specific predatory capabilities and locomotor performance of the Antarctic theropod guild, and about Tihee-specific prey items that these predators could effectively hunt and subdue. The limb proportions of Cryolophosaurus, assessed from the measurements of the recovered limb elements, are consistent with a moderately cursorial theropod, capable of sustained pursuit at moderate speeds, rather than the extreme cursorial specialization seen in the long-limbed, lightweight ornithomimosaurs and small theropods specialized for high-speed pursuit. The specific jaw and tooth morphology of Cryolophosaurus, where the skull material provides information about the specific killing bite and prey processing capabilities, is consistent with a generalized, large prey predator capable of attacking and subduing prey items of substantial body mass, appropriate for the early Jurassic Gondwanan ecosystem, in which large herbivorous prosauropods and other substantial prey were available. The functional morphology of the distinctive transverse crest of Cryolophosaurus, whose specific shape and size relative to the skull dimensions provide mechanical constraints on its possible functions, has been assessed in published analyses that have generally concluded that the crest was too weakly constructed for a mechanical function in prey capture or intraspecific combat, and was more likely a visual display structure serving a social signaling role, analogous to the crests of modern cassowaries and other crested birds. The intraspecific display function, if confirmed, would place Cryolophosaurus among the growing number of dinosaur species for which specific anatomical structures are interpreted as social signal structures related to mate attraction and competitive status display, connecting this Antarctic theropod to the broader understanding of dinosaurian social behavior that has developed from the study of diverse, crested, and ornamented species across the full geographic and temporal range of the dinosaurian fossil record. The evidence for multiple successive dinosaur faunas in Antarctica across the full span of the Mesozoic, from the earliest Triassic through the late Cretaceous, documents the continuous inhabitation of the continent by dinosaurs across the full duration of the dinosaurian evolutionary history, and provides a temporal record of faunal change and continuity that has important implications for understanding the pattern of dinosaur evolution in the high-latitude Gondwanan environment. The Triassic Antarctic fauna, while poorly documented in terms of dinosaur material specifically, includes the prosauropod material that confirms the presence of early dinosaurian herbivores in Antarctica from the earliest Mesozoic, alongside the diverse non-dinosaurian fauna of the Freemau Formation that provides context for the ecological world in which these early dinosaurs lived. The early Jurassic fauna, documented by Cryolophosaurus and Glacialosaurus from the Hansen Formation, represents the most completely characterized Antarctic dinosaur community from any geological age, and provides a snapshot of the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem during the initial diversification of the major dinosaurian lineages. Following the end Triassic mass extinction, the late Cretaceous fauna of the Antarctic Peninsula formations, while dominated by fragmentary material, documents a diverse community of ornithopods, ankylosaurs, titanosaur, sauropods, theropods, and avian dinosaurs that is broadly consistent with the dinosaurian community composition documented from other Gondwanan Cretaceous formations, confirming that Antarctica participated in the global pattern of latest Cretaceous dinosaur diversity, even at the highest southern latitudes. The full temporal sequence of Antarctic dinosaur faunas, from Triassic prosauropods through early Jurassic theropods and sauropodomorphs to late Cretaceous ornithopods and titanosaurs, documents a continuous history of dinosaurian occupation of the Antarctic continent across the full 230 million year duration of the dinosaurian evolutionary history. The KPG mass extinction that ended the non-avian dinosaurs globally 66 million years ago also ended the Antarctic dinosaur lineages that had inhabited this polar continent across the preceding 160 million years of Mesozoic geological history, and the specific evidence for the KPG extinction event in Antarctic geological sections is one of the more scientifically significant aspects of Antarctic Cretaceous geology. The Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary layer, marked globally by the specific geochemical signature of the Chicxulub impact, including elevated iridium concentrations, shocked quartz grains, and the specific carbon isotope excursion associated with the collapse of marine productivity, is recognized in Antarctic marine sedimentary sections, including the Lopez de Bertodano Formation of Seymour Island, providing a local record of this global event in the Southern Ocean context. The specific pattern of vertebrate faunal change across the KPG boundary in Antarctica, the disappearance of non-avian dinosaurs and marine reptiles from the post-boundary fauna, and the survival of birds, mammals, and various invertebrate groups, is broadly consistent with the global pattern documented from KPG boundary sections in other parts of the world, and confirms that the Antarctic extinction was synchronous with the global event rather than delayed or reduced by any specific high-latitude mitigating factor. The Antarctic KPG boundary record therefore contributes to the global documentation of the synchroneity and universality of the end Cretaceous mass extinction, confirming that even the most remote and most geographically isolated terrestrial ecosystem on Earth was not sheltered from the catastrophic consequences of the Chicxulub impact event. The recovery of Antarctic terrestrial ecosystems following the KPG mass extinction, documented from the Paleocene and Eocene fossil record of the continent, provides evidence for the specific biological changes that followed the extinction of the non-avian dinosaur fauna, and for the ecological successors that replaced the dinosaurian herbivores and predators in the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem during the early Cenozoic. The Eocene fossil record of Seymour Island, which has produced an extraordinary diversity of both marine and terrestrial vertebrate and invertebrate material, documents the warm Antarctic environment of the early Cenozoic before the glaciation that began with the Eocene-Oligocene transition. The terrestrial vertebrates documented from the Eocene of Antarctica include early marsupials, early placental mammals, and birds, representing the first phase of the post-dinosaurian mammalian and avian radiation in the Antarctic region. The presence of marsupials in the Antarctic Eocene is particularly significant for understanding the biogeographic history of the marsupial lineage, because the current distribution of marsupials in Australia and South America requires a historical land connection through Antarctica, and the Antarctic Eocene marsupial record provides direct confirmation of the Antarctic component of this dispersal route. The progressive cooling and glaciation of Antarctica through the Eocene and Oligocene progressively reduced the diversity and abundance of the Antarctic terrestrial fauna, ultimately eliminating the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem that had supported both the Mesozoic dinosaur fauna and the Cenozoic mammalian and avian fauna, producing the ice-dominated landscape of the present in which no native terrestrial vertebrates can survive in the interior of the continent. The specific geological features of the Seymour Island fossil record, which has produced some of the most important Antarctic vertebrate material from both the latest Cretaceous and the early Cenozoic, illustrate the specific geological conditions that make this particular Antarctic locality one of the most productive paleontological sites in the southern hemisphere. Seymour Island, a small island off the northeastern tip of the Antarctic Peninsula, exposes a nearly continuous stratigraphic section spanning the Lopez de Bertodano Formation of the late Cretaceous through the La Meseta Formation of the Eocene, making it one of the few places in the world where a continuous geological record through the KPG boundary is exposed and accessible for systematic paleontological collection. The specific sedimentary environment of the Seymour Island formations, primarily marine and near-shore deposits, representing the shallow sea that covered this area during both the Cretaceous and the early Cenozoic, has preserved both marine invertebrates useful for biostratigraphy and paleoecology, and the bones of terrestrial vertebrates that were transported from adjacent land surfaces into the marine sedimentary environment. The absence of permanent ice on Seymour Island, which lacks the glacial ice cover that makes most of the Antarctic peninsula inaccessible for geological and paleontological investigation, makes this island one of the most accessible Antarctic fossil localities and has allowed the sustained systematic collection that has produced the rich and diverse fossil assemblage documented in the literature. The cumulative Seymour Island vertebrate fauna, assembled from collections by Argentine, Swedish, British, and American expeditions spanning several decades, is the most completely documented marine and near-shore vertebrate fauna from any Antarctic Cretaceous or early Cenozoic locality, and provides the most detailed picture of the biological change across the KPG boundary in the KPG boundary, Southern Ocean region. The implications of the Antarctic dinosaur record for understanding the evolutionary origins and early diversification of the major dinosaurian lineages during the Triassic and early Jurassic connect the Antarctic fossil evidence to some of the most fundamental and most actively debated questions in dinosaur evolutionary biology: the specific phylogenetic positions of the early Antarctic dinosaurs. Cryolophosaurus among theropods, Glacialisaurus among sauropodomorphs. In the early evolutionary trees of their respective lineages, make these Antarctic specimens important data points in the reconstruction of the branching order and the geographic history of the first phases of dinosaurian diversification. The early Jurassic age of the Hansen Formation specimens, placing them in the immediate aftermath of the end Triassic mass extinction that severely reduced the diversity of terrestrial vertebrate communities, makes the Antarctic fauna of this age particularly relevant to understanding the pattern of dinosaurian diversification during the initial radiation phase that followed this extinction event. Whether the specific dinosaur lineages documented in the early Jurassic Antarctic were among the primary diversifiers in the post-extinction recovery, or whether they represent high-latitude extensions of lineages that diversified primarily at lower latitudes, is a question whose answer bears on the specific geography of the early dinosaurian radiation and on the role that high-latitude Gondwanan environments played in the initial diversification of the major dinosaurian groups, the continued investigation of the Triassic and early Jurassic formations of Antarctica, and particularly the systematic exploration of the Fremau Formation and equivalent formations in the Transantarctic mountains that have produced the oldest Antarctic vertebrate material, holds the potential to substantially advance understanding of the initial phases of dinosaurian evolution in the high-latitude Gondwanan environment during the critical early Mesozoic interval when the major dinosaurian lineages were establishing the morphological and ecological diversity that would define the group throughout its subsequent history. The convergence of paleontological, sedimentological, geochemical, and paleobotanical idents from Antarctic Mesozoic formations into a coherent reconstruction of the ancient Antarctic world represents one of the more impressive achievements of collaborative interdisciplinary science in the study of geological history, requiring the sustained contributions of researchers across multiple disciplines and multiple nations to assemble the evidence base from which the Antarctic paleo-environmental reconstruction is built. The sedimentological analysis of the specific depositional environments represented in Antarctic Mesozoic formations, the fluvial, lacustrine, coastal, and marine facies that document the specific geographic and hydrological setting of the ancient Antarctic landscape, provides the physical framework within which the biological evidence is interpreted. The geochemical analysis of Antarctic Mesozoic sediments, including the stable isotope records that provide proxy estimates of paleotemperature, the organic geochemical data that document the specific vegetation types and biological productivity of the ancient Antarctic environment, and the trace element chemistry that reflects the specific weathering and erosion processes operating on the Mesozoic Antarctic landscape, supplements the biological evidence with quantitative physical constraints on the paleo-environmental reconstruction. The paleobotanical evidence from Antarctic Mesozoic formations, including fossil leaves, fossil wood, fossil pollen, and fossil spores that document the specific composition and ecological structure of the ancient Antarctic vegetation community, provides the biological foundation for understanding the food resources available to herbivorous dinosaurs and the habitat structure that supported the ecological community within which all Antarctic Mesozoic vertebrates lived. The integration of all these evidence streams into a coherent and increasingly quantitative reconstruction of the ancient Antarctic world is the scientific achievement that underlies every specific fact about Antarctic dinosaur biology, presented in this documentary, and that gives those facts their specific environmental and ecological meaning. The future of Antarctic dinosaur research and the specific scientific advances most likely to transform the current understanding of Antarctic dinosaur biology and biogeography in the coming decades includes both the discovery of new specimens from accessible Antarctic localities and the development of new analytical methods applicable to existing collections. The systematic survey of previously uncollected or incompletely collected localities in the Antarctic Peninsula Cretaceous formations, using the geological survey data that has accumulated over decades of Antarctic fieldwork to guide sampling toward the most promising specific outcrops, holds the potential for the discovery of more complete specimens of previously known Antarctic dinosaur genera and for the first recovery of new genera that fill gaps in the current understanding of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna. The application of remote sensing technology, high-resolution satellite imagery, airborne radar surveys, and drone-based photogrammetric mapping of accessible outcrops to the systematic survey of Antarctic geological formations holds the potential to dramatically expand the area of Antarctic rock outcrops that can be systematically evaluated for their paleontological potential without the enormous logistical cost of physical field, access to every candidate locality, the development of ground-penetrating radar and other subsurface imaging technologies capable of detecting vertebrate fossils beneath shallow sediment cover, applied to promising Antarctic outcrops, where surface bone scatter suggests deeper skeletal material, holds the potential for the targeted recovery of more complete specimens than surface collecting alone can provide. The application of new analytical methods to existing Antarctic dinosaur collections, computed tomography, scanning of skulls, and postcranial elements to reveal internal anatomy, ancient protein sequencing from bone matrix, and refined stable isotope analysis of growth bands in vertebral centra and limb bones, holds the potential to extract biological information from existing specimens that was not recoverable with the analytical methods available at the time of their original description. The confluence of new specimens and new analytical approaches promises a substantially more complete and more quantitatively grounded understanding of Antarctic dinosaur biology in the decades ahead. The 100 facts of this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica have assembled from the geological, paleontological, paleoclimatological, and paleobotanical evidence, a portrait of a continent and a dinosaurian fauna of remarkable scientific significance and enduring intellectual fascination. Antarctica, the most remote, the most physically challenging, the most completely transformed from its ancient state of any paleontological research environment on Earth, has preserved in its exposed rock outcrops the biological evidence of dinosaurs that lived at the southernmost latitudes of the Mesozoic world, in a warm, forested polar environment that is as different from the frozen continent of the present as anything in the geological record. The specific dinosaur genera documented from Antarctica: Cryolophosaurus, with its distinctive transverse crest; Glacialosaurus among the early sauropodomorphs; Trinisaura among the late Cretaceous ornithopods; the fragmentary ankylosaurs and titanosaurs, and theropods of the Antarctic Peninsula formations, are each specific biological organisms whose bones have been recovered from Antarctic rock and whose specific biological characteristics are progressively being characterized by the sustained scientific investigation of researchers around the world. The warm Cretaceous world that these animals inhabited, reconstructed from the combined evidence of fossil plants, geochemical proxies, and climate model simulations, was a world as different from the modern Antarctic as the imagination can stretch. Forests growing in continuous summer sunlight, rivers running across the continental interior, diverse communities of herbivorous and carnivorous dinosaurs moving through vegetation that thrived in the extended polar summer. 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica. 100 windows into a frozen continent's warm and living past, opened by the sustained application of scientific curiosity to the rock that time and ice and tectonic movement have conspired to preserve for the paleontologists of the present who found them and read them. The enduring scientific legacy of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology for the broader science of Mesozoic vertebrate biology extends beyond the specific specimens and specific geological formations from which they were recovered to encompass the conceptual advances that the Antarctic dinosaur record has driven in the understanding of polar dinosaur ecology, dinosaurian thermoregulation, Gondwanan biogeography, and the specific environmental conditions that characterize the Mesozoic Earth. The demonstration that large-bodied dinosaurs of multiple ecological guilds, theropod predators, sauropodomorph and ornithopod herbivores, ankylosaurs, were capable of inhabiting the high-latitude polar environments of Antarctica during the Mesozoic has been one of the important contributions of Antarctic paleontology to the understanding of the physiological capabilities, environmental tolerances of non-avian dinosaurs generally, providing paleobiogeographic evidence for the endothermic physiology of these animals, that complements the direct histological and isotopic evidence from specimens of other geographic regions. The recovery of early Jurassic theropod and sauropodomorph material from the transantarctic mountains has contributed importantly to the understanding of the initial diversification of these major dinosaurian lineages in the early Mesozoic, providing high-latitude Gondwanan representatives of taxa that were previously known primarily from lower-latitude localities and enriching the biogeographic picture of early dinosaurian diversification with data from the southernmost limits of the Gondwanan landmass. The progressive development of Antarctic paleontology, from the initial discovery of isolated fragmentary elements in the 1980s to the description of multiple named Antarctic dinosaur genera in the 21st century, represents one of the more remarkable trajectories of scientific discovery in the history of vertebrate paleontology, driven by the sustained institutional commitment of national Antarctic programs and the personal scientific dedication of the researchers who have braved the Antarctic conditions to recover the bones that tell this extraordinary story. Dinosaurs in Antarctica, real, specific, extraordinary, and progressively known from the evidence the frozen continent has preserved. The closing fact of this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica is the simplest and most essential. Antarctica had dinosaurs. The warm Mesozoic continent that lay beneath the current ice sheet was alive with them. Theropods and sauropods and ornithopods and ankylosaurs living their specific individual lives in the warm, forested polar environment of the ancient Gondwanan world. Their bones are in the rock of James Ross Island, and Vega Island, and Seymour Island, and the Transantarctic Mountains, recovered at enormous logistical effort by the dedicated paleontologists who have made Antarctic dinosaur science one of the more remarkable chapters in the history of vertebrate paleontology. Every specimen recovered from the Antarctic rock adds a specific biological datum to the scientific understanding of dinosaurian life at the southernmost latitudes of the Mesozoic world, confirming that the geographic range of the dinosaurian lineage extended to the very margins of the polar continent, that the warm Cretaceous climate supported diverse dinosaurian ecosystems at latitudes that would be completely uninhabitable to large terrestrial animals in the modern climate, and that the scientific investigation of the frozen continent continues to produce discoveries of fundamental importance for understanding the evolutionary history of the most spectacular group of land animals that the biosphere has ever produced. 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica, 100 recoveries from the ice-preserved record of the deep Mesozoic past, assembled by the science that reads the rock of the southernmost continent and finds there the bones of animals that walked a world as different from the present as anything that the geological record has preserved. The rock preserves them, the science reads them. The dinosaurs of Antarctica are known. The specific geochemical evidence for Cretaceous Antarctic climate preserved in the oxygen isotope record of Antarctic marine sediments and fossil shells provides the most quantitatively precise and most stratigraphically detailed record of paleotemperature available for this continent and forms the backbone of the quantitative paleoclimate reconstruction within which Antarctic dinosaur biology is interpreted. The oxygen isotope composition of calcium carbonate in well-preserved marine shells from Antarctic Cretaceous formations records the temperature of the water in which the shells were precipitated, with higher values of the oxygen 18 to oxygen 16 ratio indicating colder water and lower values indicating warmer water. The systematic measurement of oxygen isotope values in Antarctic Cretaceous bivalves, belemnites, and foraminifera has produced a detailed record of sea surface temperature variation through the Cretaceous that shows the specific warm intervals and cooler episodes documented globally, and that provides the most direct quantitative Constraint on the temperature of the marine environment immediately surrounding the Antarctic continent during the period when dinosaurs were present on the adjacent land surface. The terrestrial temperature experienced by Antarctic dinosaurs was not identical to the marine temperature recorded in Antarctic Cretaceous shells. Because continental interiors are typically warmer in summer and colder in winter than the adjacent ocean, and the specific continentality of the Antarctic interior during the Cretaceous, the degree to which the continental interior temperature diverged from the marine temperature is a parameter that the climate models can constrain, but that the geological record cannot directly measure. The geochemical temperature record from Antarctic marine fossils therefore provides a lower bound on the warm season temperatures experienced by Antarctic dinosaurs in coastal environments, with interior temperatures potentially higher in summer due to the enhanced solar heating of land surfaces relative to the ocean, and provides constraints on the cool season temperatures that would have characterized the Antarctic winter even in the warmest Cretaceous climate scenarios. The specific energy requirements of large-bodied herbivorous dinosaurs in the Antarctic polar environment and the specific food intake rates needed to sustain their metabolic demands through the full annual cycle, including the energy-limited polar winter, provide a quantitative framework for assessing the ecological viability of large-bodied dinosaurian herbivory at the high southern latitudes of the Mesozoic Antarctic. The metabolic rate of a large herbivorous dinosaur with endothermic physiology, calibrated from the bone histological evidence for growth rates and from the scaling relationships between body mass and metabolic rate established from modern birds and mammals, implies a daily food intake requirement of several percent of body mass in fresh plant material, translating to tens of kilograms per day for an ornithopod in the range of 1 to 2 tons body mass, and hundreds of kilograms per day for a titanosaur sauropod in the range of 10 to 50 tons. Sustaining these food intake rates through the Antarctic summer, when the productive polar forest was in full photosynthetic activity, would have been feasible given the high biomass productivity of the Cretaceous Antarctic vegetation documented from the fossil plant record. Sustaining these rates through the Antarctic polar night, when photosynthesis ceased and the standing crop of plant material was being consumed without new production, would have been a genuine challenge that required either substantial fat storage to buffer the winter energy deficit, seasonal migration to lower latitudes where food was available, or significant reduction in metabolic rate during the winter months. The specific biological strategy adopted by Antarctic herbivorous dinosaurs for managing the winter energy limitation is one of the central unresolved questions of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology, and the specific evidence available from bone histology, body composition inference, and comparison with modern, high-latitude, large herbivores provides only partial and indirect guidance on how these extraordinary animals manage the specific energetic challenges of polar seasonal life. The sedimentology of the Antarctic Peninsula Cretaceous formations and the specific depositional processes that accumulated and preserved the sediments from which Antarctic dinosaur fossils are recovered illuminate both the specific environmental setting of the ancient Antarctic landmass and the specific taphonomic processes that determined which dinosaur remains were preserved and in what state. The Lopez de Bertodano Formation, the most productive single formation for Antarctic dinosaur material, was deposited in a shallow marine to near-shore environment on the continental shelf adjacent to the Antarctic Peninsula landmass, and its sediments include the carbonate-rich marine facies that produce the abundant invertebrate material for which this formation is best known, alongside the more scattered vertebrate bone material that represents terrestrial. Animals transported from the adjacent land surface into the marine depositional environment. The transport of dinosaur bones from the terrestrial environment into the marine sedimentary system could have occurred through river transport of bones from carcasses on the floodplain, through the washing of coastal carcasses into the near-shore marine environment during storms or tidal events, or through the direct death of animals in or near coastal water bodies. The specific hydraulic sorting of bones by size and density during this transport process would have produced the fragmentary, disarticulated character of much Antarctic dinosaur material, with the largest, densest bone elements being transported shortest distances and deposited closest to the source, while smaller, lighter elements were transported further and often not preserved at all. The taphonomic analysis of Antarctic dinosaur material. The systematic assessment of the specific processes that produced the observed pattern of bone types, sizes, and conditions in each formation and locality is an important component of the paleontological interpretation of these specimens and provides essential context for understanding what the available material can and cannot tell us about the biology of the specific animals represented. The discovery of dinosaur nesting sites in polar and high-latitude Cretaceous formations, while not yet documented from Antarctica specifically, provides important comparative evidence for understanding the reproductive biology of polar dinosaurs and the specific challenges of successful reproduction in high-latitude seasonal environments. Dinosaur nesting sites from the Arctic slope of Alaska, the highest latitude dinosaur fauna in the Northern Hemisphere, provide evidence that large-bodied H. adrosaurs and other dinosaurs reproduced successfully at latitudes comparable to or higher than the Antarctic dinosaur localities, implying that these animals had specific reproductive strategies adapted for the seasonal constraints of polar environments. The specific challenges of polar nesting include the limited duration of the warm season, during which eggs can be incubated at temperatures sufficient for embryonic development, the requirement for suitable nesting substrates in an environment where frozen ground could prevent digging of nesting pits, and the energetic demands of extended brooding or guarding behavior during the incubation period in a seasonally resource-limited environment. Whether Antarctic dinosaurs maintained year-round residency in Antarctica, breeding on the continent during the summer and surviving the winter in situ, or whether they were seasonal migrants that visited Antarctica during the productive summer and retreated to lower latitudes for the winter, is one of the most debated questions in Antarctic dinosaur ecology, and one whose resolution would have profound implications for understanding the specific life history, strategies, and physiological capabilities of these polar animals. The evidence for year-round residency, including the diversity and abundance of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna, and the absence of evidence for the specific skeletal modifications associated with long-distance migration capability, is substantial but indirect, and the resolution of the migration versus residency question requires additional evidence that the current Antarctic fossil record does not yet provide. The impact of the Antarctic dinosaur discoveries on museum exhibitions and science communication, and the specific ways in which these fossils have been used to engage the public with the science of paleontology and the history of life on Earth, represents an important dimension of the broader significance of these discoveries beyond their strictly scientific contribution. The dramatic contrast between the modern Antarctic, the coldest, most barren continent on Earth, and the warm, forested, dinosaur-inhabited Antarctic of the Mesozoic is one of the most striking paleontological narratives available, and has been used effectively in museum displays, documentary films, and science education programs to convey the profound changes in Earth's climate and geography across geological time. The specific specimens recovered from Antarctica, Cryolophosaurus with its distinctive crest, Glacialosaurus with its implications for early sauropod evolution, the fragmentary but evocative Peninsular Cretaceous material, have been featured in natural history museum displays in Argentina, the United States, and elsewhere, and have contributed to the public understanding of Antarctic dinosaur biology. The Science Communication Challenge presented by Antarctic Dinosaur Paleontology, conveying to general audiences the specific evidence for warm Mesozoic Antarctic icy climates, the logistics of fieldwork in the most remote and hostile environment on Earth, and the specific biological significance of the fossils recovered, has been addressed through a diverse range of media formats that have progressively improved in their scientific accuracy and visual sophistication as the field has matured and the quality of available specimens and their reconstructions has improved. The sustained public fascination with both Antarctica and dinosaurs, two topics that independently command extraordinary popular attention, means that the combination of the two in Antarctic dinosaur paleontology represents one of the more accessible and engaging subjects available for science communication in the natural history sphere. The specific evolutionary trajectory of the sauropodomorph lineage in the Gondwanan high-latitude environments, from the early prosauropod-like forms of the late Triassic through the early sauropods of the early Jurassic, documented by Glacialosaurus, to the derived titanosaur sauropods of the Cretaceous, documented in the Antarctic Peninsula, formations, represents a continuous history of large-bodied sauropodomorph evolution in the southern hemisphere, high latitudes, that is progressively better documented as additional Antarctic specimens are described. The early sauropodomorphs, whose evolutionary grade encompasses the ancestors of the true sauropods among the prosauropods and basal sauropodomorphs, were capable of both bipedal and quadrupedal locomotion and achieved substantial body sizes in the largest forms, making them significant ecological actors in the Triassic and early Jurassic ecosystems of Gondwana, even before the evolution of the fully quadrupedal sauropod body plan that characterizes the more derived members of the lineage. Glacialosaurus, from the early Jurassic Hansen Formation, represents a key data point in the transition from the basal sauropodomorph grade to the derived sauropod condition, and its phylogenetic position in multiple published analyses, either as a basal sauropod or as a non-sauropod sauropodomorph close to the base of the sauropod lineage, makes it an important specimen for understanding the specific evolutionary sequence through which the sauropod body plan, with its fully quadrupedal locomotion and its specific body proportions adapted for supporting enormous body masses, evolved from the more generalized basal sauropodomorph condition. The derived titanosaur sauropods, documented from the Antarctic Cretaceous, represent the evolutionary endpoint of this lineage in the Gondwanan high latitudes, confirming that the sauropod lineage maintained a continuous presence in the Antarctic environment from the early Jurassic through the end of the Cretaceous, and achieved in the titanosaurs the most derived and most anatomically specialized expression of the sauropod body plan that the evolutionary history of the lineage produced. The biological diversity of the Antarctic Cretaceous terrestrial ecosystem, assessed from the combined invertebrate, plant, and vertebrate fossil record of the relevant formations, reveals a community of considerable ecological complexity and taxonomic richness that contrasts dramatically with the impoverished modern Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem and confirms that the warm Cretaceous polar environment was capable of sustaining the full range of ecological guilds that characterize productive, temperate, and tropical terrestrial ecosystems. The invertebrate fauna of the Antarctic Cretaceous, documented from insect fossils, freshwater bivalves, terrestrial gastropods, and various other invertebrate groups in Antarctic continental formations, confirms the presence of a diverse invertebrate community that would have provided food resources for the small insectivorous vertebrates, early mammals, lizards, and small dinosaurs. Documented or inferred from the Antarctic Cretaceous vertebrate record. The specific composition of the insect fauna, assessed from the limited insect fossil material available from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, is broadly consistent with the composition of Cretaceous insect faunas from other Gondwanan landmasses, confirming that the Antarctic insect community was connected to the broader Gondwanan insect fauna through the land connections that persisted between Antarctica and other Gondwanan landmasses during the Cretaceous. The combination of diverse invertebrate fauna, productive plant community, and diverse vertebrate fauna in the Antarctic Cretaceous presents a coherent picture of a fully functional, temperate to warm, polar terrestrial ecosystem whose specific ecological structure was maintained by the same fundamental ecological processes: primary production, herbivory, predation, decomposition, nutrient cycling, that structure modern terrestrial ecosystems, operating in the specific environmental context of the warm polar Cretaceous climate. The specific comparison between the Antarctic dinosaur fauna and the contemporaneous dinosaur faunas of southern South America, documented from the rich Argentine Cretaceous record that includes diverse titanosaur sauropods, abelosaurid theropods, and various ornithischians, provides the most direct biogeographic test of the expected faunal exchange between Antarctica and the nearest and most persistently connected Gondwanan landmass. The Argentine Cretaceous dinosaur fauna is the most completely documented of any Gondwanan Cretaceous dinosaur fauna, with dozens of named genera from multiple formations spanning the full Cretaceous from Albian to Maastrichtian, and the specific genera and families documented in Argentina provide the comparison standard against which the Antarctic material can be evaluated for biogeographic affinity. The fragmentary nature of most Antarctic dinosaur material makes direct genus-level comparison with Argentine forms difficult in most cases, because genus-level identifications require specific morphological feature res that are often absent in the incomplete specimens available from Antarctic localities. However, the family-level and higher-level phylogenetic affiliations that can be assessed from even fragmentary material. Whether Antarctic titanosaur material belongs to families well represented in Argentina, whether Antarctic theropod teeth match the morphology of Argentine abelisaurids or other theropod families, provide a more robust basis for assessing the biogeographic connection between the two faunas. The available evidence, assembled from the published descriptions of Antarctic dinosaur material over the past 3 decades, is broadly consistent with a strong faunal connection between the Antarctic and South American Cretaceous dinosaur faunas, as expected from the documented geological history of the South America-Antarctica land connection. But the resolution of specific phylogenetic relationships at the genus and species level requires more complete Antarctic material than the current collections provide. The role of volcanic activity in the geological history of the Antarctic Peninsula region and the specific ways in which Cretaceous volcanism influenced both the sedimentary record of this region and the specific paleo-environmental conditions experienced by the dinosaurs that inhabited the Antarctic Peninsula during the Patig Cretaceous represents an important geological context for understanding the specific environmental history of the most productive Antarctic dinosaur province. The Antarctic Peninsula was geologically active during the Cretaceous, with subduction of the Pacific oceanic plates beneath the Pacific margin of Antarctica, driving arc volcanism that produced a chain of volcanic centers along the peninsula analogous to the modern Andean volcanic chain of South America. The volcanic ash deposits interstratified with the dinosaur-bearing sediments of the Antarctic Peninsula formations, including the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, provide important chronological constraints through radiometric dating of the zircons in these ash beds and have been used by researchers to establish more precise age estimates for the specific stratigraphic intervals that contain the most important Antarctic dinosaur material. The specific environmental impact of volcanic activity on the Antarctic Cretaceous terrestrial ecosystem, the potential for volcanic ashfall to disrupt vegetation cover and reduce food availability for herbivorous dinosaurs, the acid rain effects of volcanic sulfur dioxide emissions, and the potential for more extreme events like pyroclastic flows or lava effusions to locally eliminate vertebrate populations, represents an environmental perturbation that would have episodically challenged the Antarctic dinosaur community, in addition to the regular seasonal challenges of the polar light cycle. Whether specific volcanic events are recorded in the stratigraphic record as intervals of reduced vertebrate diversity or altered community composition, analogous to the ecological effects of documented volcanic events in the geological record of other regions, is a research question that systematic biostratigraphic analysis of the Antarctic Peninsula formation vertebrate faunas could potentially address as the collections from these formations become more complete. The specific contribution of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology to the understanding of how the major dinosaurian lineages dispersed across the fragmenting Gondwanan supercontinent during the late Jurassic and Cretaceous is one of the most scientifically productive dimensions of Antarctic dinosaur research. Because Antarctica's geographic position at the center of Gondwana means that land connections between Antarctica and other Gondwanan landmasses directly controlled the routes through which dinosaurs could move between South America, Africa, Madagascar, India, Australia, and New Zealand. The specific timing of the separation between Antarctica and the other Gondwanan landmasses, assessed from the plate tectonic record of seafloor spreading and from the geological evidence for the severing of specific land connections, provides a set of dispersal constraints that Antarctic dinosaur occurrence data can test. If a specific dinosaur lineage appears in Antarctica after the geological separation of Antarctica from a specific other landmass, that lineage cannot have reached Antarctica overland from that source, requiring an alternative source or an earlier dispersal event. If a specific lineage appears in Antarctica before the geological separation from a specific landmass, overland dispersal from that source is possible, and the phylogenetic relationship between the Antarctic form and the potential source region forms can be assessed to evaluate whether the dispersal direction was from the other landmass to Antarctica or from Antarctica to the other landmass. This biogeographic test framework, applied to the specific Antarctic dinosaur genera whose geological ages and phylogenetic positions are sufficiently well constrained to be informative, is progressively producing specific constraints on the routes and timing of dinosaurian dispersal across Gondwana that contribute to the broader understanding of how dinosaur faunas in different parts of the southern hemisphere became differentiated from each other during the progressive fragmentation of the Gondwanan supercontinent across the Jurassic and Cretaceous. The specific bone microstructure of Cryolophosaurus, examined in thin sections of the limb bones from the Hansen Formation specimens, provides direct histological evidence for the growth rate and metabolic physiology of this early Jurassic Antarctic theropod. and allows the most quantitatively grounded assessment of Cryolophosaurus physiology available from any line of life. Evidence. Published bone histological analyses of Cryolophosaurus material have identified the primary bone tissue as fibrolamellar bone, the rapidly deposited, highly vascularized bone associated with high growth rates and high metabolic rates in both modern endotherms and in non-avian dinosaurs generally, confirming that this Antarctic theropod grew rapidly and maintained a high metabolic rate throughout its growth period in a manner consistent with endothermic physiology, the growth lines. Cyclical marks of arrested growth deposited annually in response to seasonal changes in growth rate, visible in some Cryolophosaurus bone sections, allow estimation of the age of the individual specimens at death and provide evidence for the specific seasonal pattern of growth rate variation in this polar theropod. The specific spacing and density of growth marks in Cryolophosaurus bone sections compared with those of theropods from lower latitude contemporary formations could in principle reveal whether the high-latitude Antarctic environment drove any specific modification of the growth strategy of this species relative to its lower-latitude relatives, such as compressed periods of rapid growth during the summer season, followed by more pronounced growth mark deposition during the winter, or whether the growth strategy was broadly comparable to that of theropods from environments without the extreme polar seasonality of the Antarctic. The resolution of this question from the available Cryolophosaurus histological data is constrained by the number and preservation quality of the specimens available for histological sectioning, but the progressive accumulation of histological data from multiple Antarctic dinosaur specimens holds the potential to address this question with increasing statistical confidence as the Antarctic collections grow. The specific impact of the end-Triassic mass extinction, approximately 201 million years ago, on the Antarctic vertebrate fauna and on the subsequent recovery ecology of the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem, provides an important perspective on the resilience of Antarctic ecosystems to major perturbations, and on the specific role that the high-latitude Antarctic environment played in the recovery and subsequent diversification of terrestrial vertebrates following this significant extinction event. The end-Triassic extinction eliminated a large proportion of terrestrial vertebrate species globally, including most of the large non-dinosaurian archosaurs and many of the advanced non-mammalian synapsids that had been dominant components of the Triassic terrestrial fauna, and opened the ecological space in which the dinosaur lineage subsequently diversified into the dominant terrestrial vertebrates of the Jurassic and Cretaceous. The specific recovery ecology of the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem following the end-Triassic extinction is poorly documented due to the limited fossil record available from the Antarctic end-Triassic and earliest Jurassic, but the early Jurassic Hansen Formation fauna of the Transantarctic Mountains, deposited approximately 15 to 20 million years after the end-Triassic extinction, documents a dinosaur-dominated community in which Cryolophosaurus and Glacialosaurus are already well-established members, confirming that the dinosaur diversification that characterized the global post-extinction recovery had reached the high-latitude Antarctic environment within the first 20 million years of the Jurassic. The specific ecological context of this early Jurassic Antarctic recovery fauna, the prey available to a large theropod like Cryolophosaurus, the plant communities that supported the prosauropod herbivore Glacialosaurus, and the full community of smaller vertebrates that occupied the ecological roles not represented by the larger forms, is progressively being reconstructed from the Hansen Formation fossil record and from comparison with the better documented early Jurassic faunas of other Gondwanan landmasses. The significance of the Hansen Formation as one of the most scientifically important Antarctic geological formations, is grounded in its specific geological age. The early Jurassic, approximately 183 to 190 million years ago, which places it at one of the most critical intervals in the evolutionary history of terrestrial vertebrates. The period of rapid dinosaurian diversification that followed the end Triassic mass extinction, and that established the major dinosaurian lineages that would dominate terrestrial ecosystems for the subsequent 140 million years. The Hansen Formation is exposed in the central Transantarctic Mountains, primarily in the Queen Alexandra Range, near the Beardmore Glacier, at elevations of approximately 4,000 meters above sea level, making it one of the most physically challenging paleontological localities in the world to access and work. The specific sedimentary environment of the Hansen Formation, a continental fluvial and floodplain system with occasional lacustrine intervals, has preserved a relatively diverse vertebrate fauna, including not only the well-known Cryolophosaurus and Glacialosaurus, but also smaller theropods, prosauropods, and various other vertebrates that collectively document the full range of ecological guilds present in the early Jurassic Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem. The geological correlatives of the Hansen Formation in South Africa, the Elliott Formation and Clarence Formation, are among the richest early Jurassic dinosaur-bearing formations in the world and provide a rich comparative framework for interpreting the Antarctic material, confirming both the expected similarity of the Antarctic and South African early Jurassic faunas based on their contemporaneity and the persistence of land connections between these two Gondwanan landmasses at the time of deposition. The systematic exploration and collection of the Hansen Formation fauna, limited by the extreme remoteness of the locality and the compressed Antarctic summer field season available for work there, is one of the most logistically challenging and potentially most scientifically rewarding ongoing research programs in Antarctic paleontology. The broader context of Antarctic science, within which dinosaur paleontology is conducted, places the paleontological research described in this documentary within a much larger scientific enterprise involving atmospheric science, glaciology, oceanography, biology, geology, and geophysics that collectively makes Antarctica one of the most intensively studied natural environments on Earth, despite its remoteness and extreme climate. The infrastructure that supports Antarctic science, the permanent research stations of multiple nations, the ships and aircraft that provide logistical access to the continent, the satellite communications and data transmission systems that connect Antarctic researchers to their home institutions and to the global scientific community, also supports Antarctic paleontological research by providing the base camps, transportation, and emergency response capability that make extended paleontological fieldwork in Antarctica feasible. The scientific synergies between paleontological research and other Antarctic science programs are genuine and productive. The climate records extracted from Antarctic ice cores provide context for understanding Cenozoic and Quaternary environmental changes relevant to the interpretation of the paleontological record. The oceanographic research programs that characterize the current and historical state of the Southern Ocean provide context for interpreting the marine fossil record of Antarctic formations, and the glaciological research that maps the distribution and thickness of the Antarctic ice sheet provides constraints on the extent of ice-buried rock that might contain additional fossil material inaccessible to current surface collection. Methods. The interdisciplinary character of Antarctic science and the specific ways in which different scientific disciplines contribute to each other's understanding of the Antarctic environment across all time scales makes Antarctic paleontological research both a beneficiary of the broader Antarctic science enterprise and a contributor to the paleoclimate and paleo-environmental understanding that other Antarctic science programs draw upon. The 100 facts assembled in this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica represent a complete account of the scientific knowledge of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology as it stands in the current literature, spanning the geological history of the continent from the Triassic through the Cretaceous, the specific dinosaur genera documented from Antarctic formations, the paleoclimate and paleoecological context in which these animals lived, the logistics and methods of Antarctic paleontological fieldwork, and the broader scientific significance of the Antarctic dinosaur record for understanding Gondwanan biogeography, dinosaurian thermoregulation, polar ecology, and the evolutionary history of the major dinosaurian lineages. The warm, forested Antarctica of the Mesozoic, the continent that supported diverse dinosaurian communities at the highest southern latitudes of the ancient world, is recoverable from the evidence in its exposed rock outcrops through the patient application of the full range of scientific methods that modern paleontology commands. The specific specimens that document this ancient world: Cryolophosaurus in the Transantarctic Mountains, Glacialosaurus in the same formation, Trinisaura on James Ross Island, the diverse fragmentary material from the Antarctic Peninsula Cretaceous formations, are the physical anchors of the scientific understanding presented in this documentary, each recovered at enormous logistical effort by the dedicated researchers who have made Antarctic dinosaur paleontology one of the more remarkable chapters in the history of vertebrate paleontological science. 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica, 100 connections between the frozen continent of the present and the warm, living, dinosaur-inhabited world of the deep Mesozoic past that the geological record has preserved in the rock beneath the ice. The discovery of multiple theropod tooth morphotypes in the Cretaceous formations of the Antarctic Peninsula, indicating the presence of several different theropod species in the Antarctic late Cretaceous ecosystem, provides evidence for the ecological diversity of the predatory dinosaur guild in this polar environment and suggests a more complex theropod community than the limited body fossil record alone would indicate. Theropod teeth are among the most informative isolated fossils available for assessing theropod faunal diversity in localities where complete skeletal material is absent, because the specific morphological features of theropod teeth, the curvature of the crown, the cross-sectional shape of the blade, the density and size of the serrations along the carinae, and the specific proportions of the tooth crown, vary systematically between different theropod lineages and can be used to identify the presence of different lineages, even from isolated teeth. The Antarctic Peninsula theropod tooth assemblage, while not yet systematically described with the morphometric rigor that modern isolated tooth taxonomy demands, includes teeth of multiple size classes and morphological types that suggest the presence of both small and medium-sized theropods in the latest Cretaceous Antarctic ecosystem, consistent with the ecological expectation that a diverse herbivore community would be exploited by a guild of theropod predators spanning multiple body size categories. The specific identification of particular theropod tooth morphotypes with specific theropod families, whether any Antarctic Peninsula teeth show the characteristic blade morphology of abelosaurid theropods, the compressed and finely serrated teeth of coelurosaurs, or the more robust teeth of more basal large theropods, is a research question whose systematic treatment from the available collections holds the potential to significantly advance understanding of the theropod faunal composition of the latest Cretaceous Antarctic and of the specific predator-prey relationships that structured the Antarctic dinosaurian community in the final chapter of the Mesozoic. The presence of the hadrosaur lineage in the Antarctic Cretaceous, inferred from isolated teeth and fragmentary postcranial material that has been tentatively attributed to this group in some published analyses, would be among the most significant biogeographic findings from the Antarctic dinosaur record, if confirmed by more complete material, because hadrosaurs are primarily known as a Northern Hemisphere group with their greatest diversity in North America and Asia, and with only limited evidence for their presence in Gondwana. If hadrosaur-like material from the Antarctic Cretaceous were confirmed as representing a genuine hadrosaur rather than a basal ornithopod with superficially similar tooth and bone morphology, the geographic implications would include the requirement for a dispersal route from the Northern Hemisphere to Gondwana through the specific land connections that existed between Laurasia and Gondwana during the relevant geological interval. The specific land connections between the northern and southern supercontinents during the latest Cretaceous, mediated by the European and North African landmasses and by various island chains and shallow marine corridors, are the subject of ongoing geological and biogeographic research that the Antarctic hadrosaur question would directly inform. The cautious interpretation of the available Antarctic material, recognizing the difficulty of distinguishing hadrosaur from basal ornithopod features in fragmentary specimens, is the appropriate scientific response to the current state of evidence, and the confirmation or rejection of a hadrosaur presence in Antarctica awaits the recovery of more complete and more diagnostic material from Antarctic Cretaceous formations that could definitively resolve the question from the specific morphological evidence of better preserved specimens. The specific thermal insulation strategies available to Antarctic dinosaurs for managing body temperature in the cold Antarctic winter, and the evidence available from the fossil record for the presence of specific insulating structures in Antarctic dinosaur species, is one of the more interesting speculative topics in Antarctic dinosaur biology. Modern endothermic animals in high-latitude environments maintain body temperature through a combination of metabolic heat production and thermal insulation that reduces heat loss from the body surface and the specific insulating structures, fur in mammals, feathers in birds, that accomplish this insulation are among the most important adaptations for cold climate endothermy. The evidence for feathers and proto-feathers charperi and theropod dinosaurs, accumulated from the extraordinary fossil record of feathered theropods from the Jurassic and Cretaceous of China, has established that feather-like integumentary structures were present in at least some theropod lineages, and that these structures could plausibly have provided thermal insulation in addition to any display or flight functions they may have served. Whether the specific Antarctic theropods documented from the Hansen Formation and the Antarctic Peninsula Cretaceous formations possessed feathery or filamentous integumentary structures that would have provided thermal insulation for polar winter survival is a question that the current fossil record cannot directly answer, because the preservation conditions of Antarctic dinosaur fossils have not allowed the exceptional soft tissue preservation that has documented feathers in Chinese theropod specimens. The phylogenetic inference that theropods closely related to the ancestors of birds possessed feather-like structures, combined with the ecological logic that thermal insulation would have been particularly advantageous for high-latitude polar animals, makes the inference of some form of insulating integument in Antarctic theropods biologically plausible, even in the absence of direct evidence from Antarctic specimens themselves. The geological mapping of the sub-ice bedrock topography of Antarctica, progressively refined through airborne ice-penetrating radar surveys conducted over the past several decades, reveals the specific distribution of sedimentary basins and geological formations beneath the Antarctic ice sheet that might contain additional dinosaur-bearing Mesozoic strata beyond those exposed in the ice-free outcrops. Currently accessible to paleontological investigation, the radar surveys, conducted as part of programs like BedMap and subsequent campaigns that have produced increasingly detailed maps of the subice geology of Antarctica, show that the Antarctic continent conceals beneath its ice sheet a complex landscape of mountain ranges, deep basins, and extensive sedimentary formations, whose specific geological content is largely unknown due to the impossibility of direct access through 2 kilometers of overlying ice. The West Antarctic Rift System, a major geological structure beneath the West Antarctic ice sheet, has been interpreted from geophysical data as a sedimentary basin that may contain Mesozoic sedimentary formations comparable in age and depositional environment to the dinosaur-bearing formations exposed at the Antarctic Peninsula, potentially preserving an enormous fossil resource that current technology cannot access. The specific potential of sub-ice Antarctic formations for containing dinosaur and other vertebrate fossil material is therefore real and substantial, but the technological capability to investigate this resource without destructive ice sheet removal does not currently exist and will require the development of new subsurface investigation methods before this potential can be systematically evaluated. The long-term scientific promise of sub-ice Antarctic paleontology, the discipline that will eventually recover fossils from the buried geological record of the continent, is one of the more exciting frontiers of future paleontological discovery, and the preliminary geological characterization of the sub-ice terrain provided by existing geophysical surveys is the first step toward identifying the most promising targets for this future investigation. The role of Antarctica in the dispersal of dinosaurs between the northern and southern hemispheres, specifically whether the Antarctic landmass served as a corridor for faunal exchange between Laurasian and Gondwanan dinosaur communities during the Cretaceous, is a biogeographic question with important implications for understanding how specific dinosaur lineages achieved global distribution. During the early and middle Cretaceous, the geographic barrier between Laurasia and Gondwana was reduced in some regions by island chains and shallow marine corridors that may have allowed dispersal of terrestrial animals between the supercontinents, and the specific role of the European North African region as a potential dispersal corridor between Laurasian and Gondwanan faunas has been extensively discussed in the biogeographic literature. An alternative or complementary dispersal route through Antarctica and the Drake Passage region from South America to the Gondwanan landmasses would have required land connections that plate tectonic reconstructions suggest were present during the early Cretaceous, but that became more restricted as the opening of the South Atlantic separated South America and Africa. Whether specific dinosaur lineages that appear in both Laurasia and Gondwana used the Antarctic corridor for their intercontinental dispersal, or whether the European North African route was the primary pathway for north-south dinosaur exchange, is a biogeographic hypothesis that the specific phylogenetic relationships of Antarctic dinosaur material to both Laurasian and Gondwanan relatives could potentially test if the Antarctic material was sufficiently complete and phylogenetically informative to produce confident genus-level identifications. The Antarctic position as the geographic node connecting the different Gondwanan landmasses to each other and potentially to the northern hemisphere through specific tectonic configurations makes the Antarctic dinosaur record uniquely positioned to contribute to the resolution of this biogeographic question as the collections from Antarctic formations become more complete. The chemical composition of the Cretaceous Antarctic atmosphere, and specifically the concentration of atmospheric carbon dioxide during the periods when dinosaurs inhabited the Antarctic, is directly relevant to the paleoclimate of the continent, because carbon dioxide is the primary driver of the greenhouse warming that maintained warm polar temperatures during the Mesozoic. Estimates of Cretaceous atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations derived from multiple independent proxy methods, including the carbon isotope composition of paleosols and organic matter, the boron isotope composition of marine carbonates, and the stomatal density of fossil leaves, converge on values approximately 4 to 8 times the pre-industrial concentration of 280 parts per million, equivalent to concentrations of approximately 1,000 to 2,000 parts per million. These elevated carbon dioxide concentrations maintained a global greenhouse effect that warmed the entire planet relative to the modern, with the polar amplification of warming. The tendency for high latitudes to warm more than the global mean in response to greenhouse forcing, particularly important for producing the warm Antarctic conditions that allowed dinosaurs to inhabit the polar continent. The specific mechanism of polar amplification in the Cretaceous Antarctic involves both the direct greenhouse warming from elevated carbon dioxide and the indirect feedbacks from reduced sea ice and snow cover, changes in ocean heat transport, and possibly changes in atmospheric water vapor and cloud properties that together amplified the warming at high latitudes beyond what the greenhouse effect alone would produce. The quantitative reconstruction of these Cretaceous climate mechanisms, pursued through the combination of geological proxy data and climate model simulation, is the scientific foundation for understanding the specific warmth of the ancient Antarctic that made dinosaur habitation of this polar continent possible. The fossil record of the Antarctic Triassic, while less rich in dinosaur material than the Jurassic and Cretaceous formations, provides important evidence for the composition of the Antarctic vertebrate community during the Triassic period that predates the major dinosaurian radiation and that illuminates the ecological context in which the earliest Antarctic dinosaurs lived. The Fremau Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, deposited during the Middle and Late Triassic, has produced a diverse fauna of non-mammalian synapsids, including cynodonts of various ecological types, herbivorous, carnivorous, and omnivorous, that were the dominant large terrestrial vertebrates of the Triassic before the diversification of the dinosaurian lineage substantially altered the composition of terrestrial vertebrate communities. The cynodont fauna of the Antarctic Triassic, including genera related to forms well known from South Africa and other Gondwanan landmasses, confirms the faunal connection between Antarctica and other Gondwanan regions during the Triassic, and documents the specific ecological community that was being transformed by the gradual diversification and ecological expansion of the Triassic. Dinosaurian lineage across the Triassic. The rhynchosaurs, herbivorous archosaurs that were among the most abundant Triassic terrestrial vertebrates in Gondwana, are documented from Antarctic Triassic formations and add to the picture of the diverse non-dinosaurian fauna that characterized the earliest phases of Antarctic Mesozoic vertebrate history. The progressive replacement of this diverse Triassic non-dinosaurian fauna by the more dinosaur-dominated communities of the Jurassic and Cretaceous, driven by the competitive displacement and extinction of Triassic non-dinosaurian groups in the aftermath of the end Triassic mass extinction, is a global ecological change whose Antarctic expression is progressively being documented as the Triassic and early Jurassic formations of the Transantarctic Mountains are more systematically investigated. The acoustic ecology of the ancient Antarctic, the sounds that dinosaurs would have produced and detected in the warm Cretaceous polar forest, provides an evocative perspective on the sensory world of these animals that the fossil record addresses only very indirectly through the inference of vocal apparatus anatomy, from skeletal material, and through the phylogenetic comparison, with modern archosaurs whose vocal biology is well studied. Modern birds and crocodilians, the two living archosaur lineages that bracket the non-avian dinosaurs phylogenetically, both produce vocalizations through laryngeal or syringeal structures, with crocodilians producing relatively simple low-frequency growls and roars, and birds producing the extraordinary diversity of songs, calls, and vocalizations that characterize the most vocal vertebrate group on Earth. The inference that non-avian dinosaurs produced vocalizations through laryngeal structures comparable to those of crocodilians is broadly accepted in the paleontological community, suggesting that the Antarctic Cretaceous forest would have been filled with the low-frequency vocalizations of multiple dinosaur species during the breeding season and potentially during other periods of social interaction throughout the year. The specific acoustic properties of the Cretaceous Antarctic forest, the sound absorption and transmission characteristics of the dense conifer and flowering plant vegetation, the specific distances over which dinosaur vocalizations would have propagated, and the specific frequency composition of the soundscape in an environment dominated by large-bodied vocalizing vertebrates, are aspects of the ancient Antarctic world that science can approach through acoustic modeling of the inferred vegetation structure and the inferred vocal frequency range of large-bodied archosaurs. The paleoacoustic reconstruction of the ancient Antarctic, while speculative in its specific details, is grounded in the genuine biological inference of archosaurian vocalization from phylogenetic comparison and in the physical acoustics of sound propagation in forested environments. The relationship between the body size distributions of Antarctic dinosaurs and those of dinosaur communities from lower latitude Gondwanan localities provides a test of whether high-latitude polar environments influenced the specific body sizes favored by natural selection in dinosaurian herbivores and predators. Bergmann's rule. The ecological generalization that warm-blooded animals tend to be larger at higher latitudes within a species or between related species reflects the metabolic advantage of larger body size in cold environments, where the reduced surface-to-volume ratio of a larger body reduces heat loss per unit metabolic heat production. If Antarctic dinosaurs showed systematically larger body sizes than related species from lower latitude Gondwanan environments, this pattern would be consistent with a Bergmann's rule effect operating in the dinosaurian lineage in response to the thermal demands of polar habitation. The available data on Antarctic dinosaur body sizes, the large theropod Cryolophosaurus, the substantial sauropodomorph Glacialosaurus, and the various Cretaceous ornithopods and sauropods from the peninsular formations, are consistent with body sizes in the moderate to large range for their respective dinosaurian groups, but the sample is too small, and the comparison fauna too incompletely characterized for a rigorous statistical test of the Bergmann's rule hypothesis in Antarctic dinosaurs. The future accumulation of more complete body size data from both Antarctic specimens and their lower latitude contemporaries, combined with improved phylogenetic frameworks that allow the appropriate control for phylogenetic relatedness in interspecific body size comparisons, holds the potential to test the Bergmann's rule hypothesis for Antarctic dinosaurs more rigorously and to contribute to the broader understanding of the factors controlling body size evolution in non-avian dinosaurs. The intellectual journey through the 100 facts of this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica encompasses the full span of our current scientific understanding of one of the most remarkable paleontological stories available from the geological record of any continent on Earth. From the initial question of how dinosaurs could have inhabited the frozen continent, through the geological history that reveals Antarctica as once a warm, forested, biologically productive part of Gondwana, through the specific dinosaur genera whose bones have been recovered from Antarctic rock outcrops at extraordinary logistical effort, through the paleoclimate reconstruction of the warm, ancient Antarctic environment, through the specific biological questions about polar physiology and biogeography that Antarctic dinosaur fossils have raised and partially answered, to the future prospects for new discoveries and new analytical approaches that will progressively deepen the scientific understanding of this extraordinary chapter in dinosaurian evolutionary history. The story of Antarctic dinosaurs is a story of scientific achievement, biological wonder, and the deep geological past of a continent whose current frozen state conceals one of the richest and most scientifically significant Mesozoic landscapes that the history of life has left behind. The dinosaurs of Antarctica are real, specific, and progressively knowable from the evidence that the rock of the southernmost continent preserves in the exposed outcrops that decades of dedicated paleontological fieldwork have investigated and will continue to investigate in the coming decades of Antarctic science. 100 facts. The warm world beneath the ice, the bones of the polar dinosaurs, waiting in the rock for the scientists who will find them. The geological history of glaciation in Antarctica and the specific sequence of events through the Cenozoic that progressively buried the continent's Mesozoic fossil resources under the current ice sheet provides the essential context for understanding why the Antarctic dinosaur record is so fragmentary relative to the records of comparable continental areas in South America, Africa, and Asia, where Cretaceous sediments are extensively exposed. The Eocene-Oligocene transition, approximately 34 million years ago, marks the onset of significant Antarctic glaciation following the establishment of thermally isolating circumpolar ocean circulation and the subsequent progressive expansion of the Antarctic ice sheet through the Oligocene and Miocene progressively covered the sedimentary formations that had been exposed at the surface since the end of the Cretaceous. The ice sheet, growing to its current dimensions of approximately 26 million cubic kilometers of ice, buried essentially all of the continental interior and covered the Mesozoic sedimentary formations that had previously been exposed and accessible, the specific areas where Antarctic Mesozoic rock is currently exposed. The Antarctic Peninsula, the Transantarctic Mountains, the Ellsworth Mountains, and scattered other nunataks and mountain ranges protruding above the ice sheet, represent the small fraction of the continent where tectonic uplift, glacial erosion of the overlying ice, and coastal weathering have maintained rock exposure above the ice sheet surface. The progressive retreat of the Antarctic ice sheet margins in response to current climate warming is exposing additional rock outcrops at the ice sheet margins that were previously covered, potentially providing access to new Mesozoic geological formations and new paleontological resources that were not available to earlier Antarctic field programs. The monitoring of newly exposed rock surfaces at the retreating ice margins is therefore a scientifically valuable activity that has the potential to identify new fossil localities as the current climate change progressively modifies the accessibility of Antarctic geological resources. The legacy of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology for the broader public understanding of deep geological time and the history of life on Earth is one that has been built through the sustained communication of these scientific discoveries in popular science books, documentary films, museum exhibitions, and educational programs that have brought the remarkable story of polar dinosaurs to audiences far beyond the specialist paleontological community. The specific power of the Antarctic dinosaur story for public engagement lies in the dramatic contrast between the modern Antarctic environment and the ancient polar ecosystem it conceals. A contrast that is simultaneously visually striking, scientifically important, and philosophically profound, because it demonstrates the deep geological mutability of environments that appear fixed and permanent on human timescales. The modern visitor to Antarctica, confronted by the endless white expanse of the ice sheet and the apparent lifelessness of the interior, might be astonished to learn that the rock beneath their feet once supported dinosaurs living in a warm forest, that the continent, whose present defines the extreme of cold and barrenness, was once a productive ecosystem capable of sustaining some of the largest animals that ever lived on land. This astonishment, the specific cognitive surprise of confronting the deep contrast between the present and the geological past, is the emotional and intellectual core of the Antarctic dinosaur story's power to engage public curiosity, and the sustained communication of this story through diverse media formats has been one of the more successful achievements of Antarctic paleontological science in its engagement with the non-specialist audience. The science behind the story. The geological evidence for former warm Antarctic climates. The specific fossils that document the former dinosaurian inhabitants of the continent. The paleoclimate models that reconstruct the specific environmental conditions of the ancient Antarctic, gives the popular narrative of Antarctic dinosaurs its factual foundation, and ensures that the public fascination it generates is directed toward genuinely scientific content rather than unsubstantiated speculation. The closing 100 words of this documentary bring the scientific journey through the deep paleontological past of Antarctica to its conclusion, with the simple recognition of what this record reveals. Antarctica was once warm. It was once forested. Dinosaurs walked through those forests, hunted in them, grew and reproduced, and died in them across more than 150 million years of the warm Mesozoic. Their bones are in the rock of the exposed outcrops that jut above the ice in the peninsula and the transantarctic mountains. The science that recovers those bones is the science of extraordinary patience, extraordinary logistics, and extraordinary commitment to understanding the deep past of the planet. 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica. The ice preserves the rock preserves the bones preserve the story is real. The specific sea chemistry of the ancient Antarctic soils, preserved as paleosols in Mesozoic continental formations, and the specific geochemical signals that these ancient soils carry about the climate and vegetation of the periods when they formed, provide a terrestrial complement to the marine geochemical proxies for Cretaceous Antarctic climate, and help bridge the gap between the marine temperature record and the terrestrial temperature environment experienced by land-dwelling dinosaurs, paleosols. Ancient soils preserved in the geological record record the specific climate conditions of their formation through the specific mineral assemblages produced by chemical weathering, the specific carbon and oxygen isotope compositions of soil carbonates and organic matter, and the specific biological features, including plant root traces and burrow structures that document the biological activity in the soil during the period of soil formation. The specific mineral assemblages of Antarctic Mesozoic paleosols, dominated by clay minerals that form through chemical weathering under warm, humid conditions rather than the frost-weathering-dominated processes of the modern Antarctic, are consistent with the warm, wet climate inferred for the Mesozoic Antarctic from other proxy evidence, and confirm that chemical weathering was the dominant soil-forming process throughout the intervals when Antarctic paleosols are preserved. The carbon isotope composition of organic matter preserved in Antarctic Mesozoic paleosols records the specific carbon isotope signature of the plant communities that contributed organic material to the soil, allowing the identification of the photosynthetic pathways used by the dominant plants of the ancient Antarctic vegetation. The integration of paleosol evidence with the paleobotanical evidence from fossil leaves and wood, and the geochemical evidence from marine carbonates, progressively builds the most complete and most internally consistent reconstruction of the ancient Antarctic climate and environment that the available evidence allows, providing the specific quantitative environmental context within which the biology and ecology of Antarctic dinosaurs can be most rigorously assessed. The specific discovery of Wulong bohaiensis, a small feathered dinosaur from the early Cretaceous of China, published in 2020, while geographically remote from Antarctica, is directly relevant to the Antarctic dinosaur story because it exemplifies the extraordinary state of preservation that is possible for small feathered theropods in exceptionally preserved Lagerstätten deposits and illustrates the contrast between the preservation quality achievable in optimal sedimentary settings and the fragmentary preservation typical of Antarctic dinosaur material. The discussion of Wulong in the Antarctic context is not about the specimen itself, but about what its extraordinary preservation, feathers, soft tissue outlines, color-bearing, melanosomes, reveals about the biology of small theropods that almost certainly had analogues in the Antarctic Cretaceous ecosystem, and about the biological information that the Antarctic fossil record would contain if exceptional preservation conditions, analogous to those of the Chinese Cretaceous Lagerstätten, existed in Antarctic formations. The warm polar forests of the Antarctic Cretaceous certainly harbored small feathered theropods comparable to the Microraptorans and other small feathered dinosaurs documented from the Chinese Cretaceous, and the ecological roles of these small predators and omnivores in the Antarctic ecosystem would have been important components of the full community structure that the fragmentary larger body element record of Antarctic formations can only partially document. The anticipation of future discoveries that will reveal these smaller, more completely preserved elements of the Antarctic Cretaceous vertebrate community through the identification of exceptional preservation localities in Antarctic formations that have not yet been discovered, is one of the enduring motivations of Antarctic paleontological research, and the continued systematic survey of Antarctic Mesozoic formations is the most direct path toward the kinds of exceptional preservation discoveries that would most dramatically advance the detailed understanding of the Antarctic Cretaceous ecosystem, the comparative ecology of modern high-latitude terrestrial ecosystems, the boreal forests and tundra of the Arctic region, with their specific community compositions, seasonal productivity patterns, and animal communities, provides the closest living analogy for understanding the specific ecological dynamics of the warm Cretaceous Antarctic ecosystem, even acknowledging the substantial differences in vegetation composition, animal community taxonomy, and specific climate parameters between the modern Arctic and the ancient Antarctic. The specific ways in which modern large herbivores manage the polar winter food limitation, the seasonal migration of caribou across thousands of kilometers, the fat storage and metabolic slowdown of moose and other large boreal ungulates during the lean winter months, the dietary switching between summer plant material and winter woody browse that characterizes many boreal herbivores, provide a biological reference framework for thinking about the strategies available to Antarctic herbivorous dinosaurs for managing the equivalent seasonal resource limitation of the Cretaceous polar winter. The predator-prey dynamics of modern boreal ecosystems, including the specific hunting strategies employed by wolves and other large predators in deep snow conditions and during periods of prey concentration in wintering areas. Similarly, provide a biological reference for thinking about the specific predatory ecology of Antarctic theropods during the winter months, when herbivore behavior would have been modified by the resource limitation of the polar dark sea. The specific differences between the modern Arctic and the Cretaceous Antarctic that most significantly complicate this ecological analogy include the absence of permanent ice in the ancient Antarctic, the dominance of conifers and other gymnosperms rather than the angiosperms that characterize modern boreal forests, the taxonomic identity of the herbivores and predators, and the much larger body sizes typical of Mesozoic terrestrial vertebrates relative to their modern boreal equivalents. These differences constrain the specific inferences that can be drawn from the modern boreal analogy, but the general ecological principles that govern high-latitude seasonal ecosystems, energy limitation in winter, high productivity in summer, behavioral and physiological strategies for managing the seasonal energy cycle, are applicable across the taxonomic and temporal differences between the modern and ancient polar ecosystems. The specific research program of the Argentine Antarctic Institute in Antarctic Dinosaur Paleontology, sustained across several decades since the initial discovery of the first confirmed Antarctic dinosaur in 1986, represents one of the most substantial and most productive national commitments to Antarctic vertebrate paleontology, and has been responsible for the majority of the Antarctic dinosaur specimens described in the published literature. The sustained Argentine investment in Antarctic paleontological research reflects both the geographic proximity of Argentina to the Antarctic Peninsula region, where the most productive Cretaceous dinosaur formations are exposed, and the strong tradition of vertebrate paleontology in Argentina that has made Argentine researchers leaders in the study of Cretaceous dinosaurs from Gondwana more broadly. The specific contributions of Argentine researchers to Antarctic dinosaur paleontology include the description of Trinisaurus santamartiensis, the systematic documentation of dinosaur faunal diversity in the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, the description of multiple isolated dinosaur elements from various Antarctic Peninsula formations, and the paleontological survey work that has identified productive localities for future collection. The collaboration between Argentine and international researchers in Antarctic paleontology, with Argentine field expertise and logistical access, complementing the analytical and comparative resources of research groups in the United States, United Kingdom, and other nations, has been a particularly productive model for international scientific collaboration and has produced some of the most significant Antarctic dinosaur publications in the literature. The continuation and expansion of this Argentine-led Antarctic paleontological research program, supported by the Argentine Antarctic Institute's sustained institutional commitment to southern continent science, is one of the most important contributors to the progressive growth of the Antarctic dinosaur record that will characterize the coming decades of paleontological research on the southernmost continent. The specific evidence for the behavior of Antarctic dinosaurs, preserved in trace fossils, footprints, trackways, and other sedimentary structures produced by the activity of living animals, would provide the most direct behavioral evidence available for these polar dinosaurs, because trace fossils document the behavior of animals in specific environmental contexts rather than the post-mortem taphonomic history that complicates the interpretation of body fossil material. Dinosaur trackways have been documented from high-latitude Cretaceous formations in Alaska, Svalbard, and other Arctic localities that represent the Northern Hemisphere equivalents of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna, and the specific track morphologies and trackway patterns documented in these Arctic localities provide important behavioral evidence for high-latitude dinosaur locomotion and group behavior that has direct relevance for understanding. the Antarctic Dinosaurian community. The documentation of similar trace fossil evidence from Antarctic formations, while less completely developed than the Arctic trackway record, would dramatically advance the behavioral reconstruction of Antarctic dinosaurs by providing direct evidence for foot morphology, body size, locomotor posture, and group movement patterns in the specific environmental context of the polar Cretaceous. The identification of potential trace fossil horizons in Antarctic Mesozoic formations, specific sedimentary layers deposited in lacustrine or fluvial environments where the soft substrates needed for footprint preservation were present, is a research objective of Antarctic paleontological surveys, and the systematic examination of appropriate sedimentary horizons in accessible Antarctic formations has the potential to yield the first direct behavioral evidence for the specific locomotor and social behavior of Antarctic dinosaurs. The evolution of the sauropod body plan within the Antarctic context, and the specific evolutionary pressures and opportunities that the high-latitude Gondwanan environment might have exerted on the sauropodomorph lineage during the critical early Jurassic interval documented by the Hansen formation, is a fascinating aspect of Antarctic paleontological significance that connects the specific Antarctic fossil record to the broader questions of sauropod origins and early diversification. The transition from the basal sauropodomorph body plan, with its capacity for both bipedal and quadrupedal locomotion, its moderate body size, and its relatively generalized ecology, to the derived sauropod body plan with fully obligate quadrupedal locomotion, massively elongated necks and tails, and the enormous body masses of the largest species, is one of the major evolutionary transitions in dinosaurian history, and one whose specific ecological driving forces and anatomical pathway have been extensively studied. Glacialosaurus, from the early Jurassic Hansen formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, occupies a position in the sauropodomorph evolutionary tree that is close to the base of the true sauropod lineage, and its specific anatomical features, assessed from the foot bones and limb elements that constitute the described material, provide information about the specific morphological condition of the sauropodomorph lineage in the high-latitude Gondwanan environment at approximately the time of the evolutionary transition to the derived sauropod body plan. Whether the specific features of Glacialosaurus that distinguish it from both more basal sauropodomorphs and more derived sauropods reflect a genuine evolutionary intermediate condition, or simply a phylogenetically basal species that retained many ancestral features, is a question whose resolution requires more complete Glacialosaurus material than the current specimens provide. But the available material has already contributed importantly to the phylogenetic understanding of the base of the sauropod lineage and to the biogeographic picture of early sauropodomorph evolution in the Gondwanan high latitudes. The marine transgression and regression events documented in the stratigraphy of the Antarctic Peninsula Cretaceous formations, reflecting the periodic rise and fall of sea level that influenced the specific depositional environments in which Antarctic dinosaur fossils were preserved, provide important context for understanding the taphonomic history of the Antarctic dinosaur record and the specific paleogeographic configuration of the Antarctic landmass during the periods when the most productive fossil localities were being deposited. Sea level fluctuations during the Cretaceous, driven by the combination of tectonic controls on ocean basin volume and the periodic waxing and waning of polar ice volumes during the greenhouse Cretaceous climate, produced repeated cycles of marine transgression, in which the sea advanced over previously terrestrial coastal areas, and regression, in which the sea retreated to expose new terrestrial areas. The specific stratigraphic pattern of marine and continental sediments in the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and equivalent Antarctic Peninsula formations reflects this sea level history and determines the specific depositional environments that were active at different levels within the formation, with marine sediments dominant during transgressive phases and near-shore to continental sediments representing regressive intervals. The dinosaur-bearing levels within these formations are predominantly associated with the near-shore and continental facies deposited during regressive phases, when the proximity of terrestrial environments to the marine depositional basin facilitated the transport and preservation of terrestrial vertebrate remains in coastal and deltaic sediments. The understanding of the specific sea level history of the Antarctic Cretaceous, reconstructed from the stratigraphic analysis of Antarctic Peninsula formations, therefore provides essential taphonomic context for interpreting the distribution of dinosaur-bearing horizons within these formations and for planning future collection programs that target the specific stratigraphic intervals most likely to yield additional vertebrate material. The thermal biology of ornithopod dinosaurs in the Antarctic context and the specific physiological mechanisms that these medium-sized bipedal herbivores would have employed to maintain body temperature and energetic balance through the Antarctic polar winter is one of the more tractable questions in Antarctic dinosaur physiology, because ornithopods are among the best-studied dinosaurian groups and because their comparative biology is therefore more completely characterized than that of less well-known Antarctic taxa. The bone histological evidence for ornithopod growth rates accumulated from specimens of various ages from multiple geographic regions and geological ages consistently indicates fibrolamellar primary bone tissue with high vascular density, supporting the inference of sustained high growth rates and high metabolic rates comparable to those of modern large birds and small mammals. The scaling of metabolic rate with body size in ornithopods, inferred from the bone histological evidence and from comparison with the metabolic rates of phylogenetically related modern birds, suggests that an Antarctic ornithopod in the 1 to 2 ton body mass range would have required daily food intake of several tens of kilograms of fresh plant material to sustain its metabolic rate, consistent with the productivity of the Cretaceous Antarctic vegetation during the summer growing season, but potentially challenging during the winter months of reduced plant availability. The specific thermal insulation of ornithopod dinosaurs, and whether these animals possessed any specific integumentary structures, scales, feathers, or other coverings, that would have contributed to retaining metabolic heat in the cold polar environment, is a question that the fossil record of ornithopods generally cannot answer, because the specific integumentary preservation needed to document these structures has not been achieved for any Antarctic ornithopod specimen and is rare even in the global ornithopod fossil record. The intellectual history of the discovery of warm Cretaceous polar climates, the progressive development of the scientific understanding that the Mesozoic poles were dramatically warmer than the modern, supporting forests and large animal communities at latitudes that would be permanently frozen in the modern climate, is an important dimension of the intellectual context within which the Antarctic dinosaur discoveries were made and interpreted. The earliest paleobotanical evidence for warm Mesozoic polar climates came from the discovery of fossil wood, with the wide growth rings characteristic of rapidly growing trees at high latitudes in the Cretaceous of the Canadian Arctic. The Antarctic, in the early and middle 20th century, a discovery that was initially puzzling because the dominant paradigm of Cretaceous polar climate assumed near-modern polar conditions. The progressive accumulation of paleobotanical, paleontological, and geochemical evidence for warm Cretaceous, polar climates across the mid-20th century, including the documentation of diverse flowering plant and conifer floras at high Cretaceous latitudes, and the development of oxygen isotope paleothermometry that provided quantitative temperature estimates from marine carbonates, progressively established the warm polar climate paradigm that is now the scientific consensus. The specific discovery of high-latitude dinosaurs in both the Arctic and the Antarctic during the 1980s and 90s added powerful biological evidence to the paleoclimate case for warm Mesozoic poles. Because the presence of large-bodied endothermic animals at polar latitudes is only ecologically plausible in the context of warm polar climates with productive vegetation communities that could sustain the food requirements of large, terrestrial herbivores and carnivores. The Antarctic dinosaur discoveries, therefore, contributed both to the paleontological understanding of dinosaurian geographic range and to the paleoclimatological understanding of the Cretaceous greenhouse climate, making these fossils simultaneously important biological and geological data points in the broader reconstruction of the Mesozoic Earth system. The mathematical modeling of dinosaur population dynamics in the Antarctic seasonal environment, using the general principles of population ecology applied to the specific demographic parameters inferred for large-bodied dinosaurs from the bone histological and phylogenetic evidence, provides a quantitative framework for assessing the minimum viable population size needed to sustain a dinosaurian community in the Antarctic seasonal environment, and the specific demographic vulnerabilities that would have characterized polar dinosaur populations. The key demographic parameters relevant to Antarctic population viability include the age at sexual maturity, inferred from the bone histological evidence for the duration of the rapid growth phase from hatching to adult size, the reproductive rate expressed as the number of offspring per breeding female per year, and the annual survival rates of different age classes from hatchlings through adults. The specific seasonal modulation of these demographic parameters in the polar environment, the concentration of reproductive activity into the summer months when resources are most abundant, the elevated juvenile mortality expected during the first polar winter, when small individuals with limited fat stores face the greatest energetic challenge, and the potential impact of severe winter conditions on adult survival in years with particularly harsh winters, represents a polar-specific demographic challenge that Southern Hemisphere non-polar populations would not experience. Whether Antarctic dinosaur populations were self-sustaining through year-round residency on the continent, or whether they were maintained by seasonal immigration from lower latitude source populations during the summer, is a population demographic question that the specific productivity of the Antarctic summer ecosystem and the specific demographic parameters of the relevant dinosaur species can, in principle, constrain through quantitative modeling, even if the direct evidence for the specific demographic strategy employed by Antarctic dinosaur populations remains elusive in the current fossil record. The paleoecological reconstruction of the Jurassic Antarctic environment that Cryolophosaurus inhabited, assembled from the combined sedimentological, paleobotanical, and vertebrate paleontological evidence of the Hansen Formation, reveals a specific ecological world that is substantially different from the later Cretaceous world documented by the Peninsular formations, and that provides a contrasting early Jurassic data point for understanding the evolutionary history of dinosaur life in the Antarctic across the full temporal span of the Mesozoic. The Hansen Formation was deposited in a continental fluvial system, rivers, and floodplains, rather than the coastal and near-shore marine environment of the later Cretaceous peninsular formations, and the specific ecological community preserved in the Hansen Formation therefore represents a genuine terrestrial ecosystem rather than the coastal and nearshore community of the later formations. The theropod fauna of the Hansen Formation, dominated by the large Cryolophosaurus, but potentially including smaller theropods, whose material has not yet been fully described from the available collections, represented the apex predators of the early Jurassic Antarctic terrestrial community and fed on the prosauropod sauropodomorphs like Glacialosaurus and the smaller ornithischian and cynodont herbivores that constituted the herbivore guild. The specific ecological community of the Hansen Formation, with its large theropod predators and large sauropodomorph herbivores, is broadly consistent with the early Jurassic dinosaur communities documented from other Gondwanan formations of comparable age, confirming that the Antarctic participated fully in the global pattern of early Jurassic dinosaurian diversification, and that the high-latitude position of Antarctica during the early Jurassic did not prevent the establishment of the full range of ecological guilds that characterize contemporaneous dinosaurian communities from lower-latitude Gondwanan localities. The scientific significance of every Antarctic dinosaur specimen, however fragmentary, is magnified by the extraordinary logistical effort required to recover it and by the specific biological information that even isolated elements can provide about the composition, diversity, and ecology of the Antarctic dinosaurian fauna. A single isolated vertebra from the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, carefully collected and described, contributes information about the body size range of sauropod dinosaurs in the latest Cretaceous Antarctic, about the specific anatomical features of the vertebral column that allow taxonomic identification of the specimen to family or order level, and about the specific taphonomic processes that transported and preserved this element in the specific sedimentary context in which it was found. A single isolated theropod tooth from the same formation contributes information about the presence of a specific theropod body size class in the Antarctic predator guild, about the specific cutting tooth morphology of the Antarctic theropod fauna that constrains the phylogenetic affiliation of the specimen, and about the specific geological level within the formation at which this predator was active. The cumulative scientific value of the dozens of such isolated elements that constitute the majority of the Antarctic dinosaur record is therefore substantially greater than the value of any individual element in isolation, because the aggregate database of Antarctic dinosaur occurrences, body part types, size classes, and taxonomic identifications provides the statistical foundation for the community-level ecological reconstructions and biogeographic analyses that constitute the most important scientific contributions of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology. The sustained collection and careful description of even fragmentary Antarctic dinosaur material is therefore a scientifically valuable activity that directly contributes to the progressive accumulation of knowledge about one of the most scientifically significant but logistically most challenging fossil faunas on Earth. The connection between the Antarctic dinosaur record and the modern conservation of Antarctic environments, and the specific ways in which the scientific understanding of the continent's Mesozoic biological heritage informs the broader appreciation of Antarctic environmental values that underlies international commitments to Antarctic conservation under the treaty system represents an important applied dimension of Antarctic paleontological research. The recognition that Antarctica was once a warm, biologically rich environment that supported diverse communities of large terrestrial animals, and that this warm forested world was transformed into the current frozen desert by the specific geological and climate changes of the Cenozoic, provides a deep-time perspective on the sensitivity of polar environments to climate change that is directly relevant to the contemporary concern about the rapid warming of the modern Antarctic in response to human greenhouse gas emissions. The ice sheet that currently covers the Antarctic continent and conceals most of its Mesozoic fossil resource is itself a product of the Cenozoic glaciation that began when global temperatures fell below the threshold for permanent polar ice and the current warming of the Antarctic Peninsula. The fastest warming region on Earth, on a proportional basis, is reversing the thermal trend that produced the glaciation, potentially exposing new rock outcrops as glaciers retreat, but also threatening the scientific infrastructure and environmental integrity that Antarctic science depends on. The deep geological perspective on Antarctic climate variability provided by the Mesozoic paleoclimate record, including the warm, forested polar environment that sustained dinosaurs in Antarctica for over 100 million years, is therefore directly relevant to the contemporary scientific and policy discussions about the significance and consequences of current Antarctic warming, and the communication of this deep time perspective to policymakers and the public is one of the important contributions of Antarctic paleontological science to the broader discussion of climate change and its planetary consequences. The oxygen isotope record preserved in the tooth enamel of Antarctic Cretaceous dinosaurs, if suitable enamel material in sufficient quantity were available from Antarctic specimens, would provide the most direct physiological evidence for the body temperatures of these polar animals, and would allow a quantitative test of the endothermy hypothesis that the bone histological and polar distribution evidence supports. The principle is straightforward. The oxygen isotope ratio in biologically precipitated calcium phosphate, including tooth enamel, reflects the temperature of the body fluid from which the mineral precipitates, with higher body temperatures producing specific oxygen isotope ratios that can be measured by mass spectrometry, and compared with the isotopic composition of the drinking water or food water consumed by the animal to calculate the body temperature at the time of enamel formation. This approach has been successfully applied to various dinosaur taxa from lower latitude localities, producing body temperature estimates consistently in the range of 36 to 38 degrees Celsius for multiple non-avian dinosaur species, comparable to the body temperatures of modern large birds and mammals, and substantially above the ambient temperature of most Mesozoic environments, confirming endothermic physiology in these taxa. The application of the same oxygen isotope approach to Antarctic dinosaur specimens would provide the most direct available test of whether Antarctic dinosaurs maintained comparably high body temperatures in the polar environment, whether their body temperatures were reduced relative to lower latitude relatives in a pattern more consistent with some degree of seasonal heterothermy. The specific obstacles to applying this approach to Antarctic specimens include the generally fragmentary preservation of the material, the small size of many Antarctic dinos' or teeth relative to the minimum material quantity needed for reliable isotopic measurement, and the need to screen specimens for diagenetic alteration that could have modified the original biological isotopic signal during the geological history of the specimens. The progressive accumulation of better preserved Antarctic dinosaur dental material from future field programs will eventually provide the sample needed for this isotopic analysis, and the results, when available, will represent one of the most direct physiological measurements yet achieved for any polar dinosaur species. The global significance of the Antarctic dinosaur record for understanding the evolutionary history of specific theropod lineages is illustrated by the phylogenetic importance of Cryolophosaurus in the context of the early evolution of the Prehistory. Major theropod groups. The specific phylogenetic analyses in which Cryolophosaurus has been included have produced varying results for its precise position within the theropod family tree. with different character matrices and different analytical approaches, placing it in different positions relative to the major theropod clades. The range of positions that different analyses have recovered for Cryolophosaurus, from basal Tetaneuron to early Averostran to member of a specific more derived clade, reflects both the genuine uncertainty about the phylogenetic signal carried by the specific morphological features of this Antarctic theropod and the general difficulty of resolving the branching order within the early diversification of Knight. The major theropod groups where many lineages diverged within a relatively short geological interval. The resolution of Cryolophosaurus's phylogenetic position has important implications for understanding the specific timing and geography of major theropod diversification events. Because the position of an early Jurassic Antarctic theropod in the theropod family tree constrains the minimum geological age at which the relevant internal nodes of the tree must have originated and the specific geographic context. Southern Gondwana, in which these early diversification events occurred. The ongoing refinement of theropod phylogenetics through the description of new specimens and the development of more comprehensive character matrices will eventually produce a more stable phylogenetic placement for Cryolophosaurus, and the specific placement that emerges from this progressive analytical refinement will make the Antarctic theropod's contribution to understanding early theropod diversification either more or less specific, depending on exactly where in the theropod tree it is most robustly placed. The sedimentary evidence for paleo-environmental conditions at specific Antarctic dinosaur localities, the specific grain sizes, sedimentary structures, and associated invertebrate fauna of the sediments enclosing Antarctic dinosaur bones, provides taphonomic and paleo-environmental context that is essential for interpreting the biological information that the bones themselves carry. The fine-grained siltstone and mudstone facies that dominate the most productive Antarctic dinosaur horizons in the Lopez de Bertodano Formation were deposited in low-energy, shallow marine to lagoonal environments where sedimentation was slow and the physical disturbance of accumulating sediment by wave and current action was minimal, allowing the gradual burial and preservation of bones transported into this environment from adjacent terrestrial areas. The specific trace fossil assemblages associated with Antarctic dinosaur-bearing horizons, the burrows, trails, and feeding traces of marine invertebrates preserved in the same sediments as the dinosaur bones, provide information about the specific bottom water conditions and sediment oxygenation at the time of deposition, with the presence of a diverse trace fossil community indicating well-oxygenated sediment that supported an active fauna during the burial and early diagenetic history of the preserved bones. The petrographic characteristics of the sediments enclosing Antarctic dinosaur bones, the specific mineral composition of the matrix, the presence of volcanic ash layers, and the specific cement phases that bind the sediment grains, reflect the diagenetic history of the sediment from deposition through burial to the current state and provide constraints on the temperature, pressure, and chemical conditions that bones experienced during this diagenetic history, information that is essential for assessing the preservation quality of the material and the reliability of any chemical analyses performed on the bones. The discovery of fossil plants in direct association with Antarctic dinosaur-bearing horizons, providing the most direct possible evidence for the specific vegetation that Antarctic dinosaurs would have consumed or sheltered under, represents one of the most productive avenues for understanding the specific ecological context of Antarctic dinosaur life. The fossil plant material associated with Antarctic Cretaceous dinosaur localities includes leaf compressions, fossil wood, and pollen and spore assemblages that collectively document the specific composition and structure of the vegetation community, contemporaneous with the preserved dinosaur fauna. The specific plant families documented from Antarctic Cretaceous formations include podocarp conifers, araucarian conifers, various ferns and tree ferns, cycads, and a diverse array of early flowering plants, including members of the families that now dominate temperate southern hemisphere forests in Australia, New Zealand, and South America. The ecological reconstruction of the Antarctic Cretaceous vegetation from these fossil plant data suggests a warm, temperate forest with a multi-layered canopy structure, tall conifer trees in the upper canopy, smaller flowering plants and tree ferns in the middle layer, and a diverse understory of ferns, mosses, and small flowering plants at ground level that would have provided a diverse and productive food base for the range of herbivorous dinosaur body sizes documented in the Antarctic fauna. The specific nutritional characteristics of these Cretaceous Antarctic plant communities, including the palatability and digestibility of different plant types for different herbivore body sizes and dental morphologies, would have influenced the specific feeding ecology of different Antarctic dinosaur species and would have structured the competitive relationships and resource partitioning within the herbivore guild of the Antarctic Cretaceous ecosystem. The recovery of ammonite and belemnite fossils from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, in association with the marine vertebrate and scattered terrestrial dinosaur material, provides important biostratigraphic age control for the formations that contain dinosaur material and contributes to the broader understanding of the late Cretaceous marine biostratigraphy of the Southern Ocean that is relevant to correlating Antarctic geological sequences with those of other Southern Hemisphere regions. The ammonites of the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, including diverse genera whose evolutionary ranges have been calibrated against the global biostratigraphic standard in other well-dated sections, provide some of the most precise age constraints available for the formation and allow the correlation of specific dinosaur-bearing levels with the global geological timescale at a resolution of hundreds of thousands to a few million years. The belemnites and inoceramid bivalves documented from the same formations contribute additional biostratigraphic constraints and paleo-environmental information about the specific oceanographic conditions of the late Cretaceous Southern Ocean during the intervals when the associated dinosaur fauna was living on the adjacent land surface. The KPG boundary itself, identified in Antarctic sections by the specific iridium anomaly and the associated palynological changes that mark this globally recognized stratigraphic level, provides the ultimate chronological anchor for the Antarctic Cretaceous biostratigraphic framework and allows the timing of the last Antarctic dinosaur occurrences relative to the extinction event to be assessed with the precision available from the specific stratigraphic resolution of the best sampled Antarctic KPG boundary sections. The integration of the biostratigraphic age constraints from marine invertebrates and the radiometric dates from interbedded volcanic ash layers provides the most complete and most reliable chronological framework for the Antarctic Cretaceous geological record currently available. The Antarctic dinosaur discoveries of the past 4 decades have transformed the scientific understanding of Gondwanan dinosaur biogeography from a picture dominated by relatively few, poorly dated localities to one supported by a global network of well-sampled formations spanning the full temporal range of the Cretaceous and documenting the specific faunal composition, community structure, and temporal change of Southern Hemisphere dinosaur communities across the full span of their Mesozoic existence. The Antarctic contribution to this Gondwanan biogeographic picture is particularly important because of the geographic position of Antarctica at the center of the former supercontinent, making it the keystone of any biogeographic reconstruction that attempts to trace the specific pathways and timing of faunal exchange between the different Gondwanan landmasses. The specific question of how the Antarctic dinosaur fauna of the early Jurassic relates to the South American, African, and Australian faunas of the same age. Whether the Hansen Formation fauna shares more specific phylogenetic affinities with any particular Gondwanan regional fauna, or whether the Antarctic fauna is as generalized in its Gondwanan connections as the geographic centrality of Antarctica within Gondwana would predict, is a biogeographic question that the accumulation of more complete Hansen Formation material and more robust phylogenetic analyses will eventually address. The Cretaceous-Antarctic fauna's relationship to the South American Cretaceous fauna, which is the most extensively documented Gondwanan Cretaceous dinosaur fauna and therefore the most informative comparison standard, is currently the most actively investigated biogeographic question in Antarctic dinosaur paleontology, and the progressive description of new Antarctic material and its phylogenetic analysis relative to the South American taxa that represent the most likely geographic source of Antarctic Cretaceous immigrants is producing an increasingly specific picture of the specific faunal connections between these two Gondwanan landmasses during the final chapter of the Mesozoic. The contribution of the Antarctic dinosaur record to the understanding of the evolution of gigantism in sauropod dinosaurs is one of the more specific scientific contributions of Antarctic paleontology to a research question of broad significance in vertebrate evolutionary biology: the evolution of very large body size in sauropods. The process by which a lineage of moderately sized animals achieved body masses of 50 to 100 tons or more in the derived titanosaurs and diplodocids of the Jurassic and Cretaceous is one of the most spectacular body size evolutionary trajectories in the history of terrestrial vertebrate life, and understanding the specific evolutionary steps and ecological driving forces involved is a major goal of sauropod research. Glacialosaurus, from the early Jurassic of Antarctica, represents an early stage in this evolutionary trajectory. A sauropodomorph that had already achieved substantial body size but had not yet acquired all of the derived anatomical features that characterize the most massive sauropods. And its specific anatomical condition at this early evolutionary stage provides information about the specific sequence of anatomical changes through which the sauropod body plan was progressively elaborated from the ancestral sauropodomorph condition. The specific foot anatomy of Glacialosaurus, preserved in the described material, provides information about the specific modifications of the foot skeleton associated with the transition to fully quadrupedal locomotion in the sauropod lineage, and the comparison of the Glacialosaurus foot morphology with those of both more basal sauropodomorphs and more derived true sauropods constrains the specific evolutionary sequence of foot anatomy change through this transition. The Antarctic location of this evolutionarily informative specimen adds a biogeographic dimension to its significance, confirming that the early diversification of the sauropodomorph lineage extended to the high-latitude Gondwanan environments of Antarctica, and that the evolutionary pressures and opportunities that drove the evolution of gigantism in sauropods were operating at the full geographic range of the lineage, including its southernmost populations. The discovery of early mammal fossils from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, while less spectacular than the dinosaur discoveries that have dominated Antarctic paleontological publicity, is scientifically significant for the understanding of the early evolution and geographic distribution of the mammalian lineage during the Mesozoic. Small mammal teeth and isolated bones from Antarctic Cretaceous deposits, where preservation conditions for the small, delicate remains of Cretaceous mammals are generally poor relative to the larger and more robust dinosaur bones, have been reported from Antarctic Peninsula formations in a small number of publications and have confirmed the presence of the mammalian lineage in the Antarctic Cretaceous alongside the dinosaur fauna. The specific mammal taxa represented in the Antarctic Cretaceous, assessed from the very limited material available, are broadly comparable to the small, ecologically inconspicuous Cretaceous mammals documented from other Gondwanan Cretaceous formations. Primarily multituberculates and various other early mammal groups that occupied the small-bodied insectivore and omnivore ecological roles in late Cretaceous ecosystems worldwide. The presence of mammals in the Antarctic Cretaceous, alongside the dominant dinosaurian fauna, is consistent with the global pattern of Cretaceous mammal distribution, and with the expectation that the mammalian lineage, despite its ecological marginalization by the dominant dinosaur fauna, had achieved a geographic range comparable to that of the large dinosaurs whose fossil record is so much more completely documented. The Antarctic Cretaceous mammals, like their counterparts on other Gondwanan landmasses, were the evolutionary survivors of the KPG extinction that would go on to inherit the ecological landscape of the post-Cretaceous world, and their presence in Antarctica documents the southernmost known distribution of Cretaceous mammal lineages and confirms that the mammalian lineage had colonized the full geographic range of the late Cretaceous terrestrial world, including its most extreme polar environments. The specific ecological role of the Antarctic continental shelf during the Cretaceous. As a productive marine environment capable of supporting large populations of marine reptiles, fish, and invertebrates adjacent to the terrestrial dinosaur-inhabited Antarctic landmass, created a specific integrated land-sea ecosystem whose terrestrial and marine components were connected through the transfer of organic matter, nutrients, and animal carcasses across the coastal interface. The marine productivity of the Cretaceous Antarctic continental shelf, driven by the upwelling of nutrient-rich deep water that characterizes productive continental shelf environments worldwide, would have supported dense populations of ammonites, belemnites, inoceramid bivalves, and diverse fish that in turn sustained the large marine reptile fauna of mosasaurs and plesiosaurs documented from Antarctic Cretaceous formations. The coastal interface between this productive marine ecosystem and the terrestrial dinosaur community would have been an ecologically important zone where resources and organisms from both systems interacted. Dinosaurs visiting the coast to drink and forage would have encountered the marine fauna. The bodies of marine animals washed ashore would have provided food for terrestrial scavengers, and terrestrial plant material transported into the marine environment by rivers would have supplemented the organic carbon available to the benthic invertebrate community of the continental shelf. This integrated land-sea ecological system, connecting the terrestrial dinosaur community and the marine reptile community of the adjacent Antarctic continental shelf, represents a more complex ecological system than either the terrestrial or the marine component alone would suggest, and the specific taphonomic consequences of this ecological integration. The transport of terrestrial dinosaur bones into marine sediments and the occasional marine vertebrate remains in near-shore terrestrial deposits are recorded in the specific fossil assemblages of Antarctic Cretaceous formations that combine terrestrial and marine material in the same depositional units. The final synthesis of the 100 facts presented in this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica reveals a continent with a deep, and rich biological history that the current ice age conceals from casual observation, but that the science of paleontology progressively recovers from the evidence preserved in exposed Antarctic rock outcrops. The dinosaurs of Antarctica were as real and as biologically specific as any other dinosaurs in the fossil record. They grew, they fed, they reproduced, they moved through the warm Cretaceous forest of the ancient polar continent, in the specific ecological contexts documented by the fossil evidence of their bones and the geological record of their environment. The specific genera whose bones have been recovered: Cryolophosaurus, with its unusual skull crest; Glacialosaurus from the early Jurassic transition to the sauropod body plan; Trinosaura from the late Cretaceous ornithopod fauna; and the various unnamed forms represented by fragmentary material from the Antarctic Peninsula, are each specific biological entities whose specific biological characteristics are progressively being characterized by the sustained scientific investigation of researchers from multiple nations who have invested the extraordinary logistical effort required to recover fossils from the most remote and most physically challenging paleontological field environment on Earth, the warm, forested, biologically productive Antarctica of the Mesozoic, reconstructed from the combined evidence of fossil plants, geochemical proxies, paleosols, and the dinosaur bones themselves, is as scientifically real and as specifically documented as any ancient ecosystem that the geological record of any continent has preserved, and its story, the story of a polar continent that was once alive with dinosaurs, is one of the most remarkable and most scientifically significant stories that the deep geological past of the Earth has to tell. 100 facts, a continent of ice with a warm biological past. The dinosaurs of Antarctica, real and specific, known and progressively becoming more completely known from the evidence in the rock. The survival of plant lineages through the Antarctic polar winter, and the specific physiological and anatomical mechanisms through which Cretaceous Antarctic vegetation maintained viability through the extended period of polar darkness, represents a botanical dimension of Antarctic polar biology that directly determined the food resource availability for herbivorous dinosaurs during the most challenging phase of the annual cycle. Modern plants in polar and subpolar environments have evolved a range of strategies for surviving extended periods without photosynthesis, including the mobilization of starch reserves accumulated during the growing season to sustain metabolic maintenance during the dark period, the development of cold hardening mechanisms that protect cellular membranes and enzymatic systems from freeze damage, and in deciduous species, the controlled senescence of leaves before the onset of winter to recapture nutrients before they are lost with shed foliage. The Cretaceous Antarctic vegetation, documented from diverse fossil plant assemblages that include both evergreen and deciduous forms, presumably possessed comparable survival strategies appropriate to the specific thermal and light conditions of the warm Cretaceous polar winter, and the specific strategies employed by the dominant plant types. The podocarp and araucarian conifers, the diverse ferns, the early flowering plants, would have determined the specific resource landscape available to herbivorous dinosaurs during the winter months. The fossil wood evidence for wide summer growth rings and narrow or absent winter rings in Antarctic Cretaceous trees provides direct dendrochronological evidence for the seasonal pattern of plant growth and confirms that at least some Antarctic Cretaceous trees responded to the polar seasonal cycle with seasonal growth rate variation, consistent with the expectation that the reduced winter resources associated with this growth seasonality would have been a genuine ecological challenge for the dependent herbivore community throughout the interval when Antarctic dinosaurs were present on the continent. The specific contribution of the Antarctic Treaty System to the preservation of the scientific integrity of Antarctic fossil resources, and the specific ways in which the international governance framework for Antarctica has ensured that the fossil resources of the continent remain accessible to science rather than being exploited commercially or collected without scientific context, represents an important institutional achievement whose significance for Antarctic paleontology is difficult to overstate. The prohibition on commercial exploitation of Antarctic biological and geological resources, established in the Protocol on Environmental Protection and confirmed in the Antarctic Treaty System more broadly, has meant that the dramatic fossil resources of Antarctica, including the dinosaur specimens that command high commercial prices in the fossil market, have remained in institutional scientific collections, where they can be systematically studied, compared with other specimens, and made available to the broad research community, rather than disappearing into private collections where their scientific accessibility would be compromised. The requirement for scientific permits and environmental impact assessments before any paleontological collection is undertaken, while adding administrative overhead to Antarctic research programs, has ensured that collection activities are planned with scientific priorities in mind, and that the limited and non-renewable fossil resource of Antarctica is managed sustainably for the long-term benefit of the scientific community. The institutional memory built into the treaty system's documentation requirements, which mandate the reporting of scientific activities and outcomes through national programs and through the Antarctic Treaty Consultative Meeting process, has contributed to the scientific database for Antarctic paleontology by requiring the formal documentation of collecting activities in ways that provide a comprehensive record of what has been found where, supplementing the formal scientific publication record that documents only the most significant findings from each field program. The extraordinary depth of geological time encompassed by the Antarctic dinosaur record, from the first Triassic dinosaurian precursors, approximately 240 million years ago, through the early Jurassic fauna of Cryolophosaurus and Glacialosaurus, approximately 190 million years ago, to the late Cretaceous fauna of the Antarctic Peninsula, approximately 70 million years ago, spans a geological interval of approximately 170 million years, representing more than 1/3 of the entire history of complex animal life on Earth, and providing a temporal record of Antarctic vertebrate evolution of extraordinary length and scientific significance. This 170 million year record of Antarctic dinosaur presence documents the persistence of dinosaurian life in the high-latitude Gondwanan environment across the full span of the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods, confirming that the Antarctic landmass was a persistent component of the global dinosaurian biogeographic system throughout the entire duration of the Mesozoic era. The specific changes in Antarctic dinosaur faunal composition across this enormous temporal span, from the early sauropodomorphs and non-theropod archosaurs of the Triassic, through the theropods and early sauropods of the early Jurassic, to the ornithopods, ankylosaurs, and titanosaurs of the late Cretaceous, reflect the global pattern of dinosaurian evolutionary change across the Mesozoic, and confirm that the Antarctic fauna participated in the same major faunal turnover events and diversification pulses that characterized the global dinosaurian record. The specific contribution of each temporal interval of the Antarctic record to the understanding of global dinosaurian evolutionary history is different. The Triassic and early Jurassic Antarctic record illuminates the initial phases of dinosaurian diversification and geographic expansion, the Cretaceous record documents the high-latitude expression of the diverse, latest Cretaceous dinosaurian fauna that characterizes this interval globally, and the full temporal span of the record confirms the persistent biological productivity of the high-latitude Gondwanan environment across the full duration of the dinosaurian evolutionary history. The final 100 words of this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica are words about the rock, the ice, and the bones. Antarctica holds within its exposed outcrops the specific physical evidence of a warm world that existed here 200 million years ago, 150 million years ago, 70 million years ago. A world as warm as a modern temperate forest, forested with conifers and ferns and flowering plants, inhabited by dinosaurs as specific and real as any ever recovered from the rock of any continent. The science that recovers those bones from the Antarctic rock is the science of extraordinary commitment. The long voyage south, the helicopter flight to the remote outcrop, the cold fingers carefully extracting the mineral remnant of a Cretaceous polar predator from the frost-fractured rock of the Transantarctic Mountains. 100 facts about the dinosaurs of Antarctica. The ice preserves the rock, the science reads the bones, the warm ancient world comes back to life, fact by careful fact. The Gondwana supercontinent, from whose center Antarctica was the last piece to separate, hosted during its existence one of the most significant episodes of vertebrate evolution in the history of life. The initial diversification of the dinosaurian lineage, from its Triassic origins through the radiation of the major dinosaurian groups that would define the ecological landscape of the Mesozoic for the subsequent 65 million years. The specific geographic configuration of Gondwana during the Triassic and early Jurassic, with Antarctica at its center and directly connected to South America, Africa, India, and Australia, meant that the initial dispersal of the earliest dinosaur lineages across the southern supercontinent would have included Antarctica as a necessary geographic waypoint for any dispersal route between non-adjacent Gondwanan landmasses. The early sauropodomorphs that spread across the Gondwanan landmasses during the late Triassic and early Jurassic, reaching all parts of the supercontinent within the first tens of millions of years of the dinosaurian evolutionary history, necessarily passed through or originated in the Antarctic region, in order to achieve the global Gondwanan distribution documented in the fossil record of multiple contemporaneous Gondwanan formations. The early Jurassic Hansen Formation fauna of Antarctica, with its sauropodomorph Glacialosaurus and its theropod Cryolophosaurus, represents the Antarctic component of this global early dinosaurian radiation, documenting the presence of the early dinosaurian lineages at the geographic center of Gondwana, at the very time when the diversification that would eventually produce the full Mesozoic dinosaurian diversity was just getting underway. The Antarctic position at the center of the early dinosaurian geographic expansion makes the Antarctic fossil record of the Triassic and early Jurassic particularly important for understanding the specific routes and timing of early dinosaurian dispersal across the Gondwanan supercontinent, and the continued exploration of Antarctic Triassic and Jurassic formations is one of the highest priority targets in the ongoing program of Antarctic paleontological research. The specific anatomical features of the Glacialosaurus foot material that allowed its description as a distinct genus from the previously known sauropodomorphs of the same geological age, and the specific characters that its phylogenetic analysis used to place it in the sauropodomorph family tree, illustrate the methodological challenges and scientific rigor required to interpret fragmentary fossil material from remote localities. The foot bones of Glacialosaurus, including metatarsals and phalanges from multiple individuals, show specific morphological features including the proportions of the individual bone elements, the specific shape of articular surfaces, and the specific texture and robustness of the cortical bone that collectively characterize this material as distinct from previously named sauropodomorphs of similar geological age and geographic region. The phylogenetic matrix used by Smith and colleagues in the original Glacialosaurus description included characters from across the full sauropodomorph body plan, incorporating cranial, postcranial, and locomotor characters from the literature on sauropodomorph anatomy, and the placement of Glacialosaurus in the resulting phylogenetic tree was determined by the specific combination of character states observable in the available material relative to the character states of other sauropodomorphs in the term matrix. The result: a position either as a basal sauropod or as a non-sauropod sauropodomorph, very close to the base of the true sauropod lineage, emerged from the specific combination of derived sauropodomorph characters present in the material and the specific primitive sauropodomorph characters that distinguished it from more derived sauropods. The scientific methodology illustrated by the Glacialosaurus description, the careful morphological documentation of fragmentary material, the systematic phylogenetic analysis using a comprehensive character matrix, and the cautious interpretation of results that acknowledges the limitations of the available material, represents the standard of rigor appropriate for descriptions of fragmentary Antarctic material whose scientific value depends entirely on the accuracy and completeness of the morphological documentation and analytical interpretation. The role of the Southern Ocean in regulating the climate of the Antarctic landmass during the Cretaceous. The specific ways in which ocean heat transport from lower latitudes to the Antarctic region influenced the specific temperature profile of the continent and modulated the amplitude of the polar seasonal cycle is a dimension of Antarctic Cretaceous paleoclimate that climate models have progressively better characterized as the computational resources and physical parameterizations available to climate modeling have improved. The specific oceanographic mechanisms responsible for delivering warm water to the Cretaceous Southern Ocean, including the Tethyan current that circulated warm equatorial water poleward along the margins of the Tethys Ocean, and the specific patterns of thermohaline circulation that characterized the warm, ice-free Cretaceous Ocean, were substantially different from the modern oceanographic circulation, whose most prominent feature is the thermally isolating Antarctic circumpolar current that develops only after the opening of the Drake Passage. The Cretaceous South Polar Ocean, without a circumpolar current to isolate it thermally from lower latitudes, would have received a larger proportion of warm water (TR) transported from the tropics by the prevailing ocean circulation, and the specific heat flux to the Cretaceous Southern Ocean from this warm water transport represents one of the important mechanisms of Antarctic warming beyond what the greenhouse gas forcing alone could achieve. The contribution of ocean heat transport to Cretaceous Antarctic warming has been estimated by climate models at several degrees Celsius above the greenhouse-only warming, reducing the magnitude of the gap between model-simulated Cretaceous polar temperatures and the proxy reconstructed temperatures, and improving, though not fully resolving, the polar warming problem that has been one of the major challenges in Cretaceous climate simulation. Understanding the specific oceanographic mechanisms of Cretaceous polar warming is therefore important, both for its own sake in characterizing the specific environmental conditions of Antarctic dinosaur habitats, and for the broader scientific value of improving Cretaceous climate simulations that are important benchmarks for assessing the performance of climate models used to project future climate change. The specific evidence for gregarious behavior in Antarctic dinosaurs, whether any of the species documented from Antarctic formations lived and moved in groups rather than as solitary individuals, is essentially absent from the current fossil record, which consists primarily of isolated bones from single individuals rather than the multiple individual assemblages that provide the most direct evidence for gregarious behavior in other dinosaur faunas. The inference of gregarious behavior in specific dinosaur species is typically based on bone beds, concentrations of multiple individuals of the same species in a single depositional unit, interpreted as the death assemblage of a social group, or on trackways showing multiple parallel tracks produced simultaneously by multiple individuals moving in the same direction, which provides direct behavioral evidence for group locomotion. Neither of these evidence types has yet been documented from Antarctic dinosaur localities, reflecting the specific taphonomic character of the Antarctic dinosaur fossil record, where individual bones are scattered in marine or near-shore deposits rather than concentrated in continental bone beds, and where the sedimentary environments of the most productive Antarctic localities are not the ones that typically preserve the multiple parallel track evidence for gregarious locomotion. The inference of gregarious behavior in Antarctic dinosaurs, by analogy with the behavior documented in phylogenetically related species from better sampled regions, is therefore the most available approach, and the evidence for gregarious behavior in various ornithopod, sauropod, and theropod lineages from other geographic regions and geological ages provides some biological basis for inferring that Antarctic members of these same lineages were similarly gregarious. The specific ecology-cal logic of gregarious behavior in a high-latitude seasonal environment, with potential benefits including collective vigilance against predators, cooperative foraging for patchily distributed food resources, and social thermoregulation through huddling behavior during cold periods, suggests that if gregarious behavior was possible for Antarctic dinosaur species, the specific ecological conditions of the polar seasonal environment may have been particularly favorable for its maintenance. The discovery of the Weddell Sea region's potential for paleontological investigation, based on the geological surveys that have characterized the sub-ice geology of East Antarctica and the specific sedimentary basins documented beneath the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf, represents one of the most intriguing long-term prospects for Antarctic paleontological exploration. The Weddell Sea region, bounded by the Antarctic Peninsula to the west and East Antarctica to the east, overlies a sedimentary basin that geophysical surveys have characterized as containing substantial thicknesses of Mesozoic sedimentary formations, comparable in geological age to the dinosaur-bearing formations of the Antarctic Peninsula. The specific paleontological potential of these sub-ice Weddell Sea formations depends on the specific depositional environments and preservation conditions of the relevant sedimentary sequences, which cannot be directly assessed without drilling through the overlying ice sheet. But the geological character of the basin, as interpreted from geophysical data, suggests the presence of continental and nearshore marine sediments comparable to those of the productive Antarctic Peninsula formations. The logistical challenge of accessing these formations for paleontological investigation is extraordinary even by Antarctic standards, requiring drilling through up to 2 kilometers of ice sheet to reach the underlying rock, and the current state of drilling technology does not allow the recovery of scientifically useful fossil material from such depths without major technological development. The long-term scientific potential of sub-ice Antarctic paleontology is nonetheless real and substantial, and the preliminary geological characterization of sub-ice Antarctic sedimentary basins from geophysical surveys is the essential first step toward identifying the most promising targets for this future paleontological frontier when the relevant technological capabilities eventually become available. The evolutionary significance of the KPG mass extinction for the specific Antarctic lineages documented in the fossil record extends beyond the simple elimination of the non-avian dinosaur fauna to encompass the fundamental transformation of the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem that replaced the Mesozoic dinosaur-dominated community with the Cenozoic mammal and bird-dominated community that would persist until the Cenozoic glaciation eliminated the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem entirely. The specific Antarctic lineages that survived the KPG extinction, the avian dinosaurs, the mammals, the lizards, and other squamates, and the diverse invertebrate fauna were the biological founders of the post-Cretaceous Antarctic terrestrial community, and the specific characteristics of these survivors determine the ecological structure and evolutionary potential of the Cenozoic Antarctic fauna that occupied the ecological landscape vacated by the non-avian dinosaurs. The Eocene Antarctic fauna, including the early marsupials documented from Seymour Island sediments, represents the early Cenozoic expression of the post-KPG recovery ecology in the Antarctic region and provides direct evidence for the biological composition of the Antarctic terrestrial community in the warm early Cenozoic, before the onset of glaciation progressively impoverished and eventually eliminated the Antarctic terrestrial fauna. The specific birds that inhabited the Cenozoic Antarctic, including the remarkable giant penguins documented from Eocene and Oligocene Antarctic formations, represent the evolutionary descendants of the avian dinosaurs that survived the KPG extinction in Antarctica and that subsequently diversified into the specific ecological roles available in the post-KPG Antarctic environment. The giant penguins of the Eocene Antarctic, with some species exceeding the height of a modern adult human, represent the most extreme expression of the gigantism that characterizes many island and polar vertebrate lineages in the absence of the mammalian predator pressure that constrains body size in continental environments, and their occurrence in the Eocene Antarctic provides an evocative illustration of the specific evolutionary opportunities created by the unique biogeographic isolation of the Antarctic region in the post-KPG world. The global scientific collaboration that Antarctic dinosaur research has fostered, bringing together researchers from Argentina, the United States, the United Kingdom, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, and other nations in the cooperative investigation of a shared scientific resource governed by the International Antarctic Treaty, represents one of the more successful examples of international scientific collaboration available from any field of natural science, and the specific institutional and interpersonal relationships that have been built through this collaboration have had positive effects on the scientific productivity and intellectual richness of Antarctic paleontology that extend beyond any individual research program. The specific model of international collaboration that has characterized Antarctic dinosaur research, with national Antarctic programs providing logistical support and field access, while academic research groups from multiple countries contribute analytical expertise, comparative collections, access, and publication resources, has proven effective at mobilizing the diverse scientific capabilities needed to maximize the scientific value of each field program and each specimen collected. The peer review and publication process through which the results of Antarctic dinosaur research have entered the scientific literature has similarly involved the international research community, with manuscripts submitted to international journals reviewed by specialists from multiple countries and published in venues accessible to the global scientific community. The cumulative effect of this international collaboration has been a scientific literature on Antarctic dinosaurs that is genuinely international in its authorship and perspectives, reflecting the contributions of researchers from multiple scientific traditions and institutional backgrounds, and whose scientific quality has been maintained by the rigorous peer review that the international character of the research community makes particularly thorough and diverse. The international collaborative model of Antarctic paleontological research is therefore both a scientific achievement in itself and a model for how the shared scientific resources of globally governed environments like Antarctica can be most productively investigated for the benefit of the international scientific community. The specific paleontological significance of the James Ross Island and Seymour Island localities in the context of the global late Cretaceous fossil record places these Antarctic sites among the most important high-latitude vertebrate fossil localities in the world, and among the most valuable sources of information about the specific character of the latest Cretaceous biosphere at the southern end of the global geographic spectrum. The Lopez de Bertodano Formation of James Ross Island and the equivalent formations of Seymour Island preserve a snapshot of the Antarctic ecosystem in the final 2 to 5 million years of the Cretaceous, capturing the biological state of the southernmost dinosaur community in the geological interval immediately preceding the KPG mass extinction that ended all non-avian dinosaurs globally. The diversity of the dinosaur fauna documented from this interval — ornithopods, ankylosaurs, sauropods, theropods, and birds — confirms that the Antarctic dinosaurian community maintained substantial diversity and ecological complexity right up to the final chapter of the Mesozoic, consistent with the global pattern of latest Cretaceous dinosaur diversity that shows no evidence for a major pre-extinction decline preceding the KPG event. The co-occurrence of this diverse dinosaurian fauna with the diverse marine reptile fauna, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, of the adjacent Cretaceous Southern Ocean provides a uniquely complete picture of the latest Cretaceous biosphere at the highest latitudes, where complex vertebrate communities are documented, and the specific biological composition of this Antarctic high-latitude community adds important geographic coverage to the global documentation of the latest Cretaceous vertebrate world that preceded the KPG extinction. The James, Ross, and Seymour Island localities are therefore among the scientifically most significant late Cretaceous fossil localities in the world, and the continued systematic collection and description of their vertebrate faunas is one of the highest priority research programs in Antarctic paleontology. The history of Antarctic exploration, from the first sightings of the continent by various national expeditions in the early 19th century through the heroic age of Antarctic exploration at the turn of the 20th century, to the systematic scientific programs of the programs. International Geophysical Year and subsequent decades provides the broader context within which Antarctic paleontological research has been conducted and illuminates the specific institutional and logistical framework within which the discovery of Antarctic dinosaur fossils has been made possible. The early Antarctic explorers, Shackleton, Scott, Amundsen, Mawson, had no knowledge of and no specific interest in the paleontological resources of the continent, but their pioneering work in establishing the routes, logistics, and infrastructure for Antarctic exploration created the foundation on which subsequent systematic scientific programs were built. The geological discoveries of the early 20th century Antarctic expeditions, including the discovery of coal-bearing Permian formations by the British expeditions and the recognition of the continental character of the Antarctic landmass, established the geological framework within which paleontological potential was eventually recognized. The International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 1958 established the permanent scientific presence in Antarctica through the network of national research stations that continues to support Antarctic science, including the paleontological research that has discovered and described the Antarctic dinosaur fauna. The systematic geological survey programs of the 1960s and 1970s, conducted by national Antarctic programs as part of the sustained scientific development of the continent, identified the specific geological formations and localities that would prove productive for dinosaur fossil discovery in the 1980s and 1990s, completing the geological reconnaissance that made the targeted paleontological expeditions of the modern era possible. The full history of Antarctic exploration and scientific investigation therefore constitutes the necessary institutional and logistical context within which the discovery of Antarctic dinosaurs must be understood. The 100 facts of this documentary about dinosaurs in Antarctica represent a complete current account of one of the most scientifically significant and most logistically extraordinary paleontological research programs in the history of vertebrate science. From the initial geological setting, the warm, forested Gondwana Sea entered Antarctica of the Mesozoic, through the specific dinosaur discoveries that have progressively documented the Antarctic dinosaurian fauna across 7 decades of scientific investigation, through the paleoclimate reconstruction that reveals the specific environmental conditions of the ancient Antarctic world, through the biogeographic insights that connect the Antarctic fossil record to the broader history of Gondwanan dinosaur evolution, to the future prospects for new discoveries and new analytical approaches that will deepen and enrich the scientific understanding of polar dinosaur life. The story of dinosaurs in Antarctica is a story of scientific achievement grounded in the physical evidence of the deep geological past of the southernmost continent. The warm, forested, dinosaur-inhabited Antarctica of the Mesozoic era is one of the most striking examples of the profound mutability of planetary environments across geological time, demonstrating that even the most apparently permanent and inhospitable environments of the modern world were once, in the deep geological past, places of biological richness and ecological complexity that supported some of the most extraordinary animals in the history of life on Earth. 100 facts. Dinosaurs in Antarctica. Real, specific, extraordinary, and progressively known from the evidence that the frozen continent preserves in its exposed rock outcrops, waiting for the paleontologists who will find them, and read in their bones the story of the warm ancient world that Antarctica once was. The photosynthetic productivity of the Cretaceous Antarctic forests during the polar summer, the specific rate at which plant biomass was produced during the extended daylight period when continuous sunlight drove maximum photosynthetic activity, would have been among the highest of any vegetation type in the Mesozoic world, because the polar summer combines continuous daylight with warm temperatures and adequate moisture to sustain very high rates of photosynthetic carbon fixation per unit time during the growing season. Modern studies of boreal and Arctic ecosystems confirm that high-latitude vegetation can achieve high rates of primary production during the summer growing season when integrated over the full 24-hour daylight period, compensating for the short growing season by producing biomass at very high instantaneous rates during the period of maximum sunlight. The warm Cretaceous Antarctic summer, with continuous daylight for weeks to months at the highest latitudes and warmer temperatures than the modern Arctic that would have accelerated both photosynthesis and decomposition rates, would have produced a pulse of biomass production during the summer months that supported the food requirements of the Antarctic herbivore community at densities comparable to those of herbivore communities in lower latitude environments with longer but less intense growing seasons. The specific metabolic significance of this high summer productivity for Antarctic herbivorous dinosaurs is that the abundant food available during the summer months would have allowed the accumulation of fat reserves and body condition that buffered the energy deficit of the resource-limited polar winter, analogous to the summer grazing behavior of modern Arctic ungulates that build fat reserves during the abundant summer vegetation period for use during the energy-limited winter. Whether the specific fat storage capacity of dinosaurs, constrained by their body plan and metabolic physiology, was sufficient to buffer a polar winter of the duration and severity inferred for the Cretaceous. Antarctic is one of the key quantitative questions in Antarctic dinosaur polar physiology research, and the specific comparison between the estimated summer energy surplus and the estimated winter energy deficit for Antarctic dinosaur species of different body sizes is a productive quantitative framework for assessing the energetic viability of year-round polar residency versus seasonal migration. The discovery of the Vegavis EIE specimen from Vega Island, Antarctica, described by Julia Clark and colleagues in 2005 from Cretaceous deposits of the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, represents one of the most significant Antarctic avian discoveries in the paleontological literature and has had important implications for understanding the timing of modern bird lineage diversification that extend far beyond the Antarctic paleontological context. Vegavis is a late Cretaceous bird from approximately 66 to 68 million years ago that has been phylogenetically placed within the modern bird clade Anseriformes, the lineage that includes modern ducks, geese, and swans, making it one of the oldest fossils definitively attributable to a modern bird order, and providing a minimum age constraint for the divergence of the major modern bird lineages that predates the KPG extinction. This phylogenetic attribution, supported by specific synapomorphies shared between Vegavis and modern Anseriform birds that are not present in more basal avian groups, implies that the major modern bird lineages had already differentiated before the KPG extinction, providing paleontological support for molecular clock estimates of modern bird diversification that place the origin of several major clades in the Cretaceous. The discovery of Vegavis in the Antarctic Cretaceous at approximately 66 to 68 degrees south paleolatitude extends the documented geographic range of modern bird lineage representatives to the southernmost latitudes known from any Cretaceous avian fossil, confirming that the differentiation of modern bird lineages had proceeded to the level of the order before the KPG extinction, and that the geographic distribution of these early modern bird representatives already encompassed the full latitudinal range of the Cretaceous world, from tropical to polar environments. The Veg-Avis discovery from Antarctica is therefore both an important Antarctic paleontological achievement and a globally significant contribution to the understanding of the evolutionary history of modern birds. The significance of the Antarctic continent as a natural laboratory for studying the physiological adaptations of large terrestrial vertebrates to high-latitude seasonal environments is heightened by the specific combination of features that makes the Cretaceous Antarctic unique among the high-latitude dinosaur localities documented worldwide. The southernmost latitude, the most extreme polar conditions compatible with diverse dinosaur communities, and the geological preservation conditions that allow the recovery of both the dinosaur bone material and the associated geological, botanical, and geochemical evidence needed for the most complete paleoenvironmental reconstruction of any polar dinosaur habitat. The Arctic high-latitude dinosaur localities of Alaska, Svalbard, and other Northern Hemisphere regions provide important comparative data but represent somewhat lower paleolatitudes and somewhat less extreme polar conditions than the Antarctic, making the Antarctic the most demanding test of polar dinosaur ecology and physiology among the high-latitude dinosaur faunas currently documented. The specific scientific value of the Antarctic polar dinosaur record therefore lies not only in the specific biological information the Antarctic specimens provide about Antarctic species, but in the specific environmental calibration. Points that the Antarctic localities provide for understanding the limits of the ecological range of dinosaurian life during the Mesozoic, the specific physiological capabilities required for dinosaur survival at the highest latitudes, and the specific ecosystem properties that characterize the most extreme polar environments within the warm, Cretaceous greenhouse world. The progressive accumulation of better preserved and better documented Antarctic dinosaur material, combined with progressively more sophisticated paleo-environmental reconstruction from the geological and geochemical evidence of the Antarctic formations, is the most productive path toward achieving the full scientific potential of the Antarctic fossil record as the most extreme and most scientifically demanding test case for understanding polar dinosaur biology. The relationship between the warm Cretaceous Antarctic climate and the global carbon cycle, and the specific role that the Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem played in the global cycling of carbon between the atmosphere, the biosphere, and the geological reservoir during the Cretaceous, connects the specific paleoclimate of the ancient Antarctic to the broader Earth system context that is relevant for understanding both the Cretaceous greenhouse world and its implications for the current trajectory of global climate change. The dense forests that covered the Cretaceous Antarctic fixed large quantities of atmospheric carbon dioxide through photosynthesis during the summer growing season, storing this carbon temporarily in plant biomass and soil organic matter before its eventual return to the atmosphere through decomposition and respiration. The net carbon balance of the Cretaceous Antarctic terrestrial ecosystem, the difference between the carbon fixed by photosynthesis and the carbon released by ecosystem respiration, determined whether the Antarctic was a net carbon sink or carbon source during the Cretaceous, with implications for the specific trajectory of atmospheric carbon dioxide during the intervals when Antarctic plant communities were most productive. The specific magnitude of the Antarctic contribution to the global Cretaceous carbon cycle is poorly constrained due to the limited direct evidence available for the total extent and productivity of the Cretaceous Antarctic vegetation, but the geological evidence for dense forested vegetation across the accessible portions of the continent during the warmest Cretaceous intervals suggests that the Antarctic was a significant component of the global Cretaceous terrestrial carbon cycle, contributing both to the drawdown of atmospheric carbon dioxide during the growing season and to its release during the decomposition of large standing stocks of organic matter accumulated over centuries and millennia of forest productivity. The deep time carbon cycle perspective provided by the Cretaceous Antarctic ecosystem is therefore directly relevant to the modern scientific understanding of the factors controlling atmospheric carbon dioxide and global climate across geological timescales. The process of bone mineralization in Antarctic dinosaurs, the specific diagenetic transformations that converted the original biological bone mineral of these animals into the fossil material that researchers can now recover from Antarctic rock outcrops, records not only the biological characteristics of the original bone, but also the specific geological history of the formation in which it was buried, and the decoding of this geological history from the chemical and mineralogical properties of the fossil material is essential for understanding both the information that the fossils can provide and the reliability of different analytical approaches for extracting that information. The original calcium hydroxyapatite of dinosaur bone, precipitated by osteoblast cells during the life of the animal and containing the biological carbon, oxygen, and trace element signatures that analytical paleontology seeks to read, is progressively altered during diagenesis by the exchange of ions between the bone mineral and the pore fluids circulating through the enclosing sediment. The specific alteration history of Antarctic dinosaur bones, which depends on the temperature, pressure, fluid chemistry, and duration of burial, is different for each locality and formation, and must be assessed individually for each specimen before any analytical work can be meaningfully interpreted. The assessment methods include scanning electron microscopy to evaluate the physical preservation of bone microstructure, cathodoluminescence microscopy to identify recrystallized mineral phases that have lost their original biological isotopic signatures, infrared spectroscopy to characterize the specific mineral phases present and their crystallographic order, and trace element analysis to screen for specific geochemical indicators of diagenetic alteration. The thorough application of these screening methods to Antarctic dinosaur specimens, before and alongside any isotopic or proteomic analysis, is the methodological foundation that ensures the reliability of the analytical results and the validity of the biological conclusions drawn from them. The global scientific impact of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology on the understanding of the Cretaceous Earth system, its climate, its ocean circulation, its carbon cycle, and its biological diversity, extends beyond the specifically paleontological contributions to encompass the paleoclimate and paleoceanographic significance of the geological formations that have yielded the dinosaur specimens. The geological study of the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, motivated initially by its paleontological potential, has produced important geochemical data on Cretaceous Southern Ocean temperatures, ocean chemistry, and productivity that are directly relevant to the global reconstruction of the Cretaceous Earth system. The biostratigraphic data from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, using the diverse marine invertebrate faunas of these sections to correlate Antarctic geological sequences with those of other Southern Hemisphere regions and with the global Cretaceous biostratigraphic standard, has contributed to the global geological timescale that underpins all quantitative work in Cretaceous paleoclimatology and paleoceanography. The discovery of the KPG boundary in Antarctic sections and the characterization of the boundary event in the specific environmental context of the high-latitude Southern Ocean has contributed to the understanding of the global character of the KPG extinction and the specific mechanisms by which the Chicxulub impact affected even the most remote ocean basins and the most distant continental environments from the impact site. The specific paleoclimate data extracted from Antarctic Cretaceous formations, the oxygen isotope temperatures from marine carbonates, the organic geochemistry data from carbon-rich sediments, the paleobotanical evidence for vegetation type and structure, are among the most important Southern Hemisphere Cretaceous paleoclimate records available and have been cited in the global paleoclimate literature as key constraints on the specific temperature structure of the Cretaceous greenhouse world. The geological and geochemical significance of Antarctic Cretaceous formations, therefore substantially exceeds their direct paleontological significance alone, making the scientific value of the ongoing geological and paleontological investigation of these formations even greater than their specific dinosaur fossil yield would suggest. The paleontological significance of the Transantarctic Mountains as the primary repository of Triassic and early Jurassic vertebrate material from Antarctica, and the specific geological and logistical factors that have made this remote mountain range one of the most scientifically important paleontological regions in the Southern Hemisphere, deserves specific attention in the context of the full Antarctic dinosaur story. The Transantarctic Mountains, extending approximately 3,000 to 500 kilometers across the continent from the Scott Coast to the Coates Land, expose a continuous sequence of sedimentary and volcanic rocks spanning from the Cambrian through the Jurassic along their western flanks, providing a nearly complete stratigraphic record of the geological and biological history of the Antarctic continent from the earliest Paleozoic through the end of the Mesozoic. The Permian Glossopteris-bearing formations of the Transantarctic Mountains provided some of the earliest evidence for the former unity of Gondwana, including the famous Glossopteris impressions collected by Robert Falcon, Scott's expedition of 1910 to 1912, whose biogeographic significance was recognized by Edward Wilson and other members of the Terra Nova expedition. The Triassic Fremau Formation and the early Jurassic Hansen Formation, positioned stratigraphically within this continuous Transantarctic mountain sequence, have produced the oldest dinosaur material from Antarctica and the most evolutionarily significant specimens, Cryolophosaurus and Glacialosaurus, whose descriptions have contributed most directly to the understanding of early dinosaur diversification in the Gondwanan high-latitude environment. The logistical challenge of reaching and working in the Transantarctic mountain fossil localities at elevations of 3,000 to 4,000 meters in one of the most remote and most physically demanding environments on Earth has limited the number of field programs that have been able to work in this region, and the geological and paleontological resources of the Transantarctic Mountains remain substantially underexplored relative to their scientific potential. The evolutionary novelty of the dinosaurian body plan that made it possible for dinosaurs to inhabit the extreme polar environment of the Cretaceous Antarctic, the specific combination of erect posture, high metabolic rate, rapid growth, and potentially insulating integument that distinguished non-avian dinosaurs from their contemporaneous reptilian relatives, is one of the more interesting aspects of the Antarctic dinosaur story from the perspective of evolutionary biology broadly. The Archosaur lineage, from which dinosaurs evolved during the Triassic, also produced crocodilians, whose descendants persist to the present as the largest living reptiles. But crocodilians are restricted to tropical and subtropical environments by their ectothermic physiology and cannot survive in the temperate or polar environments that dinosaurs inhabited across the full geographic range of the Mesozoic world. The specific evolutionary innovations within the Archosaur lineage that produced the endothermic, rapidly growing, erect-postured dinosaur body plan, rather than the ectothermic, slowly growing, sprawling postured crocodilian body plan, therefore determined the geographic range and the ecological diversity of these two major Archosaur lineages across the Mesozoic, with the dinosaurian innovations enabling a geographic range from polar to tropical environments and an ecological diversity spanning the full range of body sizes and ecological roles in terrestrial ecosystems, while the crocodilian body plan restricted their geographic range to warm climate zones and their ecological diversity to the semi-aquatic environments where their specific physiological capabilities are most effectively Diploid. The Antarctic distribution of dinosaurs is therefore not merely a curiosity about the geographic extent of the dinosaurian range, but a direct expression of the specific physiological innovations that distinguished the dinosaurian evolutionary lineage from its archosaur relatives, and that gave dinosaurs the competitive capability to dominate terrestrial ecosystems across the full geographic range of the Mesozoic Earth. The scientific partnership between field paleontologists who recover Antarctic dinosaur specimens under the most demanding conditions imaginable and laboratory analysts who apply the most advanced analytical methods to extract biological information from these specimens is the fundamental organizational framework of Antarctic dinosaur science, and the specific productivity of this partnership depends on the quality of both the field collection and the laboratory analysis to achieve the maximum scientific return from each Antarctic specimen. The field paleontologist working in Antarctica must simultaneously manage the logistical demands of polar fieldwork, the cold, the wind, the physical effort of working in heavy protective clothing, the time pressure of the limited field season, the dependence on helicopter transport and the weather conditions that control its availability, and the scientific demands of careful paleontological collection. The precise documentation of geological context, the careful excavation of fragile fossil material, the systematic survey of the productive outcrop area, and the physical preparation and packaging of specimens for transport. The laboratory analyst who subsequently works with the collected material benefits from the field paleontologist's careful documentation, which provides the geological context that is essential for meaningful interpretation of any chemical or physical analyses performed on the specimen, and brings to bear the specific technical expertise in computed tomography, mass spectrometry, microscopy, and other analytical methods that extract the maximum biological information from the material. The integration of these complementary skill sets across the geographic separation between Antarctic field localities and Northern Hemisphere research laboratories is mediated by the specific protocols for specimen transport, curation, and sharing within the Antarctic scientific community. And the effectiveness of this integration is one of the most important determinants of the ultimate scientific productivity of Antarctic dinosaur research programs. The 100 facts of this documentary about the geological history of Antarctica within Gondwana, the warm Cretaceous climate that made dinosaur habitation of the polar continent possible, the specific dinosaur genera whose bones have been recovered from Antarctic rock, the extraordinary logistics of paleontological fieldwork at the bottom of the world, the paleoclimate reconstruction of the ancient Antarctic environment, the biogeographic connections between the Antarctic dinosaur fauna and those of other Gondwanan landmasses, the evolutionary significance of specific Antarctic specimens for understanding dinosaurian lineage, origins, and diversifications, and the future prospects for continued discovery and deeper understanding. These 100 facts collectively document one of the most extraordinary chapters in the history of paleontological science, and one of the most scientifically significant revelations about the ancient biological history of the proof. Earth's southernmost continent, Antarctica, had dinosaurs. That simple statement, surprising and counterintuitive to anyone who knows only the modern frozen continent, is grounded in the most solid physical evidence that geological science provides. The bones themselves, recovered from the rock by the scientists who dedicated their careers and braved the most demanding field conditions on Earth to find them. The warm world beneath the ice. The forests, the rivers, the diverse community of Cretaceous vertebrates that lived and died in the polar Mesozoic is real and progressively knowable from the evidence that the Antarctic rock preserves. 100 Facts About Dinosaurs in Antarctica. 100 Windows into the warm biological past of the world's most mysterious continent. Opened by the science of paleontology and waiting to share their extraordinary story with everyone who encounters them. The specific geological age of the Hansen Formation of the Transantarctic Mountains, determined by a combination of isotopic dating of interbedded volcanic rocks and biostratigraphic correlation with formations of known age in South Africa and other Gondwanan regions, places the Cryolophosaurus and Glacialosaurus specimens in the early Jurassic at approximately 182 to 190 million years ago. The radiometric dates for the Hansen Formation, derived from uranium-lead zircon dating of volcanic ash layers interstratified with the dinosaur-bearing sediments, provide the most direct and most precise absolute age constraints for the Antarctic early Jurassic fauna and establish its temporal relationship to the major events in the early Jurassic evolutionary history of dinosaurs globally. The specific age of 182 to 190 million years places the Hansen Formation fauna in the Toarcian and Pliensbachian stages of the early Jurassic, approximately 15 to 20 million years, after the end-Triassic mass extinction that severely reduced the diversity of terrestrial vertebrate communities worldwide and opened the ecological space in which the major dinosaurian lineages subsequently diversified. The Toarcian and Pliensbachian are also the age of one of the most significant oceanic anoxic events of the Mesozoic. The Toarcian oceanic anoxic event, associated with a major perturbation of the global carbon cycle and a significant warming pulse recorded in ocean sediments worldwide. And the relationship between this global paleoclimatic perturbation and the specific composition and diversity of the Antarctic dinosaur fauna at the time of its deposition is a research question that connects the specific Antarctic paleontological record to the global Mesozoic climate and carbon cycle context. The accumulation of additional radiometric dates from different levels within the Hansen Formation and the correlation of these dates with the specific stratigraphic positions of the known dinosaur-bearing horizons would significantly improve the precision with which the Antarctic early Jurassic dinosaur fauna can be placed in the global context of early Jurassic dinosaurian evolution and biogeography. The relationship between the diversity of Antarctic dinosaurs documented in the fossil record and the actual biological diversity of the dinosaurian community that inhabited the ancient Antarctic at any specific geological moment is mediated by the specific processes of taphonomic sampling that determined which species are represented in the fossil record and in what abundances. The taphonomic filter between living community diversity and fossil record diversity. The set of processes including differential death rate, differential carcass transport, differential bone preservation, and differential collection effort that together determine which species are preserved and discovered, means that the species documented in Antarctic formations represent only a fraction of the species that actually lived there, with the specific fraction depending on the specific taphonomic circumstances of each locality and the specific collecting intensity of the field programs that have worked in each formation. The large-bodied sauropods and ankylosaurs that contribute the largest and most robust skeletal elements to the fossil record are almost certainly overrepresented in the Antarctic dinosaur record relative to their true abundance in the living community, because their large, dense bones are most resistant to the physical degradation and taphonomic destruction that disproportionately affects smaller and more fragile skeletal elements. The small theropods, small ornithopods, and various other small-bodied dinosaurian taxa that would have been numerically abundant in any diverse Cretaceous dinosaur community are almost certainly substantially underrepresented in the Antarctic record. because their small, delicate bones are most vulnerable to the physical transport, dissolution, and trampling processes that reduce the recovery probability of small skeletal elements in the specific taphonomic environments represented by Antarctic dinosaur localities. The correction for this taphonomic bias, the inference of the full living community diversity from the preserved fossil diversity by accounting for the specific taphonomic processes operating at each locality, is an important methodological challenge in Antarctic dinosaur ecology, and one whose resolution requires both the accumulation of more complete paleontological data from Antarctic formations and the development of more sophisticated taphonomic models appropriate for the specific depositional environments of Antarctic dinosaur localities. The polar night that Antarctic dinosaurs experienced during the winter months, the period of continuous darkness, when the sun remained below the horizon for weeks to months at the highest Antarctic latitudes, represents a physiological challenge with no parallel in the experience of modern, large terrestrial vertebrates, because no living species of comparable body size inhabits an environment with continuous winter darkness of the duration that the high-latitude Antarctic experiences. Modern polar species that tolerate extended winter darkness include various Arctic and Antarctic birds and mammals, but these species are typically either highly migratory, leaving for lower latitudes before the onset of continuous darkness, or are specifically adapted for winter dormancy that substantially reduces their metabolic requirements during the dark period. For large-bodied dinosaurs maintaining endothermic metabolic rates during the Antarctic winter, the physiological challenge was primarily nutritional rather than thermal. The continuous darkness reduced photosynthesis to minimal or zero rates, progressively depleting the standing crop of plant biomass available to herbivores without the renewal of new photosynthetic production. The specific response of Antarctic dinosaurian herbivores to this winter nutritional limitation was therefore the most critical determinant of the viability of year-round polar residency for these animals and the biological strategies available to manage this limitation. Fat storage, metabolic rate reduction, dietary switching to lower quality but more abundant resources, or seasonal migration to lower latitudes. Each had specific biological prerequisites that the available evidence can partially constrain. The bone histological evidence for sustained high growth rates in Antarctic dinosaur specimens, interpreted as indicating sustained high metabolic rates throughout the year, rather than the metabolic depression that would accompany true hibernation, tends to support either adequate food availability through the winter or seasonal migration, rather than winter dormancy as the primary polar winter survival strategy. But the definitive resolution of this question awaits additional evidence that the current Antarctic dinosaur record has not yet provided. The specific structural adaptations of Antarctic forests to the polar light regime, the specific anatomical and physiological features of the dominant tree species that allowed them to achieve rapid growth during the brief summer growing season and to survive the extended winter darkness without permanent damage to their photosynthetic apparatus, are documented in remarkable detail by the fossil wood specimens recovered from Antarctic Mesozoic formations, which preserve the specific ring structure and anatomical organization of the wood that reflects the growth strategies employed by these ancient polar forest trees. The wide summer growth rings of Antarctic Cretaceous fossil wood, often 2 to 5 millimeters in width and showing the abundant, thin-walled early wood cells characteristic of rapid growth during favorable conditions, confirm that the dominant Cretaceous Antarctic tree species grew extremely rapidly during the summer months when continuous daylight and warm temperatures combined to drive high rates of photosynthetic carbon fixation and wood formation. The narrow to absent winter rings representing the growth season following the polar winter, confirm the strong seasonality of wood growth in Antarctic Cretaceous trees and the specific timing of the transition from rapid summer growth to arrested winter growth. That is one of the most direct geological records of the polar seasonal cycle in the Cretaceous Antarctic. The specific wood anatomy of Antarctic Cretaceous trees, including the specific organization of tracheids, vessels, ray cells, and resin canals that characterize the wood of different conifer and angiosperm groups, confirms the taxonomic identifications of the major tree groups that composed the ancient Antarctic forest and provides information about the specific physiological strategies these trees used to manage the transition between the active summer growing season and the dormant winter period. The fossil wood record of the Antarctic Cretaceous is therefore one of the richest sources of specific quantitative evidence for the seasonal dynamics of the ancient Antarctic ecosystem, and one whose analysis has progressively advanced the NUSAS understanding of polar forest ecology in the Cretaceous greenhouse world. The role of the Antarctic dinosaur record in the broader public understanding of paleontological science and the history of life on Earth has been built through decades of sustained science communication by the researchers who have made these discoveries, by the national Antarctic programs that have publicized the scientific achievements of their field programs, and by the science journalists, documentary filmmakers, and educators who have translated the technical scientific literature into accessible public narratives. The specific public fascination with the idea of dinosaurs in Antarctica, the dramatic contrast between the modern frozen continent and the ancient warm world that it once was, has made Antarctic dinosaur discoveries reliable generators of public attention whenever they are communicated to general audiences. And the sustained program of Antarctic dinosaur research has produced a series of headline-generating discoveries over the past 3 decades that have maintained public awareness of the ongoing scientific investigation of the ancient Antarctic. The science communication challenge is to translate the genuine scientific significance of Antarctic dinosaur discoveries, which lies primarily in their biogeographic, phylogenetic, and paleoclimate implications, into accessible narratives that general audiences can engage with without requiring the specific technical background that the full scientific significance presupposes. The most successful science communication efforts around Antarctic dinosaurs have been those that have grounded the technical significance in vivid, specific descriptions of the ancient world that these animals inhabited, bringing the warm polar forests and their dinosaurian inhabitants to life for audiences who can appreciate the dramatic contrast between that ancient world and the modern Antarctic without needing to understand the specific phylogenetic implications of the described specimens. The ongoing program of Antarctic dinosaur research will continue to generate discoveries of public interest as new field programs access new localities and new analytical approaches extract new biological information from existing specimens, providing sustained material for the science communication efforts that bring the warm, ancient world of Antarctic dinosaurs to the attention of the interested public worldwide. The comprehensive scientific legacy of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology, assessed from the cumulative impact of more than 3 decades of research on the specific scientific questions that this work has addressed and the specific advances in knowledge that it has produced, is a legacy of genuine and substantial achievement whose influence extends across the full range of scientific disciplines that contribute to and draw from the Antarctic Paleontological Research Program. The phylogenetic analyses that have incorporated Antarctic dinosaur material, Cryolophosaurus in theropod phylogenetics, Glacialosaurus in sauropodomorph phylogenetics, Trinisaura in ornithopod phylogenetics, Vagavis in avian phylogenetics, have contributed specific data points to the evolutionary reconstructions that define the current understanding of dinosaurian and avian diversity, and the specific phylogenetic positions recovered for these Antarctic taxa have influenced the interpretation of the broader evolutionary histories of the lineages they represent. The paleoclimate implications of the Antarctic dinosaur record. The confirmation that large-bodied endothermic dinosaurs inhabited polar latitudes during the Cretaceous, providing biological validation for the warm Cretaceous polar climate indicated by geochemical and paleobotanical evidence, have contributed to the specific calibration of Cretaceous climate models and to the assessment of polar amplification mechanisms in paleoclimate simulations. The biogeographic insights derived from the Antarctic dinosaur record. The specific patterns of faunal connection between Antarctica and other Gondwanan landmasses documented through the phylogenetic relationships of Antarctic dinosaur genera have contributed to the reconstruction of Gondwanan fragmentation history and to the understanding of the specific dispersal routes and timing of dinosaurian colonization of different Gondwanan landmasses, and the methodological advances driven by the specific challenges of Antarctic paleontology, the development of field techniques for working in extreme polar conditions, the refinement of preparation and curation methods for marine-influenced terrestrial fossil material, and the application of the full range of modern analytical methods to fragmentary specimens, have contributed to the broader practice of vertebrate paleontology in ways that benefit research programs in all geographic and climatic settings. 100 Facts About Dinosaurs in Antarctica, and the legacy of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology extends through all of them and beyond them into the future of the science that continues to recover the extraordinary biological history of the world's most mysterious continent from the rock beneath its ice. The enduring mystery of what further Antarctic dinosaur discoveries await the paleontologists of the future, the specific genera and species that remain to be discovered in the unexamined portions of exposed Antarctic formations, the exceptional specimens that might eventually emerge from the rock outcrops of the Antarctic Peninsula and the trans-Antarctic mountains, with the continued sustained effort of Antarctic field programs, and the transformative discoveries that might eventually become possible if sub-ice Antarctic geological formations can be investigated by future technologies, is one of the more compelling open questions in all of vertebrate paleontology. The accessible exposed rock of the Antarctic Peninsula formations has been surveyed systematically enough that the major formation types and their dinosaur-bearing potential are now reasonably well characterized. Beauty. The specific localities that have been most thoroughly collected represent only a fraction of the total exposed outcrop area of the relevant formations, and the extension of systematic paleontological survey to less thoroughly investigated portions of these formations holds clear potential for the discovery of additional and possibly more complete specimens of previously known Antarctic dinosaur taxa. The transantarctic mountain formations, logistically more challenging to access than the peninsular localities, but containing the older and phylogenetically more informative Triassic and early Jurassic material, remain substantially underexplored and represent perhaps the greatest near-term opportunity for transformative Antarctic dinosaur discoveries. A new Cryolophosaurus specimen with better skull preservation, a more complete Glacialosaurus with cranial and postcranial elements associated, or an entirely new genus from the Fremau Formation that represents a dinosaurian group not previously documented from Antarctica. The specific scientific questions that the most desirable future Antarctic dinosaur discoveries would address. The early diversification of the major dinosaurian lineages in the Gondwanan high-latitude environment, the specific physiological characteristics of polar dinosaurs, the precise biogeographic connections between the Antarctic and other Gondwanan dinosaur faunas, define the scientific goals of the ongoing Antarctic Dinosaur Research Program and provide the intellectual motivation for the sustained institutional commitment that this extraordinary scientific enterprise requires. The evolutionary history of dinosaurian locomotion and the specific ways in which the erect bipedal and quadrupedal postures of different dinosaurian groups influence their capacity to move efficiently through the specific terrain types of the Cretaceous Antarctic landscape, connects the skeletal anatomy of Antarctic dinosaur specimens to the broader understanding of locomotor evolution in the dinosaurian lineage. The specific terrain of the Cretaceous Antarctic, warm, forested floodplains crossed by rivers, with coastal areas where the forest gave way to the nearshore marine environment documented in the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, would have presented different locomotor challenges to different members of the Antarctic dinosaur community. The large bipedal theropods like Cryolophosaurus would have moved through the Antarctic forest on their hind limbs, using their forelimbs primarily for prey capture rather than locomotion, and their specific hind limb proportions. The relative lengths of the femur, tibia, and metatarsals constrain their specific locomotor performance in terms of stride length, stride frequency, and maximum running speed. The quadrupedal titanosaur sauropods of the Cretaceous Antarctic would have moved on all four limbs through terrain that their columnar limb architecture was specifically suited to negotiate. Relatively open ground beneath the forest canopy, where their enormous body masses could be supported on stable footing without the extreme obstacles that rugged terrain would present to very large-bodied quadrupeds. The smaller ornithopods, including Trinosaura, would have been the most agile members of the Antarctic dinosaur community, capable of rapid bipedal locomotion through varied terrain and potentially able to exploit food resources in forest understory environments inaccessible to the larger-bodied sauropods whose feeding height was constrained by neck length and whose locomotor agility was limited by their large body mass. The reconstruction of Antarctic dinosaur locomotion in the specific context of the Cretaceous Antarctic terrain therefore connects the specific skeletal morphology of Antarctic specimens to the specific ecological interactions and movement patterns that characterize the Antarctic dinosaur community in the warm, forested world that the geological record preserves. The specific scientific achievement represented by each named Antarctic dinosaur genus, Cryolophosaurus, Glacialosaurus, Trinosaura, Vegavis, is the achievement of recovering sufficient physical evidence from one of the most logistically demanding research environments on Earth to support the formal scientific description of a new species, with all the morphological documentation, phylogenetic analysis, and geological contextualization that a rigorous species description requires. Each of these descriptions represents years of preparation, beginning with the field program that recovered the specimens, continuing through the laboratory preparation that cleaned and stabilized the fossil material, and culminating in the systematic morphological description, comparative anatomy, and phylogenetic analysis that constitute the scientific description published in the peer-reviewed literature. The scientific community that peer-reviewed these descriptions, specialists in theropod anatomy, sauropodomorph phylogenetics, ornithopod biology, and avian evolution, respectively, applied the rigorous standards of vertebrate paleontology to evaluate the quality of the evidence and the validity of the interpretations before accepting these descriptions for publication, ensuring that each named Antarctic genus represents a genuine biological entity whose scientific validity is supported by the available physical evidence. The cumulative library of formally described Antarctic dinosaur genera and species, built through the sustained research program of the past 4 decades, is the foundation of the scientific understanding of Antarctic dinosaur diversity and will serve as the reference base for all future comparative, biogeographic, and phylogenetic analyses that incorporate Antarctic material. The continued growth of this library through the description of additional specimens from existing and future Antarctic field programs is one of the most direct measures of the scientific productivity of Antarctic dinosaur paleontology and one of the most important contributions to the long-term legacy of Antarctic science. The story of dinosaurs in Antarctica is ultimately a story about the extraordinary biological richness of the deep geological past, about the specific scientific methods that allow that richness to be recovered from fragmentary physical evidence, and about the human commitment and physical effort required to pursue that recovery in the most demanding research environment that Earth provides. Antarctica holds within its rock the specific physical evidence of animals that walked through warm forests 200 million years ago. At the geographic center of the ancient Gondwana supercontinent, participating in the earliest phases of the evolutionary radiation that would make the dinosaurian lineage the dominant terrestrial vertebrates of the Mesozoic era. It holds the bones of theropods and sauropodomorphs from the early Jurassic, when the major dinosaurian lineages were just establishing their ecological dominance in the aftermath of the end Triassic mass extinction. It holds the bones of ornithopods and ankylosaurs and titanosaurs and early birds from the late Cretaceous, when the Antarctic dinosaur community was living through the final chapter of the Mesozoic in a warm polar forest that the subsequent Cenozoic glaciation would progressively bury under 2 kilometers of ice. And it holds, in the specific chemical and mineralogical properties of those preserved bones, the specific biological information, growth rates, metabolic physiology, body temperatures, dietary ecology, that advanced analytical methods are progressively extracting from material that previous generations could only describe morphologically. 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica. The ice covers the rock. The rock holds the bones. The bones carry the biology of the ancient polar world. The science reads them. The story of the warm, ancient Antarctica comes back to life, complete and specific, one carefully recovered fact at a time. The paleontological investigation of the Cretaceous Antarctic continent has revealed one of the most dramatic transformations in Earth history: the conversion of a warm, forested, biologically productive polar landmass into the frozen desert of the present. And the specific mechanisms of this transformation are among the most actively studied questions in Cenozoic geology and climate science. The progressive cooling that began at the Eocene-Oligocene transition approximately 34 million years ago, driven by the establishment of the thermally isolating Antarctic circumpolar current, initiated the glaciation that would progressively bury the biological heritage of the warm Mesozoic Antarctic under the ice sheet that now conceals it. The specific rate and pattern of this glaciation, documented from the sedimentary and geochemical record of Antarctic ice cores and marine sediments, shows that the transformation from forested warm continent to ice-covered polar desert was neither instantaneous nor linear, but involved multiple phases of advance and retreat as global climate oscillated around the glaciation threshold across the Oligocene and Miocene before the establishment of the permanent, stable ice sheet that characterizes the modern Antarctic. The specific consequences of this glaciation for the biological heritage of the continent, the burial of the Mesozoic sedimentary formations beneath the ice, the elimination of the terrestrial ecosystems that had persisted in Antarctica since the Triassic, and the progressive restriction of accessible rock outcrops to the thin margins of the continent, where glacial erosion and coastal weathering maintain exposure above the ice surface, created the specific scientific situation that Antarctic paleontologists navigate today. A vast biological archive, mostly inaccessible beneath 2 kilometers of ice, with only the exposed margins available for the systematic investigation that has produced the discoveries described in this documentary. The transformation of warm forested Antarctic into frozen Antarctic is the geological event whose reversal, at least in terms of ice sheet stability and surface temperature, the world is currently observing in the context of anthropogenic climate change, making the deep time perspective on Antarctic environmental history provided by the Dinosaur Age paleontological record both scientifically important and politically relevant in ways that the researchers who discovered the first Antarctic dinosaur bones in 1986 could not have anticipated. The cumulative word of 100 facts about dinosaurs in Antarctica is this: the southernmost continent on Earth was once the warm, productive center of the ancient Gondwana supercontinent, covered in forest. Inhabited by dinosaurs of multiple lineages, spanning the full ecological range, from large theropod predators to massive sauropod herbivores, to nimble ornithopods, to heavily armored ankylosaurs, alive with the biological richness of a fully functioning Mesozoic terrestrial ecosystem operating at the edge of the polar world. The specific genera whose bones are in the rock of James Ross Island and Seymour Island and the Queen Alexandra Range are the physical anchors of this biological reality. Each one, a specific animal that lived and grew and fed and died in the warm ancient Antarctic. Each one recovered by the sustained scientific effort of researchers whose commitment to understanding the deep biological past of the southernmost continent has driven 3 decades of extraordinary paleontological work in the most demanding field environment that Earth provides. Antarctica had dinosaurs. The ice covers their world. The science finds their bones. The story is real, specific, extraordinary, and growing more completely known with every season of Antarctic fieldwork that adds new specimens to the collections, and every laboratory analysis that extracts new biological information from the material already recovered. 100 facts about the dinosaurs of Antarctica. 100 steps in the ongoing scientific recovery of a warm ancient world from the evidence that the ice and the rock of the southernmost continent preserve. The specific expeditions that will extend the Antarctic dinosaur record in the coming decades will be conducted by researchers who are students today, learning the methods of paleontology in university laboratories and field programs that are building the next generation of Antarctic scientists. These future researchers will benefit from the decades of geological survey work, specimen collection, and analytical development that have established the foundation of Antarctic dinosaur science, and they will bring to bear the new analytical tools and new conceptual frameworks that the next decades of scientific development will produce. The specific discoveries they make, the new species, the more complete specimens, the exceptional Lagerstätten preservation that might one day reveal the soft tissue and integumentary details of an Antarctic polar dinosaur, will build on the 100 facts documented in this film and extend the Antarctic dinosaur record into new territories of knowledge that the current collections cannot reach. The Antarctic continent is patient. The rock is old, and the bones within it are older. The ice preserves them for the scientists who come next, for the field programs that have not yet been planned, for the analytical methods that have not yet been invented. The dinosaurs of Antarctica will give up their secrets progressively, one expedition and one analysis at a time, to the scientists who care enough to go to the edge of the world to find them. 100 facts now. More facts ahead. The story of Antarctic dinosaurs continues. The warm, ancient world that Antarctica once was. The forests, the rivers, the diverse communities of Cretaceous vertebrates that left their bones in the rock of the peninsula and the transantarctic mountains, is recoverable fact by careful fact, from the physical evidence preserved in the exposed Antarctic outcrops that decades of dedicated paleontological fieldwork have investigated. Every expedition that has flown south, every researcher who has worked in the cold and the wind at the edge of the known world, every specimen collected and prepared and described and analyzed has added to the cumulative scientific understanding of the dinosaurian past of the southernmost continent. The warm world is real. The bones are real. The science that reads them is real. And the 100 facts of this documentary about the geological history, the paleoclimate, the specific dinosaur genera, the extraordinary ecology of polar dinosaurian life, the biogeographic connections to other Gondwanan faunas, and the future of Antarctic paleontological discovery, are each grounded in the physical evidence of the geological record and in the sustained scientific investigation that has made Antarctic dinosaur paleontology one of the more remarkable intellectual achievements of late 20th and early 21st century science. Antarctica had dinosaurs. They are known. Their world is being recovered. The story is extraordinary, and it continues with every season of fieldwork that brings another team of dedicated scientists to the edge of the world in pursuit of the bones of the ancient polar warm world that the ice preserves beneath its 2-kilometer cover. 100 facts: the ice, the rock, the bones, the science, the story. The Cretaceous polar forest of Antarctica, reconstructed from the fossil plant evidence of the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and equivalent formations, was a community of extraordinary ecological productivity and biological richness whose specific composition, dominated by podocarp and Araucarian conifers in the upper canopy, with diverse ferns and early flowering plants in the understory, created the specific food web that sustained the dinosaurian community through the annual cycle of summer abundance and winter limitation. The conifer trees of the Cretaceous Antarctic were large by any standard, with fossil wood specimens indicating trunk diameters of over 1 meter in the largest individuals and tree heights potentially exceeding 30 to 40 meters, based on the proportional relationships between trunk diameter and height, documented in modern conifers of comparable size. These large trees formed the structural backbone of the Antarctic Cretaceous forest, creating the physical architecture of the forest canopy that determined the light environment of the understory and the specific microhabitat conditions available to the diverse community of plants, invertebrates, and vertebrates that inhabited the forest floor and lower canopy levels. The specific growth rate of Antarctic Cretaceous trees, documented from the ring-width measurements of fossil wood specimens and from the cellular anatomy of the wood that reflects the seasonal pattern of cell production, confirms that these trees grew rapidly during the summer months and maintained the wide growth rings that distinguish rapidly growing warm temperate trees from the narrow-ringed, slow-growing trees of cold or nutrient-limited environments. The specific ecosystem services provided by these large Cretaceous Antarctic trees, the structural habitat they created, the food they provided through their foliage and seeds, the moisture they contributed to the local water cycle through transpiration, and the organic matter they contributed to the soil through leaf litter and woody debris accumulation, were the fundamental biological foundation of the Antarctic Cretaceous ecosystem that sustained the dinosaurian community documented in the fossil record of the exposed Antarctic rock outcrops. 100 facts. The forests sustained the dinosaurs. The rock preserved the bones. The science recovers the world. The ancient warm Antarctica lives again in the evidence and the understanding that the paleontological record provides. The sedimentary record of the Cretaceous Antarctic, accumulated grain by grain in the rivers and coastal seas of the ancient warm continent over the course of tens of millions of years, is the specific physical medium through which the biological heritage of the Antarctic dinosaur world has been transmitted to the present. Each layer of sediment in the Lopez de Bertodano Formation and the Hansen Formation represents a specific moment in the geological history of the ancient Antarctic: a flood deposit, a lake bottom accumulation, a coastal shell bed, a river channel fill. And within some of those layers, the bones of the dinosaurs and marine reptiles and early birds and early mammals that inhabited the Cretaceous Antarctic are preserved as mineralized remnants of the living biology of the ancient world. The progressive erosion of the overlying rock by glacial action, coastal wave erosion, frost weathering, and river incision has progressively exposed these bone-bearing layers to the surface, where the Antarctic summer brings paleontologists who know how to find them, how to excavate them carefully, how to document their geological context, and how to transport them safely to the research laboratories where the science of their biological interpretation is conducted. The 100 facts of this documentary are the current product of that entire process. The ancient biology of the dinosaurs, preserved in the sedimentary record, recovered by the science of paleontology from the exposed Antarctic outcrops, and interpreted through the analytical methods of 21st century science into the specific biological knowledge that the facts represent. Antarctica had dinosaurs. Their world is preserved in the rock. The science reads it. 100 facts, complete.